All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing out there? Thinker St. James here, along with my good friend, the Ohio player Chase Parton. And the time has come. This is MMA on Film. And today I am very pleased to be presenting to you, along with Chase, our review of 2024's Roadhouse. Chase, how are you?
I am always great when I get to show up here and talk about a film mostly kind of regarding something about mixed martial arts. So I'm just really, really excited to break this one down because it's been a long time coming. Like some other ones, chat, don't roast us, please. We'll get to them.
Absolutely. Yeah, more to come, of course, the year after. But if you have ones that you would like for the show, always leave your recommendations in the comments below. But today is Roadhouse. And like you said, Chase, MMA adjacent for this one, perhaps. You know, we'll get into all of the details of it as we always do, but not necessarily MMA in the strictest sense. We'll talk it all through.
We definitely will. No, I'm very, very excited. And, I'm just very happy to do this once again, guys. MMA on Film. If you guys love it, please let us know. Give us the support. I know you guys always love to, but like and subscribe.
Absolutely. Well, that all being said, then I guess we could start this thing off just by giving a brief overview. Roadhouse is a 2024 action film directed by Doug Liman and written by Anthony Bagarazzi. Jeez, wow. Pardon me. Anthony Bagarazzi and Chuck Mondry. It stars Jake Gyllenhaal, Daniela Melchior, and Billy Magnuson, and is based on the 1989 film of the same name, which starred the late Patrick Swayze. That being said, Chase, what did you know about Roadhouse before watching this film? And also, was this your first time seeing it?
I am very happy you phrased it in that way. What did I know about Roadhouse? Okay, so to start, I have seen the original. I never, what's funny is I have seen Roadhouse 2024. I had then went back and watched Roadhouse. I had seen it in my childhood before, but I can't tell you what happened in it. Then I went back and watched it and then not really can tell you much that happened again. Whatever happened, the movie's not too memorable. But the other thing that I know about this movie, or the original, therefore, is It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Once again, I'm going to drop you a bar. Mac, he always says he is the cooler, like Swayze and Roadhouse. So,
hey, all right.
That's how it goes, man. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying that you saw the 2024 version, went back and saw the original?
Yes.
Okay, got you. So you had done all of that before this, before
this, yes, that just happened in my leisure time. Obviously this movie came out and it was polarizing. Everybody had to go see some things that were going to happen, and we're going to talk about it, of course.
Of course, absolutely. Well, so similar to me, I saw the original first, the original popcorn film, classic action film. But like you said, it's kind of just a movie. I don't necessarily even understand why the original has the cult status that it has. It's cheesy, so it's like cheesy fun, I guess. Fun and of its time is how I would put it. I knew before watching it the first time that, of course, Conor McGregor making his acting debut, which we will talk a ton about. And then I had seen Conor in the Burger King commercial. Have you seen Conor in the Burger King commercial?
I have not seen a Burger King commercial with Conor McGregor.
Oh, I wish I had it pulled up. Well, there is a Burger King commercial with Conor McGregor that he had done at one point where he acts in it. And based on that, I was like, I am very interested to see him acting in a film, because the Burger King commercial was not necessarily auteur acting at its finest, in my opinion. But I said, okay, I saw Connor in the commercial here. We're going to see what it translates into an actual feature film. I also had seen the interview with Connor where he was looking pretty tweaked out with Jake Gyllenhaal. I think that was with Sports Illustrated. I think I covered that on the Yama episode the week before we watched it. So I was like, I'm very curious to see how he's actually going to look inside the film if he looked that bad in that interview. And I thought that Jake Gyllenhaal, I'd seen a couple of his movies. He's one of those kinds of actors that I recognize that he's a good actor, but I don't really like a lot of the films that he has been in that I have seen necessarily. There's a couple that I can think of that I did though. So I knew that he was a good actor. I think that like some of the movies that I've seen maybe weren't like my kind of movies, but I did recognize his talent.
Okay, let me break down a lot of, well, not even a lot, but the later portion of what you said, the latter portion. So Connor's acting, I definitely knew about it. I knew that it was, going to be his actorial debut, whatever you want to say, and I was excited to see the movie for that reason alone. Now, I never saw no Burger King commercial, but I did see the interview where him and Jake Gyllenhaal were, dude. I don't. Some of these interviews, I think Jake Gyllenhaal is either also just as crazy as some of these other people, or he's just that good of an actor. Maybe he's just playing the part with Connor off stage, like I don't know. Because I have seen Jake Gyllenhaal in really good roles. Like I've seen him be a very good actor. In this movie, I didn't like the I don't know, the souped up athleticism for him. It didn't work for him because I've seen him play like this scrawny grunge role kind of deal, and him
Sure.
with like, a super muscular abdomen and not really big old arms. It was kind of just unsettling. Um, and then his face also kind of looked like the Joker a little too much in a lot of his roles, but he's cool. I think he's fine. And he was in the Spider-Man movie, dude. He was Mysterio, Rey Mysterio, whatever you want to.
Fair. That was not one that I had seen, but I did know that that was the case. The one that I know that I liked him in a lot, and the one that made me really know that he was a very fine actor was Nightcrawler, is a movie that
Yes,
he was in.
that's yeah, basically the only movie that I would say other than the Spider-Man one that I'm like, yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal was like really good in that. I don't know any other ones. Just
Sure. Well, all of those other ones don't matter right now. What matters, of course, is Roadhouse. So, would you like to get into this movie?
actually, speaking of since I did know of one other person in this movie
Ah,
before this, and we'll talk about her in a little bit. It is the main woman, Danielle. Since you named her Melancholia, I think is maybe what it is. I don't know.
okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure, Daniela.
She was also in a superhero movie. She was in Suicide Squad 2 or The
Ah,
Suicide Squad, whatever you want to call it, the reboot. And she was awesome in that. And she's very attractive. So shout out to her. We'll talk about that. I'll make sure to bring it up plenty of times. She's great.
sure. Yeah, absolutely. That's all I got. I mean, with that
I'm
said,
ready.
all
Well,
right, let's
yeah, we'll get into it.
all right, let's do it here. So this film starts off with a tried and true MMA on film trope. Underground fights are everywhere all the time, just happening around every corner. If you look hard enough, you are going to run into unsanctioned fighting just in your local bar, and that is basically where we start. We start in what you might think is the Roadhouse. We're going to find out, of course, it is not, but a building of some sort of a bar, and there is fighting happening. Two dudes inside of a pit throwing hands at each other.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the common scenery for your movie warehouse boxing ring kind of deal. Your, what are they, a prize fighting kind of style. And obviously, you get into this fight ring and you see what I would say instantly about this is you see an actor. This is another actorial debut, I believe, for this musician. Post Malone. I don't know if anybody else knows this guy. He was in this movie and he was punching another guy. And the point I want to make is the style of CGI that they use for the punches and the impact of them. It it worked in some regards. Like I think Post Malone in this first sequence actually looked not horrible for the way that they were filming it, and goes to the point that we talk about with other MMA films. Like, are they actually showcasing MMA, and are we able to see it? With we talked about with Bruised, there was a lot of sequences that they weren't able to show on the feet, but the grappling was really good. I thought the striking, it all in all, even in this first sequence with Post Malone and the CGI was very well done. So I want to give them props right off the bat for
Well, I am very glad that you mentioned that, and I will have a more in depth analysis of the CGI element
Hmm.
later on in the trivia portion at the end of the
Oh,
review. However, the what I know is that they used a unique technique that apparently is like a composite where they had stunt actors doing the fight scenes and then like I guess doubled with the actual actors on top of that footage or something along those lines. Like I said, we can go over the actual details a little bit later, but it's some type of like CGI definitely, but a method that overlaid the actors in a way where it would allow them to make the physicality look a little bit more realistic. However, you can definitely tell that there is a CGI element to almost all of the fighting in this film. I think that that should be a front and center, and it does start very early in this first fight here.
100%. I think we'll talk about it definitely when we get to the point, but there's two different types of CGI that happens in this movie, and they're used, I mean, it's the same thing, but they're used differently. The fighting, the way that they use it, I think it visually looks like stop motion or some shit. Like it's kind of weird what's happening, but I think to make it look like Post Malone is doing that, they kind of nailed it. Like, I mean, they it didn't look like that's a stunt double. Like, no, that looks like Post Malone. It just looks like they did some funky computer work to make him like glitch across and punch him.
Yeah,
You know?
I saw someone compare it to looking a little bit like a video game cutscene at times, and I thought that that was a kind of apt comparison. Like, not to the point that it took me out of the movie at all, really, but there were times like your brain notices it. You know what I mean? You'll pick up on little pieces of it and be like, that looked a little bit off, like a little bit unrealistic. But overall, I like some people, I guess, maybe thought that this was a major criticism. To me, it was not so glaring that it made a big issue as far as the overall enjoyment of the movie.
I'm glad that you bring it up because I think initially you should rightfully have issue with it. I think initially you see it again. The Post Malone thing looks as good as CGI. Kind of, it's bad, but like whatever, it works for this movie. But the further you get down to it, I mean, you got to get less and less angry at what you're seeing because this is kind of Looney Tunes in a way. Like this is
This is
crazy.
a good point as well, and yeah, one that I think I guess I'll just say it now. Like a lot of how I feel about this film is that if you turn your brain off, everything's fine. That's
Yeah,
I mean, we'll of course get into our full opinions overall afterwards, but that's a general note to carry through all of this. Don't think about it too hard, and you're going to have a good time.
absolutely. I think yeah, and so we're in our underground fight club. Post
Right.
Malone is CGIing whooping butt. He is
That's pudgy
doing
guy
his thing.
versus pudgy guy over here. We've got one kind of big dude and another kind of big dude, and yeah, they're kind of in this enclosure and they're throwing hands at each other.
Right, and then so we get this shot. We go outside and we got a guy. He's taking his sips. He's in the car. He's having a good time taking his little chugs. Right, and then he gets up, gets out of the car, or gets out of the car. Excuse me, and then we get the title card, and I think that was really fun. So there was your intro. That was weird, just
Pretty
crazy
much,
stuff.
yeah. And also, we have a woman who we will eventually find out is the owner of the Roadhouse. Her name is Frankie.
Frankie, yeah, is she
Yeah,
in
and
that? I didn't catch that.
she comes in early and she talks to the bartender and she's like, "Hey, I'm here to see such and such. Can you point him out?" And the bartender is like points to the guys and she says, "I hope he's not the bald one because the bald guy is getting beat up. Except they're both bald." So I thought that that was it. That was kind of weird. Except Post Malone just has head to toe tattoos, so you could say, okay, the guy without the tattoos, maybe, I don't know. But she says, "I hope he's not the bald one." And Post Malone is getting the better of it, and it turns out Post Malone is the one that she is looking for.
I did not remember that portion, but I will tell you what I will not forget is Sarah Toby giving a super sticker in the chat, $1.99. I appreciate you. A
Yo,
Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by red hearts, is what it says here. So love to hear
I
it. Love to hear it. Appreciate
appreciate
you.
you. Thank you very much for that. Absolutely. So, yeah, so that, she's looking for somebody, one of the fighters here. This guy is fighting, and Post Malone he's doing like a little shimmy because he's winning these fights. He is in here knuckling up and knocking people down, and he's got his little dance that he does,
Mhm.
and he's taking all comers over. Post Malone is very confident in his ability to beat up random truckers.
Yeah, 100%. And then obviously we get a back shot of our guy, our guy that was drinking in the car. He was
Right.
having a good time getting up out of the car, put his hood up. He's walking into this club. He knows what the deal is. Everybody's making way. He's getting through. Whatever. And he goes right to the octagon, and he walks right up. And let me see what exactly happens here. Post Malone is still winning at this point, and he's obviously, let's see, not sure the camera work, but yeah, definitely CGI. That's where we get past that. Post Malone wins, hands raised, and then he says, "Who's next?" And
Well,
then
and also the announcer. I love this announcer over the intercom because he goes, "That's 6 in a row for Post Malone." Basically, he's like, "Who wants to make it 7? It's just a bunch of money in a bucket, people." I was like, "That's." Just, I don't know why that line stuck out to me, but I really liked it. He's like, "Why not try?" Well, hoodie guy from the car is coming in, and he is going to test his luck here.
yes, absolutely. He walks in it like you said, it's winner take all. That's a
Yes.
funny line. I did not catch this. You're really good with the dialogue. Of course, I normally tune it out because I'm trying to focus on what they're actually doing. And this hooded man walks in and denies hand wraps, guys. I don't know if you caught this. This madman. He said no. I'm not gonna wrap my hands. Why would I waste my time? I'm a fucking Chad. Go
That's
ahead.
legit. I just in my mind pictured the Tim Robinson. Are you sure about that? Me, I was like, you sure about that, bro? Really? But no, of course he is, because this, of course, is the most ripped Jake Gyllenhaal that you are ever going to see in your life. You kind of alluded to it before, but this dude got in ridiculous shape for this film. So hood comes off, no wraps on the hands, and the entire crowd is like, whoa. And
Yep.
you might think that they're going, whoa, because it's this ripped dude. But of course, we'll find out later on that there is more to the
Yes.
case.
Yeah, what's key is, he takes off his hoodie and you see that this dude has got abs and the crowd is in awe that this dude is in shape. They've never seen a guy that's in shape around here because look at Post Malone. He's been beating up slobs for, the past weekend for every fucking, however many years it's been. But anyway, Post calls it off. He immediately says, "Nope, fuck it. No, no, hell no. You see that? Are you fucking crazy? You see that guy? Are you fucking crazy? I'm not
Well,
fighting that fucking guy."
and his friend, he goes over to the friend who's hanging over the side of the ring area, and he's like, "Do you know who that is?" And obviously, he did know who it is because everybody seemed to know who it was. So, yeah, the cockiness leaves Post Malone very quickly. I thought maybe it was because he saw those abs of steel, but maybe again, there's more to the equation. But Post says, "No way, no, the money is not worth it. I'm not fighting him. Fuck that. Fuck you." He's out of there, and without lifting a finger, Gyllenhaal gets handed a stack of cash. What a shitty way for Post Malone to throw away a 6-fight win streak, I said.
It's kind of crazy, dude. I mean, he didn't actually throw away the win streak. I mean, he can come back and continue the win streak. He didn't take no loss,
That's a great point. That was not throwing away the win streak. That was a savvy career navigation.
Exactly. So either way, I think it's funny that the way that they set this scene up. Jake Gyllenhaal is untying his shoes, right?
Right.
He's taking the thing off. Post Malone's doing his thing, and then by the time he walks out, Jake Gyllenhaal looks up and he's like, and then starts tying his shoes again, and I think it goes to the next scene, which I think is really funny. We go outside,
Mm.
he leaves the club and he's getting chased down by a guy who lost some money. He's like, "Yo, what are you doing here? You fucking scamming people. You walk in here, you do nothing, and you take my week's earning money." Walks up, stabs him.
Just instantly shanks him right in the side. And Gyllenhaal, like he does in a lot of this film, we will come to find out, completely no sells the stabbing. Just stabbed in the side, and man, that sucks. Now I got a knife inside of my body. But dude, the funniest part to me was the stabbing first, but then also the fact that the dude sort of looks down at the knife, looks back at him, and then just runs away. He's just like, well, I guess that's that then. Now there's a knife dangling out of Jake Gyllenhaal, and this dude is halfway down the yard.
Okay, I know we've been actually just verbatim telling you what's happening, but this is where you actually got to get into what the movie's trying to tell you. The director had an idea. We're gonna make this dude look tough. He's gonna look so rugged. So what are we gonna do? He's gonna get stabbed in the liver. What's he gonna do? Nothing. He's just going to do nothing. What would a savage do? He would not react to a knife that is 7 inches long being stabbed into his abdomen. Now he's been here before. A knife wound. Are you kidding? He's been there, done that. How do we show that he has been around the block? No sells a knife wound. Are you? Like when you look at this movie and you want to get mad, you look at that and you say, "What in the fuck are you? What are we doing here?" Because then he just pulls it out, goes to his fucking car, and puts duct tape and shit on it. It's like, what are we seeing here? But then again, you have to turn your brain off and understand, oh, this is a tough guy. That's what a tough guy does in this universe. He gets stabbed and he pulls the knife out. Yeah, you fucking go, you fucking, don't even say nothing, walk off, whatever you want to say. This is the first part where you're like, what am I watching here? So
Yes, absolutely. You're exactly right. I mean, this is setting up the character because of what we will find out is that he, like many people in this film, just basically indestructible. And this is a good example of that early on, knife in the side. And yeah, what do? I take care of it the only way that I know how, which is to sit down on the trunk of my car, take some duct tape, slap it on, and off we go. So all good here, and no problem thereafter with that. And as he's doing that, the lady that we saw earlier comes up to him outside and basically says this in a nicer way, the same thing that the guy with the knife had said, which is, nice scam. All you need to do is go in there and everybody knows who you are and you just get the money. And I'm like, it's not really a scam if he was actually willing to fight, but I can understand the sentiment.
well, and then, just as you were describing, she was talking about this scam that he was running, and then she goes, "Oh my God, you have a knife in you!" Like, and did you not notice it? Like, how did you not know? Again, this is a knife, people, and I'm telling you, this is not a knife. No, this is a knife. He was stabbed with a dagger of some sort, and I would know. This guy was stabbed. She barely notices it halfway through, and she's like, "Holy shit, like, are you okay?" And then he yanks it out and pours alcohol on it and begins to sew it up in the dark with a.
Nah, I
I, I
wouldn't sew it up. I mean, he just slaps the
no,
band, the
I think he was starting to sew it up, and I think I know what I was looking at. But either way, continue.
fair. Well, what I saw was that she, this lady, exactly as you said, she's looking at him and like, holy crap, this dude's got a knife. She's like, do you need an ambulance? And what I was thinking was, well, he definitely doesn't need some random chick squawking at him while he's trying to address the problem. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. He's like, hold my duct tape over here. He's going to bleed when it comes out. He's surgical with all this because this is just a Tuesday for this guy. He's calm, cool, collected, badass over here. And she continues on telling him about this Roadhouse that she has in the Florida Keys where Hemingway used to drink. Ernest Hemingway? Do
No,
ya?
no. It's funny. See, here you go with the lines again. I didn't catch any of this because, man, she was squawking for a minute. He was trying to fix his wound, and she's over here just bothering him. Hey, I own a bar. Did you hear? It's like, no. Who did we hear this from? And then she's like, well, all of our bouncers have left. So would you want a job? Pays $5,000 a month. Be an easy life for you. And judging by your car, you need it. Bitch, who do you think you are with this?
I am very glad you said that because I said you walk up to this man who just got stabbed and you diss this man's car. You diss a man's car to his face like this. You are lucky that Jake Gyllenhaal is the type of man that he is because all he said was, I like my car, which is exactly what he should have said, whether he liked it or not, honestly.
It makes you more furious when you think about that line because you find out soon this is not just his car. This is his home. He lives there, motherfucker. You call it a fucking piece of shit. Come on. That's
For
fucked
real.
up.
It's true. Yeah. His home. He also says that he does not have a phone. So, I mean, obviously, this guy doesn't have much. So, yeah, you really are dissing everything that he's got over here. And so she ends up writing her number down. Think about it, $5,000 a week plus accommodations. Come down to the Keys. Help me out with this problem with all these rowdy guys that we have at my Roadhouse. And he's like, all right, whatever. He takes it. He puts it on the dashboard. And then we cut to him getting woken up by a cop at a gas station because he fell asleep in the parking lot. This nice guy, this very calm, cool, collected guy is obviously going through a little bit of a rough patch in his life.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So he's sitting there at the gas station. He gets woken up, probably passed out because he's lost 2 liters of blood. I don't know how much blood you could lose from pulling the knife out, but it is certainly more than leaving it in. But you can't sleep in your car with a knife in you. I mean, that's just damn right uncomfortable. Have you tried sleeping in a car as it is? A
True.
knife in you make it with just so much. Anyway, so this is where our hero starts his car. I can't remember if he starts it immediately right here because he gets driving though. The car starts and he starts driving, right? And he's making his way, he's looking out the window and he sees some train tracks, right? And he gets to it, the train starts coming. So he stops the car and he's like, you know what, actually let me pull it a little further. I'm going to stop like right on the tracks, because I'm just bored. Let me take the keys out, let me just hang out, close my eyes, let me just chill out on the train tracks because oh wait, actually no, I don't want to do that. Let me actually just put the, oh, now the car's not starting. What is happening? This movie, now the car doesn't work. This is one of those common themes where the car
Sure.
works 5 seconds ago and then now it just doesn't want to start, but then it magically starts after. And trust me, I've had cars with bad starters. That shit just don't fucking start, bro. Like if it, you'll break the key before it actually starts, and I've been there too. So this movie, once again, I'm just at the point where I don't believe it, but turn your brain off and it's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, he's going through this rough patch. It would appear that he is looking to end things. You know,
Hmm.
he drives the car onto the track. I also wanted to note that while he's making his way to the train tracks, somehow listening to fights on the radio. There
I
was someone calling fights on the radio. I was like, where are they airing fights, fighting commentary on terrestrial radio in 2024? That seemed very odd to me.
I'm glad you brought that up because yes, in my notes, gets to the train tracks as the train is about to pass. Fights on the radio? Question mark. I'm like, yeah, is this reruns? What are you doing here? Is this a cassette?
Yeah, really, that would be an insane level of commitment. That's that would be the pops from Warrior
Well,
with
that's what
Moby Dick.
that's
Yeah,
that's no. Actually, I wasn't gonna. That wasn't the. I was gonna make the connection. In the Warrior sequence, when he's walking through the house and he's looking at the, or Pops is watching the footage of one of them wrestling. Brendan wrestling or whatever. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, are they trying to make it like he's listening to his old things here? Like,
interesting. Yeah, I didn't put that together, but I hard to say. You really couldn't hear too much of the detail of the fights, but you could
but
tell it was fight commentary.
but based on what we learn in the movie,
Hmm.
and this is actually the same about if it was his fight versus any other fight, the movie wants you to believe that he doesn't want anything to do with that portion of his life. Why would he be listening to fights on the radio?
It's a good point. Yes. Well,
Hmm.
there are plenty of questions that are raised throughout this film. That certainly is one of them early. Yeah.
Isn't this one of the more interesting things about film is that if you would have just put like just music on the radio, just anything playing on the radio, that no questions would be asked. But when you start diving deep into the movie, it's like, oh, he's listening to fights on the radio. Why? How would he do? What is he? What is this even supposed to be? You're adding more layers to it if you just didn't fucking think he was some madman listening to fights on the radio.
Yeah, yeah, true. I mean, you can make the connections based on a surface level, but I guess they're hoping that no one digs as deep as we go into these things, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's the problem with this because as soon as you start talking about not digging deep, then the train hits him. He's in the car and the train hits him,
Right.
right?
So yeah. So basically, he pulls the car onto the tracks. He knows the train is coming. He's getting ready to end things. He thinks better of it and decides to restart the car to move it off. And the car does, as you said, won't start. So he gets it almost off the track, and the train ends up hitting the back of the car. So he's okay, but still, the train has wrecked his car now.
And that's again where you start questioning. You say that casually. He's okay. Mate, he just got hit by a train. He
Oh,
just got hit by a fucking train with a
that
knife wound.
that is a perfect segue into the next thing that happens, though, because he gets hit by this train. He's bracing, okay, after all of that, and then the lady's number. Frankie, the lady who gave him the number, is still sitting on the dash where he had left it. I said, did he glue it to the dashboard? Like
Dude,
that thing would have been, I mean, like knocked out of the car as probably would he have been. But no, he's okay. The car is now sawn in half, basically, and he sees the number and says, maybe I'll go down to the Keys and become a bouncer after all.
well, when you go back to what she said, he was probably thinking long and hard. He just got his car and home ripped in half, right? Basically by a train. And he's like, damn, she offered me a job where I can get a new car and a new home in one fell swoop. Obviously I need it. Let me go to the Roadhouse now because I have neither of these now. I need something. Like I have to be able to go get a cup of coffee somewhere, like so he
Well, and
takes the advice finally.
Yeah, and I also thought it was kind of a funny thing because we do jump immediately onto the shot of the Greyhound bus that he's going to be taken down there, and I was just like, I guess the cops and the train driver just said, "Damn, that's crazy," and everybody parted ways as friends. I mean, that whole scene, put that out of your mind. It happened. No deeper thought needed about that one either. And as we are watching the bus taking him down, we hear a radio overlay that's basically a station ID for the Florida Keys. But the funny thing to me was that that's all that it said. It was just like, hey, it's blah 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 89.9 for the Florida Keys and nothing else. So it's I guess okay, yeah, we're in the
Broadcast
Keys.
over, dude. I mean, you guys got the facts, you know?
All you needed was it's a station ID and an ID for us as well.
Everybody knows what time that the news plays, and it plays one time. You get the weather, and you get it for the day, and then you come back tomorrow. So
yeah, it would have been nice if we had gotten the weather out of it, but we just got an ID that we are going to the Keys, as if you didn't know that that was the case. But yes, so we are driving on the bridge, and there is a tree growing out of the bridge. That was going to be a note that for a little bit later, but just keep that in mind. It's going to come up in a bit.
Oh, that's actually kind of interesting because yes, we get establishing shots of the beach area. Jake gets off this bus and he puts his bags down. And this young woman who we will learn about a little later, she walks up and she starts talking about a tree. That's exactly how I have it wrote. I'm like, what is she talking about this fucking tree for? So I'm glad you pointed it out because they didn't for the longest time they have a book about this tree and they're talking about this tree and I have no fucking idea what they're talking about. So
I also said the same thing because it's hard for you, like if you know what we're talking about in the movie and you see it like without any frame of reference, you don't really get like I thought that it was a tree in a planter on the bridge. And really it's because it's bridges, it's hard to even identify what like you're supposed to be looking at with it. It's like it looks like it should be fading into the background or just a piece of like something to spruce up the visuals. But it's really just what he's driving past on this bridge, and then she will start talking about it thereafter. But it's hard to make that connection unless you like put the pieces together. Like again, you have to go one step farther in this part. But
yeah.
either way, the roadhouse or the area that he pulls up to, the bus stop, this whole piece of land is like the tiniest little sliver of land. I was like, the Keys in general are kind of like a prime example of mankind inhabiting areas that should not be inhabited. So this reminded me a little bit of like the Solomon Islands. So shout out to Stuart Nickel and all those people out there.
No, when I thought of the shots that we see of the land that they get to use for this movie, all that I thought was they spent most of their budget on Conor McGregor because they only used like 4 locations and like all of the establishing shots are the same. And you get a visual of him driving in on a highway, obviously, later out, and then in during the movie you get the visual of the roadhouse and like that's it. Like these are like the only locations.
You make a really good point that I don't even think that I like cognitively like recognize that, but you're right. This film takes place basically over the course of like a couple of square miles essentially, and like very like 3 or 4 locations, very small movie in like the big picture of everything. Not a lot of variation in what you're going to be seeing, a couple of locations and then a lot of interactions with characters.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, so she's talking about this tree, right? She gives him a book and she's Charlie, by the way. That's exactly how she introduces it. I love it. She's like, I'm Charlie, by the way. Awesome, love it. She's one of the owners, she's one of the co-owners of what we soon to be this bookstore, on the Keys. And she's fun, she's talking about this book like it's a western. She's talking to fucking, I don't know, Dalton is his name. We learn later, I think, very later, but this is Jake Gyllenhaal for the time being. She's just talking up a storm about these books for a minute.
Just coming up to this random guy and introducing herself. Like, I mean, I was just like, it seems like everybody it seemed like an overly friendly sort of interaction, just off rip. Like this dude got off the bus and now she's having this in-depth conversation with him.
Well, she's about her business. I mean, she is trying to get people to go into the bookstore. I mean, he eventually did end up going to the bookstore. But my question is, how old is Charlie supposed to be?
That is so funny that you ask, because she is either supposed to be like somewhere between, I would say, 12 and 17.
See, that's the way her mannerisms are, like the way she communicates with people, it's like she's supposed to be a lot younger than she is. But the way she the way she acts kind of deal, like it's more of like, oh, she's like a young lady kind of
exactly deal. Yes, she's like in this weird middle position because she's a little bit too big to be a young kid, but she acts too young to be an adolescent slash teen. You know what I mean? Or like an older teen.
And she unfortunately doesn't, look. She I don't know. She kind of looks young, but again, she's like kind of taller, and it's kind of I don't know. It's a
That's what
weird.
I mean. Yeah, yeah. This you see this girl and you're like, she's almost ambiguously aged, I guess is what you would say. But yeah, she's been obviously very friendly because she comes up and introduces herself immediately to this guy that just randomly step off of the bus, and he tells her that he's in town to go work at this Roadhouse. They're having
Mhm.
some problems, and she gives him this book about Fred the tree. And I understand the difficulty in putting two and two together because you have to kind of do a little bit more analysis to make the connection. But Fred the tree is that tree that is on the bridge from earlier that we drove past. Again, you have to know these things, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't know the name of the tree was Fred. Actually, I think I have it wrote down somewhere that his name is Fred. But either way, he's telling her that he's going to go work at the Roadhouse, and that's where she says it's like a western. Yes,
Right.
and because he's telling her all the things that he's about to have to do. I got to go solve their problems. Blah 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 blah. And then she gives a look when, or sorry, gives a look when she tells the man he's work. Oh yeah, because we don't know his name yet. That he's working at the Roadhouse, and no name. And she says the name is the Roadhouse. LOL. Like that's the name. It's the
This is a
Roadhouse.
recurring joke in this film. Some of the humor in this film is not bad. Some of it falls a little bit flat at times. But yes, there is a recurring joke that the Roadhouse is called the Road House. And her father, who we find out is the bookstore owner guy, he also comes out and introduces himself. I'm like, why is everyone in this town introducing themselves to this guy? Obviously he just got off the bus, and then he has that little interaction. Pause for laughter, I suppose.
Yeah, and then I think she says welcome to Glass Key. I think that's how she ends it there. Have a
Correct.
good time. Here you
Yes.
are.
And
So
Glass Key, of course, is not a real place. This is a fictional key in the Florida Keys. The Key is a real place, Glass Key not. Just FYI.
yeah, so he begins to walk, and he's on his way to the Roadhouse. It's a beautiful beachfront bar. It is a nice little place. Again, the same establishing shot that the movie ends with, it begins with of the Roadhouse. So you only get again this one visual of the Roadhouse. You don't really get many other views from. I think you get the parking lot view. I think is another option there, but
Right.
other than that, you're not getting many variety here. So Jake walks in, and he gets a long establishing shot. He's looking around. He's getting the atmosphere, getting the environment. What's going
And
on here?
it is very beautiful. I will say that. I mean, a lot, the area, even if it is a kind of a tiny location film, you do get a lot of nice outdoor elements of what you are thinking is the South Florida in there, the Keys. That area is very picturesque, and so
Yes.
are the filming locations.
So he walks in, and he says he sits down and he says, "I'll take a coffee." And the waitress, I don't ever think we know her name, but we probably do, and,
Yeah.
and we'll get to it later. But she says we don't have that, and he's like, "Well, what are you drinking?" And she's like, "Well, I'm drinking coffee." He's like, "Can I get one of those?" And
It's a Cuban coffee, though. It's
oh,
very different.
that's
Very
right.
different.
Gotcha. Yes, she has to actually do a fucking job to make it. So yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
In the Roadhouse, as that interaction, yeah, can I get a coffee? No, we don't have that. What are you drinking? Coffee. I was like, bitch, give me a fucking coffee.
But the problem again is like, what is the director trying to show you? Okay, he's like trying to show you that they're rugged, like they're tough. He's kind of show you like, the Roadhouse. This is the atmosphere. You don't get what you want around here. But he also has it set by the most friendly character in the fucking film. Like, why was she being a dick?
Yeah, no,
Like,
I don't even it was just a weird interaction. Like, I don't know if it was to make her seem tough. I think it was just another comedic moment of like a little bit of levity of like miscommunication. But like, I don't know. I said, yeah, I have in the notes. Perhaps you have problems at this Roadhouse because your wait staff is comprised of dumbasses.
yeah,
But I don't know. I mean, that's again, it's just I think it's a little bit of levity between these two characters early. Misunderstanding. She gives him the coffee eventually.
yeah. So he's looking around and he's having a good time sipping his coffee from a teacup. By the way, this is a very common thing. It was I don't know if it was a teacup, but it is one of those fancy little. He has a fucking cup. Anyway,
Yeah.
very very goofy looking.
Well,
So
but yeah, traditional for Cuban coffee.
a Cuban. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Either way, so Jake looks around and he meets a young bartender. This guy knows who he is. He walks up and he's like, "Dude, what, you're awesome. I know who you are, man. You're the fucking guy, you know, blah 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 blah. And then you know, he takes a sip of his coffee and he really likes his coffee, you know, good coffee, something like that. I don't know why I have it in the fucking notes that he really likes his coffee. So anyway, he takes in the ambiance. It's peaceful, you know.
And I
And
said
then
that the Roadhouse, I actually do like the design, like the set design of it. It's like open air. It's kind of like a nice place to that. Like it looks like it, if it wasn't for all of what we're gonna learn about with all the fighting and whatnot, it seems like a nice place to hang out.
no, absolutely. So cuts to a bar fight being broken up. Yep,
Well,
is
yeah, he's like,
immediately.
you know, you get a little turnaround quick cut because he's like, hey, nice place you got here. It seems very peaceful. And then immediately the band is playing and there is a fight. And it's like, were people waiting for the band to play to start fighting? They're not really like playing fight music, but they're, you know, the band is behind chicken wire. So you know that there is fighting regularly at this bar because they're, you know, they got like a cage in front of them. And we see like beer bottles being randomly thrown. So you have to be pretty tough to be in a band and play at this place, in addition to just being a patron.
What I think is key to note about the Roadhouse is they hire a lot of locals for their music, and they do a decent job of protecting them with this fence that goes around them. It is just a very, very standard, not chain. Is it chain link? I don't know what you want to call it, but it
It's
is
like
a
chicken wire, is what I think it
okay.
is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a nice little fence around them. And sometimes, you know, they, well, and more often than not, they play music that nobody seems to like, you know, and this is a very, very popular theme with a lot of the musicians in this town. They don't understand who they're playing for. They all go to the Roadhouse, but the Roadhouse has a specific set of standards. You know, they want one type of music, but when you got the blind guy who's playing his jazz, it's not what they're wanting, you know?
Which
So
it's very unfortunate because one of the things that I have positive to say about this film is that I think the music is actually pretty damn good in this film. Like you have a lot of different bands, like you're saying, you know, a lot of different musicians and acts are coming into this place. I think I count four in total, and of the four, I think that pretty much all four of them are like really good. This first band actually is one they end up playing a cover of a Slickers song, a reggae song at one point, and I was like, man, I would really like to hear the full version of this song, this cover version, because the lady has a very nice voice. So, you know, unfortunate that they're playing at this establishment. They would probably do better in a different venue.
yeah, so unfortunately, you know, as this bar fight is being broken up, you know, the band is even jumping in this fight. Like they don't even give a shit in this place. You know, if you're coming to mess up the music, as long as the main guy can keep going, the drummer's gonna fuck you up. So you better just watch out. So anyway, the band jumps in, you know, Jake sits patiently. He's enjoying the music. Honestly, I would too. You know, what are you supposed to do? You can't solve everybody's problems, you know, even if you are the cooler. You gotta keep cool, and then you gotta cool the situation. But we don't get there until it gets there. So next part, biker gang shows up. We got a gang rolling up deep. They show up with their bikies, as they call them down under.
Yes, indeed. Yes, the bikies are in full effect. It's dark now, and we see the biker gang roll up. So all of that violence that we just saw was pre-biker gang violence. So now you know that things are about to get a little bit crazier than before. Because the fighting before, you know, was regular bar patron fighting, but the biker gang is going to bring it to another level. So biker dude busts through the door, and he's instantly, the second he's through the door, he's like, it's like a Morgan here. And then he just randomly flips a table. And I'm like, okay, things are starting to get a little bit out of hand just the second that this dude walked into the establishment.
Yeah, I do have that line here that it's like a Morgan here, but I think it's more funny to note that he did just flip a fucking table right away. Like did he, and that's a common theme is whoever is seated closest to the door at the Roadhouse, you are going to get your meal disrupted. Don't fucking think for once because there's two deranged lunatics. We're talking about the first one. There's two deranged lunatics who take their anger out on the first and second table sitting next to the door. It's
Yes,
crazy.
these are
So
very true facts. And I, you know, I was really, this is just an unnecessarily rude biker, is what I said in the notes, you know?
you know, and yeah, it's kind of funny because they have this weird comedic dynamic where they're somewhat nice, and then they have like this stupid arrogant side where they're just acting like fucking like childlike like anger.
That is a good overall note for several scenes where you have the we're gonna be cool and then we're gonna turn on a dime, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's like this kind of push and pull, I guess you could say, with some of these the way that they act.
And I think, you know, it's to the detriment for some of the characters. I think some of them pull it off better than others. I think this main guy right here that we're talking about, he is very good at playing the ha ha, you fucking got me, you know, something
Sure.
stupid like that. You know, he plays very good. But anyway, Frankie gives Jake the look. You know, she's like, hey, this is $5,000. Where you at? This is what I'm paying for. So it's
Right.
it's time to work. And then this is what I was talking about before. Jake walks up and he's, hey guys, let's calm down. And he's like, well, who the fuck are you, Mr. Smiley? Just such an asshole thing to say. Just like he's really good at what he does, by the way.
Yeah.
And Jake's like, let's go talk outside. Let's just go talk outside. And they're like, no, we're not gonna go. And then so Jake politely, very politely interjects, hey, those your guys' bikes outside? And I don't know if you want to
Well, I was just going to
introduce this
say,
guy.
well, yeah, no, I was just before that. He was like, can we talk outside? And he's like, I've got a business to attend to, which is breaking pool cues. I got very important things to do. And he just starts breaking pool cues over his knee. I was like, yeah, I guess he's got a man of priorities. But no, of course, like you said, the bike, takes precedence. But yeah, so he asks if those are their bikes outside, and then you get the lovable comedic relief biker guy who's like, oh yeah, mine is the last one on the right.
Yeah, he's like, it's the red one on the last red one on
Yeah,
the right there.
yeah.
And then so Jake casually just walks out, and the guys like what the fuck? And then it's the funny timing of it where they don't realize that he's walking. Obviously, he's walking out to their fucking bikes, but the comedic relief is that they don't realize it immediately, and then they all scram to go run out the door to him.
Sure.
So we get outside. He asks them to leave again, and they say, no, dude, we're not fucking leaving. We're gonna go in there and we're gonna fuck that bar up. And that girl who the girl who owns it, we're gonna fuck her up too. We're gonna beat her. We're gonna beat everybody in this place because this is what we fucking do. They didn't say it, but that's their plan. What do you think they do here?
Yeah, it's the implication, is that, hey, you're asking us to leave. We don't want to leave, but it's like, obviously, there's a new sheriff in town right now, Mr. Gyllenhaal here. So he asks very nicely and calmly for them to leave. And then when they say no, he says, do you have good insurance? You got dental insurance? You good? Like, how far is the nearest hospital? He is being very considerate regarding the ass beating he's about to lay down on all of these bikers, that we're going to find out here.
Yeah, and then so you get another one from our guy where he's like, I'm not gonna fucking need it, or some shit like that from our main villain here. And then he asks, is there a hospital nearby? Like, and then you get our funny little comedic relief guy once again. He's like, oh yeah, I think there's probably one about 25 minutes away. And
depending on traffic.
Yeah, depending on traffic. There you go. And then, Jake's like, you don't have to do this, Dell. Something like that. Maybe it wasn't Jake who said that. Somebody said.
Was. Oh yeah, yeah. No, he's like,
we know him by Dell at this point.
The main biker guy. Yeah, that's
okay.
his name. He asks him his name and he says it's Dell. He's like, Dell, you don't have to do this. You're going to lose in front of all your friends. And then he's like, oh, they're not here just to watch. And then now it's going to be like a 1 versus 5 fight. And he's like, that doesn't seem very fair. But, obviously he is well equipped to handle it because Jake Dalton over here is about to start whipping everyone's ass kung fu movie style.
Yes, so this is what is key about this. This is the first, the first case of what you get from our main character showcasing his skills and what he decides to use in an immobilizing way. An open hand slap. This is what he does to young children. He slaps them down because that's just how good he is with his slaps, So when it comes to these 5, 6 guys, he slaps them all right to the ground, and he's like, call it a draw, man. You guys can be done. You can go home right now. Just call it off.
Yeah, well, obviously he trained in Stockton. Is what
true. The Stockton slap. You are correct. And so, yes, slaps them all down, tells them to call it a draw, and then you get our main fucking goofball character. What's a draw?
So I was like, who the fuck has never heard of a draw before? The comedic relief guy and one of the other ones has to explain what a draw is to the main character. I'm like, even stupid people know what a draw is. Come on, dude.
See, and that's again with the direction, what are they trying to showcase? They're trying to show you that this dude is not stupid. Like he knows nothing. Like he has nothing going around in his brain. He's like, what's a draw? And they're like, well, we both kind of win, and he's like, man, fuck you, and then he, obviously gets beat up again.
Resumes, yeah.
So he gets beat up. And then, he's like, oh, dude, I think our friendly character, he's like, dude, you broke my arm after he whoops their ass. And he's like, well, good news. There's a hospital about 20 minutes away. Call back to about 5 seconds ago where he said that funny little line and then broke the guy's arm. Just kind of funny. Kind of funny. It was
Yeah,
okay.
and there was also the like, oh, these guys need medical attention. And he's asking
Yes.
Frankie, who had come outside, can I borrow a car for this? She's like, literally, who cares? And I don't want to be too mean here, because overall, I would say that most of the acting in this film is serviceable at the very least. I don't really think that there's any like, well, we'll talk about maybe some, but for the most part, I think the acting is okay. Frankie Frankie is very beautiful, by the way. This the lady who plays Frankie is really gorgeous. I guess she was on the Daily Show. She's more of like a comedian, but her acting is not the strongest, I would say personally.
I actually don't mind these first initial scenes that we have with her. I think later she tries to maybe do a little more that's not really working. But I think right here, I think she landed the who the fuck cares about these guys? I'm not giving you a car to take them to the hospital. Like what?
Well,
Which
she
I
certainly is going to, though.
yeah, well, which I also think is another point. Again, back to the direction. It's like they had this really funny thought, like, oh, he's gonna hurt them, and then he's gonna take them to the hospital. It's gonna be really funny, but I think it's kind of a really stupid plot point for him to actually take them to the hospital and
Yeah,
then
it's comedic. It's obviously comedic. It's intended comedically, but based on what we're going to be seeing later in the film, it is a little ridiculous. Like once you know the full extent of everything that's going on in this moment, if everything had been like on like a normal situation, like and these were just like your average biker, wild people or whatever, then it would have been funny and you could have just like left it at that. But what we're going to find out later, like yeah, it is kind of ridiculous, but it is very funny that they are all driving very quietly in the car 25 minutes to the hospital and listening to Kokomo by the Beach Boys in silence. I thought that was pretty funny.
yeah, so and then they get to the hospital and then everybody's filling out their paperwork, and everybody's sitting there waiting in the waiting room and the nurse at the desk is like, are these guys your friends? And Jake Gyllenhaal, again, funny moment, funny guy. No, I just broke his arm, and then he just leaves and walks off. So
Yeah,
it's a
he's
good
like
time.
he's pointing out and saying, this guy's got a broken this, he's got a concussion, etc., explaining it all, and then he goes to leave, and this is where, of course, we are introduced to Doctor Spanish Batty, who is that Daniela Melchior, whatever that you had
I think she's
introduced earlier.
French.
Actually, she is Portuguese, and
Nice.
the reason that I know this is because there is her and then one other character who in the Keys you might expect them to have maybe Cuban accents, close to Cuba, of course, other Spanish accents perhaps. They have none of those. They have very indistinct accents from European-esque. Like it was like, what are these accents? So I had to know, and it turns out, yes, she is from Portugal. But
Nice.
yeah,
Okay. Well, either way,
yes.
love to see her in this movie because I thought she did very good in the Suicide Squad. So in this movie, she shows up and she clearly sees our guy and she likes what she sees because clearly she can't get enough of this dude. And from this moment on, she never stops looking for this dude and trying to hang out with him, which if you guys are lucky out there, a girl like this will want you as bad as she wanted Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm just letting you know right now it's possible.
But it's not going to come super easy. Another note for that sentiment because she's got to give him a hard time about kicking so much ass.
Yeah, true. He's like, I hurt people for money is what he says basically, and he's bleeding and she wants to help. No one wins in a fight. It's like, or she says, do you win often? Do you lose often? I forget what she says, but his main line, his main thing is like, nobody wins in a fight. That's supposed to be the bar, right? That's the
Right.
trailer moment right there. That's what the trailer shot. That's what we all signed up for. And then she asks why.
She asks, you like to fight, do you win? And I'm like, did you not see the other five guys?
True.
Obviously, he wins his fights, but yes, no one ever wins in a fight. War is not the answer. And then doesn't want painkillers or stitches
Right.
for the wound because she had seen that he was bleeding out of the stab wound area, and that's why she's like, "Hey, come back into the hospital. I need to treat you here."
And I think it's another interesting to note when you bring up back to the stab wound is like they really wanted to show that this dude was just such a badass. He won a fight with a stab wound. Like could have there's if they didn't even have that initial scene where the dude stabs him and just like runs off like a bitch, they could have just had him get stabbed in this scene right here with the five guys fighting him. Like it's just like they added an extra thing when it could have just happened here. You know, it's kind of an extra step to get to the same place, if that makes sense.
You need it drilled into you that this guy is superhuman, essentially,
True.
but
Well,
also the nicest guy too. This is his character, basically.
I was gonna say this fits more in line with like the Fast and the Furious type characters. Like these aren't superheroes, but they are definitely superhuman. Like
Yes.
they can do things that we don't normally see people do, and you're just supposed to go with it. You know. So
Exactly. Yes, I think that the Fast and Furious is actually a very good comparison for this the feeling that you should have and the mindset that you should have in a movie like this.
100%. So anyway, she asked, you know, the why do you do it? And I actually don't think I wrote down if he gives an answer on why he does it. I don't think he
He just
maybe
kind of
answers yet.
shrugs. He's just like, eh.
So she puts band-aids on his wound, basically, you know, puts a little gauze on there, tapes it up, and then yeah, actually, you brought up a great point before I get into the next one. He denies antibiotic or not antibiotics, denies painkillers. You know, that's again, he's supposed to be a Chad. What would a real Chad do in this moment? How would he impress the girl? How would he get the girl? No
Well,
painkillers,
and
none.
one thing that I do actually, if to get into just a very little filmmaking element of it, if you want to, again, this is not really a type of movie where you want to go too deep into it, but he says at that point, he's like, I deserved it. I want to pay for it. And I was like, that's actually an interesting little layer to the character because it's saying like, I do these things. This is the life that I have. This is what we'll find out, of course, about his backstory, etc. That it kind of speaks to like, he like the genuine kind of good guy that he is. He's like, I deserve this pain. Like I'm going to endure this pain intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it from the perspective like, oh, he was hoping he got stabbed so he can just bleed out and die. Like, I mean, you know, he was just sitting on the train tracks one scene later waiting for the train to hit him. I mean, sure, but like, I don't think it reads that way when you watch it in the order that the film has put it in. You know, you watch it and you're like, holy shit, he got stabbed and had no pain. And then you watch it and he's like, oh, he's depressed. He got hit by a train. And now he's with the girl and he's like, no painkillers. I'm okay. I deserve this pain, you know, and like, sure. I mean, but like you're just hammering home how tough this guy is. Like
Oh,
that's
for
what you're
sure. Yeah.
trying to showcase to the audience. You know, for the people that are supposed to relate to this guy, they're supposed to feel like, man, if I go to the hospital, I don't need antibiotics. Fuck, I'm okay. Like, you know,
Serves a dual purpose, perhaps.
I agree. It's a movie, you know, obviously. But anyway, she gives him antibiotics, and what I would like to say is I don't normally know too much, but I don't think you just give people pills and they walk out. I think there's a whole process that
Like a
has to be done there.
prescription thing. Yeah,
Yes,
you
you
could
know,
go you
and
go to a pharmacy, those kind of no,
correct.
she
Yeah,
hands him a bottle and says, take the full cycle and get the hell out of here.
correct. Yeah. So as a nurse, she's doing a lot of things that are not very good for her to keep her job. I would say this is some shady stuff going on, and she was about to just hop him full of fucking painkillers too. Is the crazy part. He didn't even get checked in. He just walked away from the woman at the check-in desk. So she's doing a lot of stuff off the books. I'm just saying, I don't think that's how hospitals work, but I have never been to the Keys.
The rules are different in the Keys was what I was just about to say.
Yes. So anyway, we cut to these stupid people in a car. I don't know. This next scene, we got these two knuckleheads just in a car. I forget what these people are off the back of my head, but they are stupid people. I can tell you
Well,
that.
so it's dudes in a car, and one of the dudes is whittling. If you are,
Yes.
if you don't know what whittling is, it is taking a knife and trimming down a rough twig or stick. And they're scoping out our guy Dalton here. And I said, who the hell whittles inside of a car? There's going to be splinters everywhere. So yes, Chase, they are rather stupid, I would say.
No, they are 100% stupid because the next line is like, dude, what are you whittling? And if the bar that he drops isn't one in the million, he says, a smaller stick? Like,
Yeah.
are you fucking stupid? Like, what are you talking about? Like, ugh.
Yep. Indeed. Yeah. It's what are you whittling? A stick? What's it going to be? A smaller stick. It's like,
Like,
yeah, funny line, but again, just the pulling splinters out of your upholstery just seems rather ill thought out.
and you know, once again, we get back to what is the director trying to show you? No, they're not stupid. They are like beyond nothing turning, no gears in the brain turning. Like so, the spectrum is you are either superhuman and nice, or you are villain and dumb as rock.
I,
Like
I, I
that's
I guess you have to sell the concept that like based on what we're going to be getting into with the rest of all that happens that they're just that dumb that all of the king's horses and all the king's men cannot take out this one guy in this one roadhouse.
True. You are not. You're cooking.
Yeah.
You are not wrong. I like it. So anyway, they're looking for Jake, which I keep listing him as Jake up until this point because again, I still don't think we know his name. Do we not? Like, did they talk? Did they
Well,
exchange names?
the kid, the young bartender guy, not bartender, but the guy that will eventually
He
be the
said it
other.
at that point.
He said it at the beginning. He's like Dalton, I'm a big fan. That was
Okay,
yeah, that
but we
guy
don't
had
know
said
if
it.
that's his first or last name yet.
He said
Which
his first and last name.
okay, okay,
It's
okay.
Elwood Dalton.
Yes, by the way, that is a interesting thing to note. Elwood Dalton. We'll talk about that later. But either way, so we're back to the Roadhouse. And he's talking to Frankie and he's getting his check. He gets his money. It's actually not a
White
check, it's
envelope,
actually
yeah.
white envelope full of cash, no checks around here. All under the table because where is he gonna get there's no bank in the Keys that's not ran by Dell and his fucking crew, so you can't do shit around here.
True.
So get the money in cash, call it a day. She's talking a storm. Frankie has a fucking deal about talking. She's a chatterbox. I mean, if you have learned one thing from Jake so far from meeting him in this movie, he no long talk. He's ready to just get up and go. But she has a way to just talk and talk and talk. So she's talking a while. She's got dreams for the Roadhouse, and he's got a question. Why is it called the fucking Roadhouse? Like, what's the deal with the Roadhouse? Is it the Roadhouse? Is it the house? Roadhouse? What is it? And she lets him in on the secret. Her dad named it. It's the Roadhouse.
Uncle, but yes, yeah, it's the uncle was the owner of the Roadhouse. Is it one words? It's two words. I'm like, this scene, it's like a getting to know you kind of scene with a little bit of exposition, and then finding out that he's eventually going to be on this houseboat, which by amazing coincidence Frankie also owns and was also named by her uncle. So the Roadhouse is the Roadhouse, the boat is the boat. It's like, okay, we can push on. This is going to be an eventual note is that I think that this movie could have benefited from being a little bit shorter, just a little bit.
I again, we could have cut out the dude stabbing him in the beginning. That could have took out 5 minutes of the runtime right there for you, and he could have just got stabbed by Dell and his boys. But no, you are making, we talk about the Roadhouse. We have the Roadhouse joke so much, like, and then she even says it's a unique sense of humor that he has, like, okay, director, we get it. It's a shitty joke that you think lands. I don't know. Like, if you think it lands that bad, just go tell it to your fucking friends. Like, because we don't want to hear it. Make something else about it or just cut all this shit out of it. We don't need to hear Frankie say, I got a houseboat for sale. It barely floats and it was mine, but you got to watch out for the croc. Oh, by the way, my uncle named the boat. And then it's the boat, like, it's just like, sure, it's funny if you're like sitting there, like, I don't know, with brain on zero. I guess.
Again, yes. Again, back to just the original note. Watch the film one time and turn your brain off, and this will all go by. Like this. What I will say is that none of these things, like, of course, we're lingering on them because we're doing the review, but like it doesn't stay so long that it like overplays the hand, but it is a little bit unnecessary, especially if you've watched it now as many times as we have.
Yeah, no, definitely. Once I got back to it and I remembered all of these, like, because again, it's been a while since I watched the original, or not the original, but like the original sitting of me watching the 2024 one. It's been a while, and then when I came back to it, I'm like, oh man, that joke. It didn't age well. Like I didn't remember it, and I come back to it. I'm like, man, that shit still kind of sucks. Anyway,
Yeah.
so and then you get an opening shot of the boat, which is named the boat. Ha
Yep.
ha 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 ha. It was a good one, guys. Did we all laugh when we saw it? I mean, it looked really really funny. And Dalton's moving stuff, and then he takes a seat, and then a guy's on a dock. Is there anything else you want to say before we talk about the guy on the dock?
No, well, I mean, literally what I just said, I have in the notes just to say the nice thing about this movie is that scenes move pretty quickly. So if the scene is bad or boring, you never have to be in it for too long. But yes, then we do get to the dock owner, and he warns about the crocodile, which Frankie had also said something about in the previous scene. And indeed, Florida has both alligators and crocodiles in the South. This movie does setups and payoffs in rapid succession at times. That's a general note here because, like I said, crocodile from Frankie, crocodile from the dock owner.
Yeah, true. He sits there, he's on the dock, and he tells him to watch out for that damn croc, and then and Dalton's like, man, everybody's talking about these crocodiles and shit. Anyway,
similar also to the hospital is 25 minutes away, and then we get another payoff for that immediately after as well. It's like a very quick setup and payoff system that this movie runs through.
Yeah, and then so Dalton stares off at the water, and then we get a flashback that begins. And this is I mean, it's a flashback. It's not very too much of a crazy thing. Dalton's walking out. He's walking out inside the UFC to, I don't know if you caught this, the music, right? And I know you might be a big music guy, but the song that was playing for his walkout was a rip off of Master of Puppets by Metallica.
Yeah, that's funny because there's going to be another ripoff of a Metallica song later in the film.
Nice.
But
Okay.
yes, so yeah, this is our first introduction to anything MMA, UFC related here. So yeah, he's in the marina, he's looking over it, and then we get this match cut of his back. We see his back in the marina, and we get a match cut, and it's him doing a UFC walkout. Buff is in the film, and he is announcing this. This is the UFC middleweight title that he is going to be fighting for here. And Dalton looks to be. I thought that he looked to be a little bit undersized for middleweight, but it turns out that Jake Gyllenhaal is 6 foot tall. So maybe it just was the way that I don't know, maybe the way that it looked on film or whatever. But that was, I would have kind of put him more as a welterweight, but he is announced as the challenger, and then he gets woken up from a slumber and he's back on the houseboat. So it's not really a very long scene. You get to hear Buff announce him as the challenger, and then we're back to reality.
Yeah, 100%. So he gets woken up by the bartender from earlier who did not want to give him a Cuban coffee. She wakes him up. She stumbles onto the boat. She is taking charge. She's ready to get Dalton up and at it. She's got him breakfast. She's got him coffee. There's no doorbell on the boat. Ha 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 ha. There's the
That
funny line.
I did kind of like that one. The delivery was pretty funny. She's like, yeah, she's like, Dalton, there's no doorbell, probably because it's a boat. I was like,
Yeah.
okay. I got a slight little laugh at it. Again, some of the humor lands a little bit better than others, but overall, most of the humor is a little cheesy in this film, but it's fine, whatever.
Yeah, and then you want me to help you unpack? He's like, I just have a suitcase. He's like, it's crazy, whatever. So
She
she's
brought a
got,
nice spread for him for breakfast, though. Empanadas, let's go.
that's what I said. She got him a good amount of options for the morning. I mean, it's not like she got him breakfast. She said, "Do you want this, or this for breakfast?" And I don't remember which one he chose. To be honest, I don't think he chose anything by the end of the scene, if I'm not wrong.
I just opened something and just kind of started eating, but I don't know if that is because she is a larger woman or not. If that was a little joke on that, but either way,
So she explains that they've went through a couple bouncers already, and this is,
right?
this is not their first go around, but she's kissing ass. She's trying to make Dalton feel like he's one in a million here because they need somebody to protect them. Have you seen these fights that go on at this fucking place? I mean, they attack the fucking band, guys. It's rowdy as ever at this place. But the bartenders, they're normally safe because they have to obviously give the drinks out. So
True.
it's whatever. But so, he thanks her, obviously. He's very, very nice. Again, there's superhuman and nice. He's like Superman, very, very much so. He's, indestructible. And then he also has like the very, hand on your shoulder type thank you
Yeah,
mentality. So,
absolutely. Yeah, and he carries that throughout most of this film, and it serves the character again, and also, in relation to the original film, like the original film and this do not have a whole lot of overlap. I would say there are like a few, kind of if you dig deep into it, there's a couple of little callbacks to the
the
original film.
lore, it's
Yeah,
probably deep.
it's like it's their name and sort of the vibe is similar, but like the character, I think portrays the same sort of attitude as the original, and I think that serves this environment as well. So I like the way that he's portraying this character.
Yeah, absolutely. And then so Dalton, the next scene begins. Dalton is walking out on the keys on the one of two sets that we get. Of course, the bookstore. He's
Right.
walking around, and people are recognizing him. They're like, "Hey, Dalton, how you doing today, man?
Yeah.
How's it
I
going?"
said that Glass Key has become Cheers apparently because everyone knows Dalton's name. He's been in town literally one day.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, did you not see what he did at the bar? Then everybody goes to the Roadhouse. It's the only
True.
thing to do on this strip. They all live across the street, probably. So, either way,
It's a good point.
yes, he walks in, after being noticed by everybody, and he wants to know if they have a computer. And then he also jokes with her about returning the book. I forget what he says, but it was some stupid joke. Maybe you have wrote it down.
Well, nah, they're just kind of talking about. She found the book that like she thinks represents him, and it's about a mysterious man who comes into town and has to take care of the place. Something paralleling what's going on in the story. It's just kind of a brief little scene to establish more of a relationship between this girl and Dalton.
Yes, this youngish woman in Dalton. See, again, this is going back to what age is she potentially supposed to be. I understand that this is like not not like a boyfriend girlfriend type of thing, but the dad not being weirded out by this dude and his like kind of youngish daughter being like best friends all this. He just shows up to town. Now he's fucking, I don't know.
No,
Like,
I understand where you're coming from, but like she is just sort of at the bookstore by herself a lot of times. So
and then even with the goons in the situation, it's like none of them, it like, if these are goons, I know this is a movie or whatever, but like, they never really implicitly say what like the intentions are. It's like they're just like destroying the stuff. Like whatever happens to Charlie, it normally just like works out in the end. It's not like I don't know. So it is
oh
kind of
well,
like a
yeah, we'll get
childlike.
sure, yeah,
Uh,
absolutely, yeah, no, no, most definitely, and we'll definitely get to that aspect of things a little bit later on there. But yeah, I would put her at about like 15 is what I think the like implication would be, and it's an innocent relationship with Dalton, and in this film world and everything, and it just kind of stays there, which is fine.
yeah.
But so yeah, the so he's there, using the computer, and they talk for that little bit, and then some of those biker guys are out at the liquor store, which is like next door to the bookstore, and they're just causing random mischief. It would seem like I guess they stole something out of the store or something like that. And she grabs a bat, tells them to leave, and one of them is one that Dalton had beat up the night before, and he kind of like gives this little like nod and look to Dalton, like, "Hey, I acknowledge that. I'm gonna head out or whatever." And this is where we find out that this young girl's mother had passed away.
Before that portion, I wanted to ask if you noticed the guy that got beat up by Dalton the first time in the group. Did you not notice how big of a man he was trying to get on that little bike?
He is a very yes, he's a larger guy, very stocky, big belly, and the bike was rather small for a big build like that.
Yeah, it was definitely unfortunate for him as an actor. They were like, that's what you got to get on, dude. At the end of the shot, you're going to get on that bike. And they probably had to cut a little short because he had to like, like do like, anyway. So
True,
yes,
that's
her,
acting.
yeah, for sure. So her dad is off at a second job, right? And the bookstore was her mom's, and she's the one who passed away. And shit happens here. It's just always a beautiful day, as it
Yeah,
seems, or something. She drops a bar right there. It was kind of fire. They
yeah,
saved the best lines for the best characters, of course.
true. Yeah, no, and all of that was fine. You just have a nice little scene there. The guys end up leaving, and that's pretty much where that ends. I mean, just another little piece of exposition about this character, the kid and the dad having the second job and everything. So obviously they're not made of money.
Now, the next scene that's about to begin, I would say it's fine for the time being, but once we get a little later in the film, and I'll definitely bring it up, this movie has an interesting way of throwing main-ish characters at you well during the movie. So this is the first main-ish character that we're gonna meet. He's getting a shave on a boat right here. This is clearly, we're getting rich guy vibes. He's on a yacht. He's demanding that his face gets shaved by the young Hispanic man that is working on the boat. And the bad guy doesn't want to wait for calmer water. He tells the goon, dude, he calls the goons pussies. You guys are fucking weak. Shave my face right now on the boat. And he wants to talk to Dell, but Dell's still in the hospital. So whatever the deal is, get to shaving, and then he starts shaving, and then he cuts him, and then you motherfucker. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad again, and then he gets cut again by the dude. You know what? Ask the funny goon to tell him about the bouncer. Yeah, so I forget what was happening. But anyway, this whole scene is just about him shaving. It was really stupid for a little bit of it, and then he cuts him like twice. He gets mad. I don't really like that whole first portion of it because they're not really saying much that I care about, unless you have
Yeah.
more to say.
Well, no, okay. So just directly after the previous scene with the daughter, there is a small scene that got skipped over where Dalton does go back to the Roadhouse and ask Frankie like why everybody seems to know his name or whatever, and Frankie says that word gets around fast on the island. So just again, more world building with that, but that's
You're definitely right. I did mistakenly skip over that small little portion there, but yeah, there wasn't really too much. So
yeah,
continue.
exactly. Not a huge thing, but I only wanted to get that out of the way because the scene that you just outlined is so fucking uncomfortable to me. Every time that I remembered it from the first watching and like having to rewatch it, I got really like antsy watching it because yes, this is it's trying to establish, I guess, that this character that is this kind of boss character that's supposed to be, we're going to find out is like the main baddie, but then there's like a second layer to it that we'll get to.
And then
But
there's a third layer to it, really. But
absolutely, yeah, it's layers on layers. But yes, this main bad guy is getting shaved. He's sitting in the center of the back of the boat, and there's waves crashing on either side of him. The guy has a straight razor trying to do this shave. It just made my skin crawl that you have a blade that close to this dude's neck in an environment like that, and he's just saying, that's supposed to be okay with it, and then he keeps getting cut with it. I'm like, oh, every time it just made my fucking skin crawl. I did not like that. And also, I didn't really think that it established what they were trying to establish with him very well. I was like, you're trying, I guess, to show that this is like some kind of wild man, but then he's also not really that much of a wild man. Like it's just odd. Like it's an odd thing. I like it's almost like a power dynamic with these guys that like they're trying to establish with him as well. But I didn't really think that it accomplished that. It just turned out to be somewhat of an uncomfortable scene where he's trying to have this shave. He's trying to chastise his worker guys and doing it in a kind of a crazy way. It just seemed odd to me.
Yeah. So, and then I think again, what is the director trying to show you with this scene? Like they're trying to show you like he's fearless or something, like he doesn't care about, like he lives on the brink of life, he'll let a man shave him when it's rough water. When it's
Right.
calm, no, he doesn't get a shave. When it's rough is when he. So it's just interesting to introduce that character in such a way, because it doesn't really play later. We'll talk
Yeah.
about why.
And also because the end of the scene, like he's saying, oh, the captain says it's going to be smooth sailing. He gets cut several times, and then he walks up to the cockpit of the boat and punches the captain in the face because the boat is too rough or the waters are too rough. And
Yeah.
it's just like it doesn't. Yeah, I again, it was an uncomfortable scene without like necessarily needing to be that. But I guess you got to introduce the main bad guy somehow. So fine.
There is a funny scene that happens in between where where he punches the captain, which I did write verbatim. Villain gets cut shaving again, walks up and punches captain of the boat. Yeah, so that is exactly what happens verbatim. But first, they're talking about Dalton. They're like, "What? Who is this guy? Who's this bouncer?" And he's like, "I don't know. He's just strange and shit like that. He's like Mr. Rogers and shit. That's just like a stupid fucking thing that they say. Real interesting guy. Ha ha ha." So stupid moment. But yes, then ends up getting up, punches the captain of the boat. I'm surprised he didn't beat up his guy with the razor first. Why didn't he throw him off the boat? That would have really established, like, oh yeah, he's
Yeah, because that's the whole thing is like you're supposed to get the whole impression of like, oh, it's one of these kinds of guys, but then he doesn't necessarily portray that a ton throughout the movie. To a minor extent, you can tell that he's like a guy who will go there, I guess. Obviously he's a criminal kind of a character, but like it's just an odd introduction for this guy for the sake of being an odd introduction. I is how I kind of looked at it.
But either way, we go back to the Roadhouse,
Of
and the
course.
and the music fucking jumps, and we are ready to go, and the guy gets mad that this ain't the Stones. What are you doing? I told you at the beginning, guys. If you play the wrong shit, you will get told.
Well,
Continue.
this is very unfortunate though, because yes, we are back at the Roadhouse with a new, slightly less talented band, perhaps, but still not bad. And the band is playing a song. Chase, they are praising the Lord for Southern women and fried chicken. What is this guy mad about?
I,
These are things you should be praising the Lord for.
and you can tell that this is not something that the everyday man should get mad about, because the guy in the back was very upset by this dude disrupting it. You know how mad he was? He threw a fucking bottle at this guy. This might have been Tom fucking Brady in this fucking bar. Like, he beamed him in the back of the head with a bottle, like, and it shattered to pieces. You know how hard he had to throw it? Like, glass bottles don't just break, and if it hits a human, it's probably not gonna fucking break like that, dude. Like, dude, he beamed him with it. Anyway, so obviously these guys start fighting, and the guy throws a bottle and whatever, but the other guy starts fighting, and now Dalton is able to clock that this guy he's got a knife under his shirt. The guy in the flannel shirt, he's got a knife. So what you should do.
One of the references to the original movie, by the way.
Oh, is that it's another Sunny reference of him doing an ocular pat down. He was able to assess the situation and clock that he had a knife under it. Anyway,
Well, see, they're also referencing the original movie, so there you go.
so either way, yes, the guys start fighting, and Dalton, he clocks the knife, and he tells the young bouncer, he stops him that he was gonna walk over there and he was gonna go break it up, and he's like, hey, that guy's got a knife. What you're gonna do is you're gonna take a big step back and you're just gonna punch him straight in the face. Now, in any other real world scenario, do not try this at home. You will get stabbed. You will bleed to death. You will get stabbed multiple times. Dude, if you think in prison they can just step back and they are safe, no, you will get stabbed so many fucking times. Normally you're stepping backwards into the knife. That's the problem. Just don't try this at home. You are going to die. Now
I
this
did.
kid, on the other hand, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just like that. You're right. When he pulls out the knife, you just step back and pop him in the face. I said, it's just that easy, Chase. Look
It's
at these.
just that easy. You just evade knife and spam X and just like it's crazy. And so what this kid does is just that. He walks in there with no fucking fear. To a man with a knife, right? He pulls it out. He takes a step back. And now when I say a step back, I don't mean he jumps backwards. No, he takes maybe a step where he evades his belly, where this dude is just right out of reach. And then punches him right in the face, right in the kisser, and that's it. That's how you
Yeah.
defend a knife. That is how
So
you kill somebody with a punch versus a knife.
I was gonna say, surprisingly, this actually works out 100%. How nice that that is the case. And then Dalton, of course, comes in to assist, breaks the dude's wrist. And then bar helper Billy, I guess, is this kid, that guy that you were talking about, the young guy. He tosses him, and then it's on to the next fight at the pool table, and all people do in this bar is fucking fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And and then so we got our bartender. That I forget her. Do we know her name? What is her name?
Oh, God, I think her name is Laura.
I
I
thought
think.
that's what I think I said later, but I thought that was the main girl's name. I thought that was the nurse.
No, nurse is L.
Okay, see how I can be confused. One of them's L and one of them's Laura. Anyway,
I just call her Dr. Batty,
I
the
have
love interest.
yeah, yeah. You don't want to hear what I have. Anyway, Laura, Laura, obviously steps in and she's telling Dalton, like, man, this is really good that you got him to do this because he was not a good bartender. It's like, how does nobody have like friends? Like, how do we have friends in this neighborhood if we just talk shit about each other? We have no uplifting qualities. It's like, not, hey, he's doing a great job because, he's using the skills that he was birthed with, not
Oh,
he was shit
it's
at this fucking job,
it's a light jab, I think that she,
Talk about somebody behind their back, like,
come on. I don't. I think she is being a little bit facetious in that.
but
Just kind of a fun thing to say after seeing him kick so much ass, I guess.
what I think is funny, so this scene ends there, and we get to this next scene, and I
Mm.
think what the director was trying to imply with this next scene, because the next scene that we get is Dalton on the boat, and he's working out, he's doing some
Pull ups and
calisthenics,
yeah,
yes, and sit
crunches and
ups and
stuff.
crunches and pull ups, and the director was trying to, I think he was going for like. He saw a taste of action. Now he's ready. He's like getting locked back into it. I don't know because he hasn't been working out. You would have seen him working out on the side of the road before if he was like the main workout kind of guy. Now he gets a boat and he's cool enough to work out like without weights. Like he's probably been doing that the entire time. But I think it's interesting to note that I think now that he's like back in the game, he's like, I gotta get in shape because I'm like now I'm the bouncer here. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think that it's to get some screen time for Gyllenhaal's ridiculous abs and body in this film, and then
True.
B, you got to justify that somehow, so you got to show him working out sometime.
True. But back to the what are they trying to portray for the audience? This guy got completely ripped doing calisthenics. He's been broke. He's never seen a gym. He has no gym pass. Where does he even shower at this point? Now that I'm thinking about all these questions, if he doesn't have a Planet Fitness pass, I mean,
I mean,
listen,
maybe he did back when he had the shitty car, but either
true.
way, I mean, if I cannot stress to you how ripped he is, so it is kind of like you got to justify that in some way, shape, or form.
The way that it looks, and this is again, and I'm not trying to implicate anybody by saying this. Obviously, Jake Gyllenhaal is an actor, and some actors, when they get into certain companies, they're able to get physiques that they were not once able to obtain without enhancements. The way that it looks for Jake Gyllenhaal, he looks a lot like what Josh Emmett's body looks like, and I'm not trying to say anything about either one of them, but from my perspective, Jake Gyllenhaal probably had to take some supplements to get this physique, and the way that it looks is very similar to what Josh Emmett looks like.
I
So
think he was having some recreational time with Antonio Tricoli, huh?
right. So either way, so the next day, and this is actually interesting because I don't remember this portion of this next scene that we're going to get into. I don't remember this part getting established when I first watched this movie. So I thought this was just a background character that just became, part of the crew. But knowing that we actually established this character, I actually kind of like this part. So Dalton walks up and he's on the beach, and this is the first time we've seen probably the outside of the Roadhouse. Like this isn't far away. This is probably just right on the beach, right off
It's
the
right
water.
next door, basically. Yeah.
Yes. So he walks up to the shop, the surf shack or some shit, whatever these Kahuna stands have. He was out.
Cabana.
Yeah, whatever. So he walks up and Dalton's like, "You're Reef, right?" Like, or he's like, "Hey, what's your name?" Reef. They know each other in some capacity. He knows Reef. His name is Reef, like
Because
Coral Reef.
he had been in the bar earlier, like during the last round of all of the all of the fighting and stuff. So he kind of came out afterwards and he was like, "Hey, do I see cuts on your knuckles there?"
Oh,
And
did it? Oh, yeah, no, that yeah, this is that scene. Yeah, so he was
yes,
talking about the blood on the knuckles. He's like, man, is that is that it's a quick combo if you used to box or something like that. And then the next scene, you get quickly into introducing him as part of the Roadhouse crew, throwing people out of the bar. I mean, he was a natural, really. He jumped right into the position. It was just takes one. Dalton is key into the role. This is a sign of a good manager. They know how to spot the people who know how to do the job right. It's not like he went out and found a bunch of fucking sissies. No, he went to the dude on the beach who clearly knows something, and he got him right on the crew with the other young prodigy. He's gonna get him. Look, the Roadhouse is getting right, guys. This is
exactly.
good management right here.
Yeah, he's recruiting him into the operation. The kid had said he did a little boxing in college or whatever, and it's prime exact right person to be on the team. So now it's a 3-man bouncing team essentially. But Dalton, of
Yes.
course, leading the charge and all of that.
Hell yeah. And then we get a montage of them breaking up fights, and Dalton smiling, he's having a good time. He might as well have given him a thumbs up if he wasn't the cooler, if he wasn't
Well,
so damn cool.
but I mean, before that, we can't skip over the fact that we cut to band number 3. And I said that, this is quite the musical rotation that the Roadhouse has. Band number 3 is an upbeat Zydeco band. This dude is rocking the washboard on the belly, that one of those washboards that you wear like almost like a chain, like a suit of armor kind of thing, So he's got that over his shoulders there. And I think that the better than band number 2, but band number 1 is still my favorite by a slight margin. But I liked the song that they were singing in this one. They were singing a song about getting loaded on gin and whiskey, which I was like, appropriate for the setting, obviously. But it's a song that has been stuck in my head since I was watching the movie. I'm telling you, the music in this film is not bad.
I think what's another good callback moment, which probably doesn't get paid off, it gets paid off decently. I think Dalton was telling the younger guy. I forget it. I'm going to call him Blake or something. Am I
Billy.
close? But there we go. I was close. Billy, he teaches him earlier. I think it was with the guy who tried to stab him and he punched him. He's like, you got to lift with your knees, whatever. And then you get a moment here where the young prodigy Billy is teaching our guy Reef. He's like, hey man, you got to lift with your knees. And it's like, man, look, he's passing on. They're all just one big group. I
Set
even
up and
wrote
payoff.
I even wrote right here, it's pretty wholesome to be honest. Always lift with your knees. It kind of brought a tear to my eye. Like, man, they're a team. They're such a
Yeah.
fucking team.
Exactly. Right. And then, as you said, more bar fighting, of course. And now the surfboard guy, Reef, is bouncing as well. And, 3 fights within the span of 15 seconds. And you get the nice lift with your knee set up and quick payoff callback. Everything is going pretty good as far as the Roadhouse goes at this moment.
Yeah, up until we got this unruly customer who is clearly shit faced. He's just having too much of a time. Let me get another drink. We got Laura declining him a drink. You get no more drinks. You know what he's going to do? I'm going to take that fucking bottle. I'm getting me a drink. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want around here. And you know what? That is not what we're going to do. Dalton appears. It just teleports. When it comes to certain situations, Dalton knows when it's not Billy and Reef's time, when it's his time. So Dalton shows up. And I'm talking about just fucking shows up and then escorts him out, and then just, casually escorts him out. Nothing too crazy, really. Escorts him
Well,
out.
that's what I think you've been saying, a lot of times. What are they trying to show? What I liked about this little scene here is that it does show that Dalton is a fair bouncer. This guy was not being violent. He was just too drunk. He's, escort the guy out, takes the keys, come pick him up in the morning. We get you a cab. If you are a good dude, a good person, he's treating you well. He's not going overboard with his authority in the Roadhouse. He's just doing his job.
I actually like that. I did not catch that one, but I do really respect the fact, some people are, they own a bar, they're running a bar. They know people are getting intoxicated. Some people they go over that limit a lot quicker than others. Some people go past that limit. Not everybody is a bad customer, is an unruly customer. Not everybody is starting fights or whatever. Some people do just need to be shown the exit and take their keys and send them on their way. They'll
Exactly.
sober up.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, he, escorts him out. I also did want to mention that if this was filmed in the late 90s, that person who was playing that character would have been played by Horatio Sands because he looks a lot like him, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so that guy gets escorted out, of course, and now outside, the biker boys are back and they are in full force at the edge of the Roadhouse coming off the road. You see their headlights there. They sort of just look at Dalton, from the distance. One throws a bottle off to the side and then they just drive away. I guess they were like trying to intimidate Dalton, but of course he's never scared. So whatever, it's like, we're on to you, but he's like, yeah, you can be on to me. You know where I work. You know what I'm about, so it was just a little bit of like, hey, we're clocking you, but what does Dalton care?
100%. And so the next scene begins, and we get our second flashback to the
Yes.
UFC.
Mm-hmm.
This one is probably the funniest flashback that we get out of the entirety of the movie. And trust me, we get more flashbacks. But either way, flashback to the UFC. We got the ceremonial weigh-ins. We got Dalton, aka Jake Gyllenhaal. He is on the scale. He's fucking jacked. He's having a good time. And then he drops this iconic bar when the mic gets to him. This guy makes me laugh because he's a fucking joke. So yeah, it was absolutely crazy. And then slaps him across the face, which is
it was just a slap. He even said, I thought that was what. Hey, it was just a little slap.
Come on.
But yeah, and you also get a nice shot of Red De La Cruz and Brooklyn Wren in the back, the ring girls, of course, behind him there. So, a little representation of our sport in that regard. John Anik on the mic as well during that scene. So, obviously all within the UFC world as we know it to be, and it all fit. But yeah, that was pretty funny and a funny little representation. And yeah, him slapping him at the ceremonial weigh-in,
it's just a little slap. So funny thing about what you're saying, yeah. So the only thing that kind of actually adds up to reality is the UFC portions. Like out of everything here, I mean, it's all a bunch of hocus pocus. I mean, this right here, the UFC flashback. I mean, in another life is basically what they're showing us. In another life, this was in reality, but now we have taken place in this dude's dream world. He's probably in a coma or something right now. Jake Gyllenhaal. Either way, we're in the cage, we're fighting, and then we wake up on the boat frantically again. We are back on the boat, and fucking boat dreams.
Fucking boat dreams. Yes, that was established a little bit earlier that, Frankie had said, oh, you sleep on the boat, it's going to give you some kind of wild dreams or whatever. It'll fuck with your sleep patterns and all of that. But another waking up from the dream cut to the boat. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that's just funny that he was playing the heel at the weigh-ins. But you are correct. Yeah, we wake up on the boat, and that's our end of the UFC portion at that time. But I do want to also make a when you said the UFC is like the only stuff that really adds up. There is going to be one very critical point that is going to play a big portion in how I feel about this overall film in general coming up with the UFC stuff. So keep that in mind.
What I will also note is this is this one might be the only boat scene that we get where it's literally nothing else but him opening his eyes, rolling over, and then it's nothing else about the boat. Like this, sometimes you get him waking up and like he'll wake up, roll up, sit up, do something, but this one specifically, he wakes up frantically, says fucking boat dreams. That's it.
Yeah, and then cut to some dudes on jet skis terrorizing a paddleboarder in the bay. Everyone in the Florida Keys is apparently an asshole, which tracks because everyone in the state of Florida is an asshole. So.
Except everybody who knows Dalton because they're so nice to him. Hey, Dalton, how you doing today? Hope you had a really nice breakfast.
He has brought niceness to the Florida Keys and by extension to the state of Florida, Chase.
Yeah, so anyway, we're at the next day.
Yes.
And Dalton is enjoying breakfast, and then he sees our hot girl, our resident hot girl. She is, having a good time, whatever she's doing. I don't remember at this moment, but she walks up to him. She's happy to see him, and then also corrects his pronunciation about something really stupid, really trivial. She's so petty at this point, but damn, it makes her hot.
This is where you see a non-Florida. Let me explain as a Floridian here, Chase. So this is a common mistake that some people make, that the word conch is pronounced conch. It is spelled conch. It is spelled conch. So he says, as a non-Floridian, oh, I'm here. I'm having, I guess, conch chowder or whatever. He's like, oh, it's the best conch in Florida. And she says conch. It's pronounced conch. And so, this is another thing of like her being a little bit playful with him because she's a little bit annoyed by him, but he's too cool to let her jabs. Like, it's playful, sort of adversarial, but, very much flirty.
Yeah, and then and this is where, again, I think this is, maybe you could decipher the Florida the vibes here, because as another guy passes, she has a quick conversation with him, and I don't remember what he says to her, but it ends up with her saying, "Well, yeah, fuck you too, buddy." Like, basically.
This was actually one of the funnier things that actually did make me laugh in this movie. So a guy walks past, he compliments her hair, she screams "fuck you" at him, and that she should have let his appendix burst. Kill him. Like she's like, I should have let that burst appendix kill you. Turns out that that's her hairdresser, and now she cuts her own hair. And he was like, everybody is a little aggressive around here. What is this all about? It's like that made me laugh.
So you find out that she's grown up here, she's wise to it all,
Yes.
none of this is actually covered in the Fred the Tree book, by the way. I don't know if anybody was curious. The book did not cover the hot girl and all of her history, but now
Right.
we get to find out, and we know that she's into stuff, and she talks about some pearl, right? Don't we talk about a pearl here?
Yeah, because it's another like little flirty thing where he was saying, "Oh, conchs make pearls, and then every 1 in 50,000 there's a pink pearl," and she's like, "Oh, it's because dirt gets in there and it agitates them," and he's like, "Oh, something beautiful coming out of agitation." Obviously, a parable or a little parallel rather to their relationship forming the two of them.
And then, of course, he makes her smile and then says he likes her hair because a call back to her cutting her own hair, you
Set
know?
up and callback. I'm telling you, quick, set them up and knock them down in this movie.
And then when she walks away, she looks back at Dalton. And goddamn, guys, if you can find a girl that'll look at you like that, you've won in life. I'll tell you that right now.
Especially one that looks like her. Good Lord.
I mean, she don't even have to look like her. I mean, if she looks like you like that, I mean, you've already won, dude. Either
True.
way.
This is true. This is true. But no time to dwell on this because, Chase, we've got band number 4 coming up now. Fourth band in here, and they are playing a cover of What I Got by Sublime, which is a very fine choice in music. And I asked myself at this point, how many goddamn bands are on this tiny island? I'm amazed that they have this much level of musical representation on this small little place. It must be an awesome place to be a musician. This is the Nashville of the South.
Dude, honestly, that's fire. I like it. But no, yes, you are cooking. The music is bumping. We are back at the Roadhouse, and Dalton is walking around and he's looking at old pictures. He's looking at the Roadhouse pictures. He comes across a picture of an older black man, and he looks at it, and Frankie looks at him and says, "Oh, that's my uncle right there. That's him right there." And Dalton's looking at it, and he's thinking to himself, and he's like, "Man, that looks an awful like Martin Luther King." And she's like, "No, I'm just fucking with you." And I thought this was pretty funny. I thought
Yeah.
this was a pretty funny joke here.
Okay,
Pretty good.
cool. Because I don't know if you recognize that it was a picture of MLK for a second, and I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's kind of where that was. But yes, yeah. So he's in her office, Frankie's office, and he's looking over all these pictures, and that's where that happens there. And so that was a little comedic thing, and then Frankie tells more about the uncle.
The day that Roadhouse has played and people don't recognize that as Martin Luther King, we have failed as a society. I'll put that down right now. I'm just
He,
saying. I recognize, but one day I bet there's still people out there who didn't even know. They're like, "Man, that's her uncle right there." Oh, it's not. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
we're gonna be okay though because MLK is in Fortnite, so he
They,
lives on.
Thank you. Absolutely. All right. So yes, we get the MLK joke. Then we get a quick talk about her uncle and how she relates to him more these days. She wants to be just like him because what do we have in this world other than the Roadhouse now? I'm trying to leave a legacy just like my
Yeah.
uncle did.
Well, yeah, and in this scene, I thought it actually was a decently establishing scene for why she is so motivated to keep the Roadhouse because her uncle, Frankie, is a black woman. Her uncle, as a black man in the South in the 1960s, taking a big risk. Building this roadhouse and making it what it was. So she wants to carry that on. I said admirable. I thought that was fine, even though, of course, in Florida terms, the more north you go, the more southern the state gets. But again, put that out of your mind. You don't need to know that.
We don't. It's not reality. This is Dalton's coma state. So anyway, she pays Dalton his dues, and he walks out. And Laura, our bartender, she asks him if he wants a ride. Dalton says no, and he just walks on. I
It's
mean, it's
gonna
only 20 blocks, maybe. I mean, this. The map of this world is only fucking 1,500 square feet, probably. So
Correct. Yes, exactly. So he's choosing to walk. He decides to foot it down to the boat, and as he's walking
oh,
on the bridge, he notices a truck slowly behind him a ways. The truck revs the fuck up and plows him down for real. And this is where the CGI compositing gets a little bit out of hand because you see this dude go into ragdoll physics for a second there. Yeah, the impact was it was not, it's not so bad that it's bad, but it's quite obvious that it's a, obviously it's a digital shot.
What I was saying earlier about they use the same CGI effect but in different ways. With the fighting they use the same CGI and it actually works, but it's looked like they were locked into what they had to use for their CGI equipment, and they were like, okay, we got to do since we did it this way earlier, to keep it formal, we'll do it with like that for this one. And then once they did it and it came out, I just can't imagine that's what they were going for, because it looks horrible. This is one of the worst scenes in the thing. Like, we'll talk about another one later. But yes, Dalton's walking, and then a guy tries to run him over. Misses, by the way. He misses the first time and then backs
Well,
up
he
into
kind of
him.
clips him, I think. I thought he actually got him a little bit, but yeah, the truck hits him the first time, but doesn't finish the job. Is at least how I read it. Maybe it was a miss, but either way, it doesn't finish the job. So in the most accurate backing up ever pulled off at 100 miles per hour, this truck floors it in reverse, and at Dalton, he basically goes from a ways away and comes swerving back around. Dalton ends up in the bed of the truck, and the truck goes through the bridge's guardrail and then is teetering on the edge of the bridge.
Yeah, so what Thinker just said about him being in the bed of the truck is, again, one of the two moments where you'll find that in situations where Dalton finds himself airborne, he lands perfectly in the back or inside of whatever vehicle has done the smashing of his vehicle. He even later on, we'll talk about it, he even jumps sometimes and it'll just plop him to the next point in the story. So again, we're not in reality, so it doesn't even matter. So yes, the guy backs up into him through the cement guardrails. I don't even know if you could get a car to go fast enough backwards to destroy two fucking cement blocks and then continue falling into the water. So
Right.
we got our boy in the back of the truck. We got our driver and our passenger get out of the truck. They said something funny. I wish I would have wrote it down because I forget what they said coming out. It was something stupid because it was the girl's car, I believe.
Yeah, well, she's bitching about the truck, it being hers. She's like,
Hmm.
"Oh, my fucking truck," and he's like, "Fuck your truck." I mean, it's like, well, I mean, she has a legitimate concern with this. I mean, like, you're using this truck for vehicular manslaughter here, and now you're destroying it altogether by sending it into the water. I think that she has a valid complaint, but so they end up, they get out, and Dalton falls into the water and the truck hangs there for a minute and then it goes in after him. He escapes this encounter relatively unscathed, gets back to the houseboat, and the biker gang leader is waiting for him at the houseboat thereafter. So it's like, I mean, this very traumatic event happens. He somehow survives it and he's back, and now he's in another tense situation back to back.
Yeah, so what is key about this is, yes, they do not tell you how he survived. I mean, like, obviously he gets out of the water and he walks and figures his way back home, but like, they don't show you any of that. They show you him getting back to the boat and the guy who tried to hit him, which I don't believe they actually, that it's Dell from a very long ways away and like you hear his voice, but like I think they should have done a better job to show you that that was the guy,
I
like I
think
don't know.
if you're listening very, very closely, I think the girl does say his name, but like again, it's one of those things that you'd have to watch it as closely as we are to pick up in that moment. But
Because like
whatever.
at the time it does seem just like a random person trying to just drive and run him over, and I think that was interesting at the time. Like, don't show us that it was that, or let us know it was, or show us that it is, pick one or the other, not like some long ways away shot where we're like, oh, that is him, and then he's
Yeah.
waiting at the boat, of course, and then
Right. But that part, I
but
didn't really mind that because it's like you're establishing that just he is a marked man in general. So whether it was him or someone else, it doesn't really, you just know that they're after him. So whatever. But
but
yes,
anyways,
Dell is back,
yes,
is in the boat, and bro cannot catch a break tonight.
how long was Dell waiting there is my question, because you have to think that, Dalton had to swim. He had to walk. I mean, obviously Dell had to walk too. So maybe they just both got there right about the same time now that I think about it. If they both walked to the same place, how did he know that he was staying at the boat? Frankie must have snitched, I think, is also a key thing here. How did he know that he was at the uncle's boat?
Well, I
Hmm.
guess that they're just, hey, they'd been watching him. So, I guess that was kind of what was established with the guys outside the hospital, is that he's just being watched. So,
Okay, fair.
that kind of tracks, I guess. But you are right, though, because it's like, yeah, Dell is now without a car, but also the houseboat is within walking distance to the Roadhouse. So I guess, both of them.
We established there's only 4 blocks to this place.
Very
So
true. Very true.
it's the dock, the Roadhouse, the hospital, and then some other shit. You know, like they're all
Yeah,
in
like the
succession.
right, the bad guy hangout place, and
Yes.
yeah, that's about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. So anyway, so yes, so we get sorry, let me get back to my notes here. So yeah, so we make it back to the boat. The guy is waiting for him with the gun. Of course, Dell is sitting there and he's like, "Man, I was hoping you'd make this easier. Like, god damn, you are doing a lot right now." And then Dalton gets him to let his guard down because Dell's a fucking goofball. He has no brain cells, of course. So he gets him to let his guard down and then he kicks a desk at him and then it's just a whole big thing. And then they scuffle for a second, and then Dalton throws him out into the water. So
Yeah. Well, in that moment, it was a kind of a funny little line that, again, somewhat unnecessary, I think, because he's like, "Why are you coming after me? I'm just some guy." And then Dell is like, "Oh man, it's not you, it's the Roadhouse," and that's where like he
yeah,
starts actually fighting. But I was like, yeah, yeah. I mean, we kind of are going to find that out. It was an odd thing to have like that little throwaway at that moment exactly, but I guess it does set Dell up to know that like, or excuse me, set Dalton up to know that like the Roadhouse is the thing that they're after, I guess. So they wanted to throw it in at that moment. Whatever. Any which way. Dalton overpowers him, throws him out of the window of the boat, and then takes the gun. And now Dell has a much bigger problem on his hands coming up
no,
as he's in the water.
dude, it's the line before this is so funny. So he throws him out of the water, and then Dell looks up and he's like, "What? You gonna fucking kill me now?" And then Dalton throws the gun in the water, and he's like, "Well, that was fucking stupid. I'm just gonna climb up there again." And then so he starts swimming over. Obviously, he starts grabbing onto the boat, and then you get to see this is actually I know there are a lot of different points where I think something sinister happened that they kind of made very, very light. This is a very dark part. Like this dude gets mauled by a crocodile. Like, and it's
True.
not even just like he gets mauled by a crocodile. It's like he gets mauled by a crocodile, guys, and then you never hear from him again. He's definitely done. And as we learn later, crocs hide the bodies, guys. This is another payoff thing that we get to learn. The crocs hide the bodies. We are not going to find Dell. So, R.I.P. I thought you were very entertaining. If you were the main villain that you could have stayed throughout the 3/4 movie mark, I would have been very, very happy because you were entertaining. I think you were better than what we learned to be the big bad guy kind of deal. So.
True. Yes. Crocs hide their food, and Dell became food. So RIP to him. I do think it is important to note, though, that as the ever nice guy that Dalton is, he was still trying to save him as he was being pulled in by the Croc. So again, keeping with the character, he's going to do the right thing up until he is pushed to the point of not doing the right thing. And the Croc got to him first. So yes, Crocs hide their food, and Dell has become that food.
Yep, and then so the next morning the boats are out and they're looking for the body. I don't know why. Did this is an interesting one. So they did Dalton like call the police like, "Hey, this guy is dead. Like he's
Probably,
missing."
yeah.
Like I don't know what the scenario would be because they question him. We figure that later. He's part of an investigation kind of deal. So it is interesting how that the next morning that these guys are all looking for this dead body, but Dalton's seemingly just walking about. He's not in like cuffs or anything. He's not in police custody. He knows a guy is dead from a crocodile, but he don't know nothing else.
Yeah, and
Interesting enough.
well, I would assume that it had to have been Dalton because the cops wouldn't have known otherwise. We said like the Crocs hide their food has been a recurring little message that they've given to us. So if he had said nothing, then theoretically no one would have known about it.
True. So
Yeah,
it is interesting, So the boats are out looking for the body, and then you got the old man from the earlier who was telling you watch out for them crocs. He's like,
yeah,
man, you won't
the
find
dock
that body.
master.
You won't find that body. Them crocs hide the bodies. Whatever the hell. And that's why nobody believed me about my dog Chauncey. That was a pretty funny part.
I thought it was funny, but I was like, why did no one believe him about the dog? Like, I was like, if he's saying it got eaten by a croc, what do they think that he just like threw the
Old
dog
black
away?
man don't be telling truth, man. What are you talking about? Like Jesus.
Is he black? I don't remember
I
him
think he
being
was.
what.
I think he
Got
was.
light skin. I don't
Ah,
know.
well,
Any which way, but he's kind of like an old wise guy, boat dock or dock master kind of
he could
guy.
have been
And
any race for that matter,
true,
guys. He was an old wise man. There you go.
yeah, but he also had the major bar because he was saying that they're not going to find the body, and he probably got eaten because of his business. And he was like, oh, what business do you think that he was in? And he was like, drugs, probably. Why do you think they call it the keys? But
Yeah, that was a bar. I definitely have that in here. Why do you think they call it the keys? He definitely cooked right there. I give him that. Give him that. And then, after that we go right back to the bookstore. The other
Yes.
the fourth location. Sorry, we got the Roadhouse, we got the hospital, we got the bookstore, and then we got the bad guys lair. I think we have one more after that. But
Oh, and the restaurant. Yeah, that's
and the
about it though.
restaurant. So, we're at the bookstore, and this is a funny moment where you get to, this is Dalton, who he doesn't understand technology, guys. He's stupid. Whatever the case may be, he's been out of touch. He doesn't have a phone, right? So which is, again, interesting point. If he doesn't have a phone, and if he's not equipped to the sense of like a smartphone, more or less, he would have came from a flip phone era, if that's what they're trying to imply here.
No, I just think that he just doesn't have a phone. Like I think he probably is like aware of the tech a little bit, maybe. But
Is
you're right.
is he because he walks up to this computer screen and thinks it's a touch screen?
True.
So
Yeah, this is true. That is a good point. Yeah, you're kind of cooking on that because yeah, you're right. I mean, like, is he so computer and phone illiterate that he would not have recognized that was not a touchscreen? Yeah, interesting point.
she's sitting there using the mouse and keyboard for 5 minutes in front of him. By the time we get to him on the camera shot, he's like, "No, that one," and he's like trying to scroll. It's like, dude, you haven't seen her touch it once. Like,
yeah, trying to do the pinch and expand thing.
and then so they start talking about the boats. Like, why is there no boats that come up to the Roadhouse? Why don't they come by water or whatever?
But why do they want? Why does everybody want the Roadhouse? If he say, because now he knows, like I said, that line from inside the boat kind of tipped him off to, to them wanting the Roadhouse. It's not about Dalton; it's about the Roadhouse. So why would they? Why are they after the Roadhouse? It's not good for boat deliveries, not private. Because it's close to the highway. So if it's drugs, then that wouldn't be a good location. So what could it be?
Oh yeah, sorry. No, I thought you had more there.
No, I was
yeah.
just saying, stay tuned. That was really the only. It's just like, okay, I guess we're gonna find out. To me, it was like so obvious why they wanted this boathouse from the very beginning. But I guess it's just because I've seen enough movies to, know that. But okay, whatever.
Yeah, and then then the next scene commences. Dalton's walking out towards the street, and then a guy gets out of the truck and shows Dalton the gun, says, "Get in the car." He shows him the waistband. He's like, "Hey, get in the car." And Dalton just says no, no, and just keeps walking. "Hey, you saw I have a gun, right?" And Dalton's like, "What? Yeah, I mean, you did show it to me. You made it pretty clear," which was a funny moment. It was fine. This one was decently comical just because, I don't know.
Well, just his lack of intimidation by guns because he's got plot armor. It's just like he doesn't have. You got a gun? Sure, whatever. I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna go with you.
And then Dalton walks over to him and he's laughing, and he's like, you can't use a gun without your index finger. So if I broke your fingers right now, you're not going to be able to shoot me. And he's like, well, and then he tries to pull the gun out, and then Dalton breaks both of his fingers.
Of course.
And then he's laying on the ground, and he's crying and stuff. And Dalton unloads the gun and walks off, and then guy gets out of the car. Another guy gets out of the car, excuse me. And then Dalton asks him, "Hey, do you have a gun too?" And the guy's like, "No, I actually left mine in the car back there," which, okay, stupid, whatever.
I think he didn't want to get his fingers broken was the implication. Yeah.
I think so too, but again, it's like, what is the director trying to show you here? Like, these are the worst goons ever. I mean, I get it. They are goons. They're supposed to be plausibly beatable by the hero, but like, did you then need to make him superhuman? Like, if these guys are so dumb, if basic knowledge can beat them, if you can fry their brain with a math equation, like, why do you need to deflect bullets or take stab wounds? It's like you could do. Why didn't he do what he told Billy and step away from the knife at the beginning and punch the guy? And
see, these are the questions. You don't think too hard. You start thinking too hard, and you're going to have a lot of them. And trust, I have more that I will be revealing throughout all of this as we get farther in too.
But yes,
so that's that pretty much. The guy says, "All right," he's like, "Yeah, take the guy. There's a hospital up the road, 25 minutes away." And he'll get the help he needs.
He says, "Tell your boss I'm at the Roadhouse every night."
Right.
And fair, that's kind of a bar. You know where I work. You know where I'm at. You've already tried to destroy the place, and I've already stopped you. Tell him I'm here again. And then I haven't left yet. That's actually pretty good, because for what the sentiment is, they're trying to run him out of town, and he's letting him know I'm clearly not going anywhere. I will be there tomorrow and the next night and the next night. And Absolutely. Then of course, and there is a hospital about 25 minutes away. Yeah.
Right.
it's a funny, again, I think the director thought that was so fucking good. This is such a funny callback, you know, like man, that line about the hospital 25, like he genuinely thought he fucking cooked so hard. And it's funny, but like it's not necessarily anything that I'm going to remember past the conversation that we have right now.
That's what, yeah, I would say like some of the humor lands, some of it does not, but it's keeping the atmosphere of the film light because it is just a fluffy film. So it's
Yeah.
fine in the big picture, whatever. So this next scene that we get to is one that I think is a little unnecessary, but we cut back to the Roadhouse and Dalton is waiting for Frankie in her office and he scares her and he was like, that was my intention. She's like, oh, you scared the hell out of me. And he's like, that was kind of my intention. I was like, why? I don't really know what the point of that one was, but so they're in her office and she's saying, "Oh, you know, the biker guy was an asshole, so I'm kind of glad that I'm not glad that he's dead, but you know, it's okay that he's dead, whatever." And
Lost no
Dalton,
love over it is how she said it.
right, yeah, exactly. And then you know, Dalton is still trying to unravel the mystery of why they're targeting the Roadhouse specifically, and then immediately in the scene thereafter, we're going to get to basically find out exactly why.
Well, I think it's funny because all of the sudden Frankie, because she's able to shut her mouth, and that's how you know. Like when this moment happens, you know, Dalton's asking her about the Roadhouse. Dalton's confused why the Roadhouse is the target. Frankie literally says, "I don't know." And then like you know, the one time she won't spill the fucking beans, of course, you know, so you should be able to tell something is up.
True.
And you know, when she was talking about Dell, she's like, you know, I heard about Dell, you know, it's no love lost over it, you know, but she understood like she shouldn't be happy about it, you know,
Right.
like it's unfortunate, you know,
Yeah.
but she didn't like that fucking guy either way. You know, she didn't lose sleep over it. And then Dalton, you know, he's like, well, I did, you know, I kind of lost a little sleep over it, kind of deal, which, you know, I actually kind of like that point of it. You know, you don't have to just move on for like, obviously somebody just died. But again, when we get towards the portion later in the movie, we'll talk about why this kind of doesn't even fucking matter. But, you know,
Yeah, and I mean, and also I think it still keeps a little element of humanity about him that, you know, it's not like he's out here trying to kill anybody. So if something like that happens, he's still
for
gonna be
now.
yeah, well, right, exactly, until things change. But you know, that yeah, he's not it will affect him a little bit because he is you know, a good guy at the end of the day.
And then so next day we're on the water again. We're back at the yacht, I believe, and we got our bad guy. He's asking if he says like the bouncer broke your fingers, like that's what happened. And when he took your gun, like what? And, you know, it's kind of a funny little scenario that you're supposed to be looking at here, but you know nobody's amused. Why? My notes here got a little scrambled. I don't. And
Well,
then the dad calls. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So no, I was just going to say that you call it the boat. This boss dude's crazy ass yacht is what
Yacht.
we are on. The yacht. Yeah, I mean, this is a mega yacht. This thing is a very large yacht. And yeah, he's getting the lowdown on the broken fingers, and then we find out why they want the Roadhouse. Like I said, set up and pay off very quickly here. Of course, it is because of land development that, like I said, was something that to me seemed kind of obvious from the beginning, but that maybe is just because of, you know, exposure to this many type of films like this. But yeah, he's got a nice scale model on the yacht of the what he would like the development to look like and everything. And I said, this is like the boss guy is trying to manifest destiny, the Roadhouse over here. But you know, yes, dad calls, and then we get a generic call from generic Florida Correctional Institution. Don't get the name of it, but you know, he instead of taking the call, decides to throw his phone into the ocean.
Yeah, I definitely I saw him throw the phone in the ocean and I thought to myself, I actually wrote this down. This is me when I think about phone plans. Like phone bills itself just makes me want to throw it in the fucking ocean.
Oh, dude, yes, that I said the same thing. I said, how often I wish I could just do that instead of answering my phone in general. Uh,
Absolutely.
and
Yeah,
then he
and
tells
then
the guy to go and find his phone.
yeah, go get it. Yep, go get it.
Yeah,
That's a pretty funny
that's
one.
impractical lulls on that one.
Yeah, and then that scene just ends. And this is what you've all been waiting for, of course. And because this movie has no actual way to set up what you're about to see, this is the best that they have. So what I'm going to describe to you is how the next scene starts off. Okay. Conor McGregor just appears. He's just on the screen in this next scene. There's no climactic setup or anything. He is here. He gives a menacing look and he begins to start walking down this street and he is butt naked. Hmm.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, you're missing the setup was that he jumps naked out of a window
He does do that. You're right.
and he's looking back because there is a lady and a man up in the window and they are arguing and yelling and whatnot, and it is presumably the husband and wife, the wife that Connor was most likely just intimate with, and now he has jumped out of this window, as you said, completely naked. He says arrivederci as they are speaking Spanish, which of course is a funny little juxtaposition, and walks down the street again butt ass naked.
Well, it's actually key to know he is naked to the butt, but he still has his shoes and socks on because he pulls his phone out of his sock. And I think this is an interesting dynamic. So you have the other guy who did not take the collect call and he throws the phone. Connor takes the collect call, and it's the interesting dynamic, the differences between them. Connor is the type of guy who takes this call, and then obviously the character is set up beyond that. The other guy is the one who was, they set him up as like this fearless leader. He would be the guy to take the call, kind of deal, but he obviously is not that and did not take it.
Right. But yeah, I also said that, when it comes to Connor's naked ass, I'd say that this is more than I ever needed to see of Connor. But knowing the kettlebell photos we saw of Connor last year, this is tame in comparison.
We have definitely seen 360 degrees of this man. And that's the unfortunate crazy part about this. But yes, so he does walk down the street and butt naked, and he's walking, and he's on the phone, and he actually walks up to a guy, and he's looking at this jacket. This dude's got a sick ass fucking jacket on. Yo, where did you get this jacket? Hold on, and then headbutts the guy, and then takes his clothes off. What I think is funny about this scene is they do a good job of just. They don't show you anything of what happens, but you are able to quickly assume that this character would be able to pull something off like this.
Yeah,
You know,
he's larger than life. Obviously, Connor himself, of course, is larger than life, so the character is as well. And what it is well, first of all, like you had said, he does have the phone in the sock in the shoe. There, I said that is literally the only comfortable place he could have had the phone under the circumstances. But in in the marketplace, yeah, naked
you
has the
don't think he could have suspended it from his dick, like in the kettlebell? I mean,
I mean, you're right. It would have had to have had a
he could
separate
have swung
apparatus
it
for it.
up.
True. Missed opportunity, definitely. But yeah, so in the marketplace, like you said, it is a good establishing of what you're saying here, because basically he headbutts the guy for the jacket, and then it's a flash cut, and the entire market is on fire, and he's just walking away wearing the jacket. So, like you said, it's a good establishing of this larger than life character who is able to just make all of that happen in an instant.
Yes, and I think it's perfect, honestly. I don't think you need to go too much into it. It's like, let the imagination wander.
Right.
Because what you see later from this character, it kind of adds to the element. Like, yeah, he definitely probably did that shit. He definitely started that fucking village on fire, whatever, the little fairground, whatever the hell
Sure.
it was. But yes, so I love that. I love that actual. I think the direction of that scene right there, I think that was perfectly executed. I want to give props to the director. Whoever was in charge of making that scene, whoever wrote that scene, you did good, because I think the headbutt and then black and then come back and everything. It's
Yeah.
great.
It's a good establishment of Connor being an agent of chaos,
Yes,
which is
absolutely.
very
So
much what he is in this film, even though his acting is not that great.
so we get this next scene coming up because obviously the place gets burned down. Connor going crazy. Whatever he's doing, we're done with that for a second. We come back to the hot girl on a boat. She's showing up on a boat. She's pulling up to Dalton's boat. She's ready to see what he's up to.
Actually, one real quick, just
Okay.
to one other note is that on the phone call, it's the dad. I think you
Mm,
mentioned that he takes the call. The call is from the boss guy, which we found out that his dad is really the one who's running things from prison. He's calling Connor to go and now handle the problems that the son is obviously not able to handle. So Connor says, "I'm going to go and take care of it," and that's the summation of what is Connor's motivation of being involved in any of this.
yes. So we get the female lead. She
Right.
comes in here on a boat. She pulls up, and Dalton's like, "Where'd you get a boat?" And she jokes. She's like, "Oh, well, that's my ex boyfriend's. I stole it or whatever." She's like, "No, I'm kidding. He's a cop and he lets me use it." Like, it was sure, she's able to make it funny, but it really wasn't really anything that's like a joke kind of deal. I don't know, but
Yeah, yeah, he's like, she's like, yeah, I know where the spare keys are or whatever, but no, I'm just kidding. He lets me borrow it. But either way, I was just looking at that nice ass boat. I'm like, God damn, bro has a really nice boat.
yeah, for sure. And then Dalton gets in. They're on their way to somewhere. Dalton asks where they're going, and she smiles, and she keeps the suspense. She's not letting him know where they're headed because where they're heading is virtually nowhere. Like they're just literally going to the middle of the ocean, which
Yeah.
apparently has a spot of land that you can just fucking sit your chairs up on with an umbrella.
Indeed, that is known as a sandbar. Yeah, so Dr. Spanish Batty, rolls up in her ex-boyfriend's boat and picks up her new man on the ex-boyfriend's boat. I said, I wonder how he feels about that. Sorry, bro. Your boat is being used for facilitation of her new dick. But yes, they sail out to the sandbar and they set up some chairs out there. I said, honestly, like in real terms, kind of a cool date. If you know of a sandbar like that and you can bring a boat up to it, you set up a couple chairs, pretty dope. I thought it was a cool little establishment of that type of environment for them. And yeah, and then they start talking through a little bit. She's asking about Dalton's backstory a little bit, and this is where he starts to kind of pull away a little.
Well, it's first to note before they get into this, she wanted to let him know that, they're not going to find that body. If you guys forgot, Dell got ate by a crocodile. They are not going to find that body. The crocodiles hide their food. She knows this too. This is common man knowledge in the Keys. Crocodiles.
They teach it in kindergarten, he says.
It's BJJ in Brazil and crocodile hunting in the Keys.
Right.
So either way, she's joking about she jokes about that. They talk for a moment, ask where she's from or where he's from, and he says he's from Montana. Who cares? You could have named something more boring. I don't know, but like you could have said something any place ever. It kind of seemed like in this moment I was like, did he lie? Is he actually from Montana? Do we know where he's from, or is he actually from Montana? This felt like a weird, like, was he not being truthful? Because like the way that they framed it and the way that he said it, maybe he was just hesitant on saying it. I don't know.
Well, I think that they're trying to set up that she's starting to want to get closer to him, and now he's caught off guard by any of these types of questions. So it's just sort of like, I'm from Montana. Like, what are you getting at? Is I guess what he was kind of like implying with that, and then she keeps going down that line of questioning, and she's like, I'm asking simple questions, and he's like, whoa, wait you say you're a nice person. You don't want to know me.
Yeah, well, actually, before that, he says something that's really key. And this dude, this is, I guess this works with women. He stops her and says that they should go. I didn't realize this was a date, okay? Sorry. Like, dude, we're in the middle of the ocean with her. What are you talking about?
Yeah, one-on-one in the middle of the ocean.
Listen, another It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing. Dennis is always talking about because of the implication. They're all alone. What are you guys talking about?
Right.
So because of the implication, yes, this was a date, dude. How did you not get this? You're nice, but you don't want to get to know me. Don't tell me what I want to do, So she got 10 times hotter right there. I'm just saying, in this moment right here on the Sandlot, she was smoking hot. And then, listen, guys, it doesn't even make sense how a girl like this would, she is just all over this guy. She leans in for the kiss and everything. She's all for my boy Jake, and he's just a guy who gets into fights at a bar. This is the problem with modern day women. She has a whole nursing career and she just wants to go after the bouncer. Guys, live a safe life. You don't have to get stabbed and get the hot girl. I'm telling you, it's possible to do it without that.
Fair, but this is an extremely key point that I want to bring up right now, okay? She says in this instance, when she says, "Oh, don't tell me what I want." She says, "Do you think that we don't have the internet here? I know about or I know what happened. We don't know exactly what that means, but she says, I know what happened. So she knows about his past. We also saw Billy, the young bouncer kid, say earlier, big fan of your fights and stuff. Like, we have established the UFC element of everything. Keep this all in mind because of what we're going to be talking about a little bit later in this film, because this is one of the biggest, if not the biggest point of all of this that throws everything into a different dynamic that I don't think that the filmmakers intended, but as a fight fan and a person in this world, you cannot unknow it when you get to this point. So again, just keep this point in mind that she says she knows about his past at this point.
Well, she does say that she has the internet, and she also says that he knows damn well it's a date. Come on,
Right.
you're fucking stupid. Anyway. And I
Sure.
said, God damn her. They make out and I'm so jealous. What is happening? So anyway, this is a good moment. Next scene opens. Connor is driving fast. He's in a very fast car. It is a bright color and he's having a great time doing his laugh like he's the fucking Joker. He's having a grand old time. They said, hey, we got a drone. Drive as fast as you can. Just don't die. And that's basically what happened here. And they gave him $1 million probably to do it. So it's just crazy to me that this is what we have. He drives past the library. Of course, there's 200 square feet of the map that we have in this movie. He obviously drives past one of the 4 locations that we know. So
Yeah.
surprise, surprise, he didn't go to the hospital. But yes, he went past the bookstore and he's on his way down to, where he gets to the house of the villains. We don't know that yet, but he shows up to a house
Right.
and, he walks up and who put the bikes in me way? That's a funny line that he drops
Well,
here.
yeah,
Like,
he's yeah, you're right. He's speeding in this yellow Lambo, and like you said, it paid Connor millions of dollars to be Connor,
yes,
which is what a lot of this is. But yeah, rolling up without a care in the world. He's grinning ear to ear. He's a madman. Rolls up to the bad guy's house, knocks their bikes over, knocks all of the bikes over, and then pulls the ultimate boss move of walking immediately in and just eating their sandwiches.
yes. What's key about this? Yes, he starts eating their sandwiches. They ask who he is, and he's continuing to eat the sandwiches. And he says, I'm gonna need more sandwiches." Like he didn't even answer them. He says, "Yo, I'm gonna need more of these."
Keep them
Round
coming.
two. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was definitely very funny. And then they say something like, "Yo, we're not doing that," or something, or "You're not our boss," something like that. And Connor says, "That's where you're wrong, lad."
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, I'm not." He was like, "Who are you?" And he's not answering that, and he's like, "I wasn't done talking." He's like, "Oh no, yeah, yes, that's where you're wrong, lad.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were done talking." Connor is establishing that he is the man in this bitch.
Yeah, I actually really respect it because I think some of the best roles in cinema come when you let somebody be the true form of themselves. This is letting Connor, just be the maniacal villain that you think that you are. Just do that to the extreme, and it's gonna play perfect on film.
If he was a slightly better actor, this could have been an iconic element of this, I think.
What's actually crazy is I don't even think he's that bad. Like obviously he's one of those people that you can't see as some like a character. He's got the Dwayne the Rock Johnson effect, Arnold Schwarzenegger. People like this. You only Sylvester Stallone. You only see that person in the roles, but I think Connor does a really fucking good job. I mean, actorial debut, guys. Come on, this dude. You talk about. I've seen there. Twilight has 4 different films for the people who have the same expression for 4 films. Like Conor McGregor actually puts on expressions. He puts on a physical performance. He actually is doing all of the things. Like it looks really. He had his ass out in the movie. He was committed. Like come on.
That is very true. Yes, I mean he is a cartoon character, and playing a cartoon character is appropriate. Like I said, I think that a little bit of it's because of the line delivery. I think that gets me a little bit with it, but in general, again, it's a cartoon character role, so it's not that bad that it's cartoonish.
The crazy thing is you're making a great point. Connor is so much of a character himself. If he had the opportunity to do some sort of Space Jam or Who Stole This or Roger Rabbit, whatever these type of stop motion, not stop motion, but you know what I mean. Connor would he could be the next Mask if he really wanted to. If he was so committed, I think, dude, he's fun. I think that's what's key to this role is he's not taking it too serious. Which again, the type of villain that he is, just to show up and cause mayhem. I don't expect him to take it too serious. I kind of like that element that he just shows up halfway through the movie and he's just ready to fuck knocks, knocks, knocks.
Well,
Whatever
see
it is.
that I'm glad that you said that too, because it is funny, So the boss, son, the son of the boss man now is basically what this the boss that we thought is the boss is like the son of the guy who's in jail. So that the boss guy, he comes back home and Connor tells him that he's here to fix his fuck ups. Takes a fucking up to it takes a fuck up to fix a fuck up apparently, but also character's name is Knox, like you said, and he has Knox tattooed on his stomach because for some reason I guess they thought they needed to cover up Connor's tattoos, but they gave him more tattoos, just different tattoos.
Yeah, that one is definitely funny. I want to note a decent comedic moment right before all of this happens. So the bad guy gets off the boat he pulls up on a boat and he gets off. It's the son, of course,
Uh,
and you got the funny goon who's got the broken arm, and he's putting up a hammock, and he's like hammering it into the tree, and the guy walks by and he's like, what are you fucking do? Go home. And he's like, well, you told us to make ourselves at home. He's like, I know I didn't, and if I did, I didn't mean it. Like, what are you
right.
doing? Like, it was pretty funny. I like
Yeah,
that.
that was a fun little line there.
And then he says, where are your idiot friends? That's a good one. And then he walks past this group of people huddled around like a trash can on fire or something. And he's like, yo, go home. And then I made point to note, he has no aura. Nobody gives a shit what this guy says. Nobody
That's
even attempts to move. Like,
Yeah, well, because that's the whole thing, and I guess that is like the character as we are going to come to know him is that he's trying to be the boss, but he's quite clearly in over his head and not accomplishing that in any meaningful way. And everyone treats him as such, except for his goons. But the goons suck so bad that they're almost irrelevant. So now Big Knox is in town, and again, Knox on the stomach, plus a Knox chain. So Knox.
oh my goodness. But yeah, so he walks over to Connor, Knox, and he sees him eating, and then he takes off his glasses and he hits him with the "Who the fuck are you, mate?" Kind of shit. And Connor's got a message and punches him in the face. So nice. And then asks if he's Jerry. Are you Jerry? And
Or
it's kind of
Jerry's kid, yeah.
Jerry's kid. Okay, that's right. I was going to say that doesn't add up, right? But Jerry's kid makes sense. Yeah. Father sent Connor, and he's got spies everywhere. From prison, he's got spies everywhere. You think you're safe? No, son, you're not running the business. I run the business from the inside. You're just the person who's head of what they think is the business. So
Correct, yes.
yeah.
But
So
yeah,
yeah,
so
go
I
ahead.
mean, this is the one though. They're talking about killing Dalton, I mean, I again, the part is a cartoon part, so I get it. But I'm like, God, Connor's acting just sucks so bad. He says he's already dead. Once Knox is on the job, it's over, baby.
Listen, this it you can't blame him for that. That is in the script. They
It,
told him to say that, and he had to do what he. If they would have gave him, because the character's name is Knox, right? Once Knox is on the job, and so they had to. That's a line in the script. If he could have been
true.
anything he wanted, he probably would. Because there's a line that we'll talk about later that the script fucked him over. Like, they made him look so stupid. This one right here, again, it's not the worst delivery because I know that's what he had to work with. Like, that was in the script. They got him, and then he says Knox is on a, and so he did what he could, but obviously they did not have the right writers for a Conor McGregor. They should have been like, hey, give us a couple takes on what you would say here. Like, I don't know.
I want to believe that they had the script all written out and Connor came back with a few notes and said, look, guys, I love what you're doing here, but I got to just a couple of tweaks on what I feel as I embody the character, what he would say. I cannot, confirm that is the case, but that's in my heart. I want to believe this.
But and then so yes, he says if he's already dead. Once Knox is on the job, it's over. Yeah, so great line, love it. I think his accent actually is really good for cinema too. I actually think his voice is actually really good in the film. Like, when it comes to line delivery, I think he does a very good job. Like, it's not like he's mumbling through his shit. It's not
Oh yeah.
Sylvester Stallone again where you
Yeah,
can't
you
even
can always
understand.
you can always understand him for sure. Yeah, no, I agree with that completely. Like, yeah, he enunciates well. Like, the accent doesn't get in the way of any of the lines
Yeah.
for sure.
So anyway, I think this is part where I find flaw in the characters here because the bad guy, the son, his name is Ben. I don't know if we know that as of right now, but it's
Ben Brandt, right? That's
but
the
yes, they
yeah.
call him Brant, but I called him Ben in most of my things. But
Yeah,
anyway,
but it's Ben Brandt. So yeah.
Ben is the bad guy, and he says, "No, no, no, we're gonna do it the easy way one last time, and then he's all yours. God bless." And then Connor walks off. In this moment, I think they should have had Connor not fucking listen to him. Like, I think that would have been more or less the correct character path for him because him agreeing that he's going to let him do it one last time, because we do see that later. Like, he's, we'll talk about it, but we see that he let him have his moment, but I think it would have made more sense for him to be like, no, you already fucked up. Dad already
Right.
called me,
Yeah,
dude.
why am I
You're
here?
done.
I'm already here. Obviously, like, this is beyond the point of you doing what you think is the right thing to do. I get that. Either way, not the hugest note, but you are right. He does the bad boss dude, Ben, whatever, says, I'm gonna try to handle it the easy way one last time here. And
Yeah.
they
And
shake on
then
that.
Yeah, and then actually, I don't think they shake. I think they just say "God bless," and Connor walks off with the golf club, tapping it on
Yeah,
his
well,
head.
right. This is the establishment of Connor with his golf club, which is going to be a recurring weapon that he will have throughout this film.
Yes, absolutely. So, and then we get the next scene, and we're at the docks. You know, hot girl's dropping off Dalton. The police are showing up looking for Dalton. She actually just leaves, which you see her in the scene later. She's like looking back, but like she didn't give a shit that the police were there looking for Dalton. She dropped him right off into the hands of the police. They were like, "Hey, have a good one. Go
It's
talk to
kind
the police."
what we'll find out very soon. That is a good point because she will we will come to find out that she will be aware. She even said earlier in the film, she's like, the police aren't always so helpful, kind of
Hmm.
tipping the hand that she knows a little bit about what goes on with the cops here. But either way, it does kind of track a little bit because the cops are there and there was a man that was just eaten by a crocodile. So if they were there legitimately to just ask him questions, then that would have been fine. But yes, Dr. Batty drops Dalton off to see you soon, and the cops are there to take Dalton in for more questions, they say, except switcheroo. They're not taking him for more questions. They're taking him to talk to the greatest character name of all time. They're taking him to talk to Big Dick.
Absolutely. And so, yes, we do get to meet Big Dick. This is, again, one of the things that I was saying about one of the flaws in this movie is they introduce crucial main characters halfway through, three-quarters of the way through the film. I mean, we just learned that the main villain has a dad. Now he's got a henchman, and now the sheriff is also in on all of this. And so, which is pretty crazy. I think it's actually a funny thing. He enters the car, and he knows who Elwood is. He calls him by his last name, or is that his first name? I think it's first name.
Yeah,
Uh,
first name.
and then, most people call me Dalton, and he's like, well, most people call me Big Dick. And then he's like, I'm not gonna do that.
I like that. That got a laugh out of me. I like that line.
And then so the sheriff talks about this song, a guy named Sue or whatever, named as
Yeah, he's
named as
referencing the Johnny Cash song, a boy named
boy named
Sue.
Sue. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's right.
saying that but my thing with that was, is Dalton a girl's name?
Elwood is supposed to be, I think, the
I say,
girl name there, but like I also don't.
yeah,
I've
neither of
never
them
met
are.
a I've never met a girl named Elwood. I'll tell you that.
That's what I'm
But
saying. I've never met a girl named Elwood or Dalton, so I was like, why? Where is that coming from? And then I also said, why does Big Dick have an indistinguishable Eastern European accent? Because at the time, I did not know that he was Portuguese, or Portuguese. I didn't realize that he was Portuguese also, but I knew that it was not Cuban or any other accent that was of the region. So where is this guy supposed to be from?
see, and I think that's also to a good point. I think again when it goes to the back to the script, they had it in the script. The sheriff is going to have this great line about a guy named Sue or a boy named Sue or whatever it was, and it's like,
Mm,
did they not understand that his name is not like Sydney or something? Like we've seen names that are very unisex kind of deal, but
right.
Elwood isn't even a first name as it is. There's probably two people on the planet, and they were made after this movie came out. Like
Yeah, Elwood Blues from the Blues Brothers is the only other one that comes to mind. But so yeah, either way, this is all happening inside of a squad car as well, because those cops roll up to like a boatyard, and Big Dick gets into the front of the cop car, and he's talking to him while Dalton is in the back seat, and this is the conversation that's happening with that. So yeah, so that's the saying, are you tough? And he's kind of like trying to ask him, like what he's essentially what his plans are here, or whatever. He's trying to get him to leave town, is what we're going to find out. But Big Dick is the sheriff, and he says that he'd like Dalton to leave Glass Key, and he can arrest him and have him shanked in the yard if that's what it's going to come to. Dalton seems to have a sly quip for everything. So Big Dick has the cops pull him out of the car, and they kick him a few times, and he's about to shoot Dalton, but then Spanish Batty rolls up and she slaps Big Dick.
Yeah, she does not slap a Big Dick. By the way, I want to
Right.
make this clear. She slaps the sheriff who is nicknamed Big Dick. She slaps him
Correct.
right across the face, and she takes Dalton, and then they get in the car and leave. And I don't think she actually says too much at this point. I have it in the notes here, but I don't think we learn. Maybe she
Well, she
said
does
that.
next. Yeah. So
Okay.
that all happens because the guy is basically saying, I want you to leave. We can do it the easy way or the hard way, kind of thing, is what you're getting across. But Dalton just always pushing it. He's never not scared of anything ever. So it's like these cops. You'd think that this might be the one time that he might actually be a little intimidated, but he's got the gun pointed at him. Batty slaps the sheriff, Big Dick. She takes him in the car, and then as they're driving back into town, she gives a solid exposition dump here. Actually, this is where we find out that she is the daughter of Big Dick. Big Dick is the sheriff who used to work for the Boss Jr.'s boss dad, the guy who's in jail. Boss dad put a lot of money into Glass Key. He owned a fleet of charter boats that did tours and also ran drugs. So the sheriff is in bed with the family, and she says Dalton's got to leave town. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you actually did. It's funny enough. I said she knows a lot of information. I said something like her father was friends with the mob and the mob got caught. So now her father works for the son in prison. And then short enough, think or go for it. That's actually notes right there.
Bingo. There you go. So that's pretty much what it is. Like I said, exposition dump here. We now find out that the cops are all corrupt, essentially. This guy who's in prison is running things. He used to be a big player, put a lot of money into the area, and the son is trying to do that. We already knew about the land development stuff. She's thinking that him leaving town is probably for the best based on all of the dynamics.
Yep, that's exactly how I ended it. She says that he has to leave. I mean, listen. I know all about this place, and I know it don't get much better. So you're gonna have to just leave, Dalton. I hate to break it to you.
Yeah, and indeed, things are starting to bubble up in a big way at this point because two goons in the next scene are going to rough up the bookstore. And I said, "Oh no, could Fred the Tree be next?" That's what I had in
Dude,
the notes.
honestly, if they figure out that Fred the Tree is that thing that you were talking about at the beginning of the movie, we're in trouble because nobody else knows. But if they figure out, we're screwed.
This is a good point. These guys are dumb enough to have heard the Fred the Tree reference and go and rough up the tree.
Dude, literally. So either way, goons, yes, they're walking about the town. They walk and they're headed towards the bookstore. And Charlie's dad is sitting there and he's telling her like, "Come on, we gotta go. Like, come out the back. Like, we're leaving." And then this is one of those ambiguous scenes. Like, what actually happens here? So Charlie grabs the bat and she's presumably ready to defend the store. Why is the father some pussy or something? Like, why is he letting the 12-year-old and or 16-year-old be the one to
Well, I mean, I think that it's supposed to be that she's too young to know better, but he's the wiser one saying, we need to get the hell out of here.
But maybe don't leave the bat within range of her to grab it and go attack people with it if you don't want her to do,
Make a good point with that. Yeah, I'll give you that.
But either way, so yes, they, I think, and yeah, the scene ends. Yeah, so Charlie
You
grabs
don't
the
know.
bat
Yeah,
and the scene ends right there. Womp womp is actually
like you said, yeah, ambiguous. I think you called it exactly correctly. You don't know what happens at that point. So what did happen, we're going to find out throughout the course here. But we got to go back to the Roadhouse now, just in time for band number 5. Dude playing some upbeat boogie woogie blues that looks like if Willie Nelson and Dr. John had a baby. I'm sure that doesn't mean a lot to most people listening, but there's going to be a couple of people who think that that's very entertaining that I said that.
no.
But yeah, so we got another band playing upbeat song. Dalton checks in at the bar and he tells Laura, the heavyset bartender, that he had a mix up with the sheriff, and look who's there but crazy dipshit son boss guy. And he is actually at the bar now to have a conversation with Dalton about what's going on, essentially, but not even really. It's going to be an interesting thing that he wants to talk to him about.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation, of course. And what I would actually like to note before this conversation happens is that Laura notices that Dalton's never late to work. He must, he obviously is something is going on. When
Right.
people have a good work ethic, when they show up to work, when they're always there. He's only been here for like a week max. They know how hard of a worker he is. He's always on time. So when he wasn't on time, we got questions. Where you been? What's going on? Are you okay? No, I just ran into the sheriff. And now this fucking dickhead son over here is going to come sit next to me. And he's coming in here in this all white suit. He's got his hair slicked back. He thinks he's somebody because he thinks he's the boss. He's playing the part of the guy who can come in and call the shots by just pulling out his phone and showing a quick video of some unreleased footage or something, of the sorts.
Well, what he says on that is that he realizes that Dalton can't be threatened and that he can't be bought, but he did want to show him something. and that is something that was apparently taken off of YouTube. It keeps getting pulled down, but he found it, pulls out his phone, and it's footage of Dalton in a UFC fight, presumably the one that he's been flashing back to in his dreams. He, in this footage, hits a rather impressive flying knee, hammer fists his opponent, and through implication of what this boss son guy is saying to him, apparently Dalton killed this guy, a guy who was also a friend of Dalton's.
Yes, I there are actually a couple things that I would like to note here about this whole instance. So
Yes.
yes, the villain's here. Ben, oh Ben is his name. I find
Right.
out. I think we find that out here. And then Dalton drops this line: "Are you going to intimidate me like your friend Big Dick did?" You know, that was a pretty funny one, like that
Sure.
one. And then a key to note here is he says, I obviously can't intimidate you. I can't bribe you. Dalton says, "How much for a bribe?" And then the dude jokes it off. It's like, well, listen, buddy, you could have just solved problems right here. If you would have at least entertained the idea. It's like common thing for the dude to just not do what you're not going to take a bribe, and then he just doesn't actually do anything with the bribe. I know it's a movie and it's just a funny little thing, but like, you didn't actually attempt to bribe him. I never saw you once offer him money. You joked about it, but you didn't say, "Here's 15 grand. You can go do whatever you want." Like, if we would have saw it and saw Dalton be like, "No, I'm okay." Like, okay, then yeah, we see that he can't be bribed, but he says, "How much?" And then he just jokes it off.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you make a good point because this is their first meeting in the film. So, like, even he's hearing all about Dalton from all these other people, but there was never any indication from those guys, I guess, aside from the fact that he's a nice guy. But other than that, there is no indication that he is not viable. So
Yeah,
you're right. I mean, that I guess that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
he could hand him a little key right here and be like, "Hey, I got you a new home right outside. It's a car in the parking lot all the way near those bikes." And then Dalton, you could just drive wherever you want. It's got a full tank of gas. There's a case of money in it. Whatever you want to say. These are things that could have been an option for the mob boss. But I guess again, we're supposed to think that he has no real leverage. He has no ability to actually coerce people into do the things that he wants. So his best opportunity is to show the scrubbed footage of a quote unquote UFC fight that would have aired on television, on pay per view,
Well,
anything like this, whatever you would say.
and you're getting to a point that I'm going to be bringing up in a major way once we know a little bit more about this fight, which we're going to find out soon. But again, keep in mind what I had said earlier about the doctor girl knowing about all of this, everyone knowing that he's a UFC fighter, essentially being aware of all of this, because as we find out here, apparently he killed his opponent in this fight, and the guy also was a friend of his. And the son boss Ben he's saying, "I just want to know why the fight was won, but Dalton wouldn't stop." Dalton doesn't answer, and Ben just pays for his drink and leaves. Now, again, we don't necessarily know in this moment that that's exactly how it plays out, right? Like we're not actually seeing the phone footage by that point. So when we get to it, I'll kind of go into a little bit more detail about this element and why this is so absolutely crucial throughout everything in this film. But it's more, I guess, I don't even really know what the point of why in the story this guy is doing that. I mean, I guess just to show, like, maybe to what? Yeah, I don't know. Explain. What do you think it is?
This one, I actually think this is an interesting plot point. Now, I don't agree that the character that did it should have been this way. I don't think the villain should have introduced it in this way, but I think the feeling that they were trying to go for, and now hear me out, the way that I have it in this note. So this is a very realistic take, right, from an incident like this. So if you want to think back to Jalen Turner and Bobby Green, where you had a situation where Jalen Turner was clearly beating on an unconscious man. The ref was not stopping the fight. And then he ended up going into retirement because of all the flack that he was getting from, people around him and the way that people were making him feel about the situation like that. So I felt that honestly, this was a pretty realistic take. This would have been predating that incident, but the way that the villain was using the situation to mentally, affect Dalton in a way like it. I think this was actually very realistic. I
But
think this
that's
worked out perfectly.
but that's my question though, is what is he trying to actually get Dalton to do with that? Like, because my whole thing is the only thing I could think of is that he's trying to say, Dalton, you're not as good a guy as you think you are, or that you portray yourself to be. But what's the point? It doesn't do anything towards his goal.
No, I think it's more like I know you're secret, like, so get out of town or I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm gonna make sure everybody knows that you're not the nice guy. Like,
But they gotta know. I mean, like, would this not have been like when she said, "We have the internet. I know your past." Is that not part of that?
not many people know what mixed martial arts are.
Oh, give me a
I
fucking
mean, in
break!
in
In
in this
2024,
in this reality, do you think that Laura, the bartender, is watching Elwood Dalton middleweight title fight?
if
Like,
everybody in this town knows his name the second he gets off of that bus, then I would think that him killing a man inside of the cage would have gotten around in some way, shape, or form.
true, but I think of it, the young, okay, Billy, the young
Yeah, he even said,
protege,
I liked your
right?
fights.
That's plausible. He probably watched fights. The decent demographic to be watching fights. Now, when you get to the hot girl, she clearly is interested in this man. She went to go do a background check on him and shit. Like, she's a fucking nurse or whatever. She's probably doing more stalking than any. It's women, guys. They stalk people. Anyway, I think this actually makes sense for a lot of people. People like the bartender. I mean, she clearly is. Why would she give a shit? I mean, he's the bouncer. I don't know. Like, why
Well,
would I
and so,
look into what he's used to do? But the girl doing it, the female relationship person, she looking into it kind of makes sense to me because yeah, she's interested into him.
but so you're saying then that like like the whole idea is that he's holding it as a secret and that the Ben is going to let everyone know about his troubled past and that's going to change the perception of Dalton and that
That's how I read it. That's
okay.
how I was reading it. Yeah, I
All right,
think
fair
I
enough.
because again, I mean, there's no other reason for him to be doing that. Like, haha, you remember that? It was cool, wasn't it? You see that?
Well, that's
Like,
what I mean. It's like that's why I didn't really get it is because I was like the only thing I could think is that he was trying to be like, "Hey, you're not such a great guy," and I know that, but like it didn't. I don't know because I mean, yeah, maybe I'm too deep in the MMA world to be looking at it as a regular person, but
yeah, I
it
mean,
just seemed like if someone killed somebody, I thought that might transcend even the UFC/MMA world if someone died in a fight like that in the UFC because I mean, as big as it is at this point, like if there was literally a death in the UFC in current day and age, I think that would probably be like national news. I would know. Am I wrong?
I mean, but you can think about pro wrestling. It's very, very widespread. A lot of people watch that shit. A lot of different age groups. There have been plenty of pro wrestlers that have died. Not necessarily in the ring, plenty, but there have been pro wrestlers that have died, and
Well, one
you
that
don't.
has those Owen Hart, and I think a lot of people know that who are not wrestling fans, though, right?
They do know that, but that's from a specific, age group demographic. I mean, I guarantee if you said Owen Hart to anybody over the age, that was born after 2000, they're like, who the fuck is Brett or Owen? Like, so I think,
Perhaps.
I don't know, a death in the UFC. I mean, people die in all different types of athletics. I don't know if this movie.
But you're right. So that's what I'm saying. So it's like if it's so bad, like you can't have it both of those. Those. I mean, like
Mhm.
if it's so bad that he wants to keep it a secret, then that's one. But if it's so like commonplace. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's an interesting dynamic here that I don't know if like it necessarily clicked with me, but again, I might just be reading way too much into it.
Again, it goes back to the writing. I mean, they had this idea that like this is some found footage type of thing that nobody in the world would have seen this other than the 15,000 people in the arena
True.
at the time. Like, either way.
Yeah, it was
So he's
scrubbed from YouTube. They did make a big point about that.
so yeah. So what? I even have it in the notes. He's just trying to emotion fuck him. He's like, oh, that last shot right there. Ooh,
That
that's
yeah.
what did it right there.
Yep.
That one. And then Dalton just smiles and like looks off into the distance or whatever. And Frankie's looking.
Thought it was an
She's
interesting reaction to that, where it was he did just kind of like smile at it. I was like, maybe it might have been a time to like kind of let him break that just a little bit because it should be like a little bit more hitting, piercing than that. But I don't know.
I kind of liked it. I think it's like, man, he's smiling through it. Like,
Yeah, like I see what you're trying to do.
yeah.
Mm.
So I kind of like that. And then Dalton smiles, looks off. Frankie is watching as Ben leaves, and Ben walks out the door, and of course we have Conor McGregor sitting there with his golf club, and Ben tells him that he's good to go. And see, again, this is the part where in Connor's character, why the fuck would he listen to this dude? You don't tell me when to go. I would have already been in their cause in the fucking like it's
Right.
because the boss told me to.
Right.
I'm getting paid for that. Yesterday it would have happened. It's already dark out. I got here when it was daytime. By dinner time I would have already caused all my trouble.
Of course, but if that had been the case, then it wouldn't have allowed for the previous scene. So, again, plot needs to happen. But yeah,
Absolutely.
so Sun Boss does go outside, and Connor is waiting there outside. He says, "Make it hurt as much as possible. Burn the place down." Owner Frankie follows Son Boss out dissing his suit, and Connor rounds up the biker goons, and it's time to tear shit up.
I want you to remember what you just said. Frankie's out there insulting this man's suit.
Yes.
And I'm going to make a point for when she comes back. So just make sure you remember what she's doing right now, because she continues to do that the entirety of this scene. Because we have the music start to jump, by the way. This music gets going in the Roadhouse. Is this another new band? You didn't give us a
No, this
music
is. I
tip.
think this is the same band.
Damn it. Okay, same band. Connor
Because it's
walks
the
in
same
the
night.
door.
It's we're in the
True.
same. Yeah.
Well, damn, they run all night, don't they? The same band all night. Jesus. Anyway, so Connor walks in the door. Dalton's drinking his coffee, right? This is Connor's Roadhouse, and he walks in. Hey, fellas, looks like you're having a smashing night, And then here again, this is Connor reading a script. This is what he was told to do. This was in the script. And it says, and then he smashes the table as he says, it's a smashing night. This is not his fault, and he did as best as he could. This is a trailer shot. They obviously needed this clip right here to be in the trailer because it's so goofy. But go on.
He also said, as he's walking in, he has his golf club, and he says, "It's been a while since I've been clubbing." It's like, oh my God, it is just cheeseball line after cheeseball line for Connor. You are correct, though. It is the script, but Connor is chewing the scenery in a very cartoonish way, as we expect.
They wrote the script for random bad guy. It wasn't wrote for Connor. That's the thing that we got. And maybe it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they wrote this. Knox was made for Connor, and they had all these lines in mind for him to be able to drop them. But I just don't think so. Or potentially, maybe Connor is just that cringy that he brought these lines himself. Like I don't know.
I'm sticking with that as the thought process. But Connor is in here now. He's being a menace. He smashes shit. He takes some dude's girlfriend to dance right in front of him. And sadly for that guy, she is cool with it. So I was like, damn, sorry, bro. But she goes with it, and they're out there on the dance floor. Yeah, just kind of vibing.
Yeah, that is actually a very funny thing because yes, he grabs her. It's like, hey, baby, we're dancing, and she's like, oh, shit, I guess I'm dancing with this guy now. And then the boyfriend is like, what? He's like, what are you doing? Are you going? And, it's like, dude, it's Conor McGregor, whatever, whatever. She doesn't give a shit. She, Conor dancing scene, by the way, we get him dancing with the. With the
golf club. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, Connor did. And saying that he loves the song, and then immediately, I guess, again, to show just what a crazy character he is, he immediately switches to hating the song, and he tears through the chicken wire in front of the band and starts fucking with the band. Cardinal sin. You fuck with the patrons, don't fuck with the band. This is not a good thing to do. So yeah, now things are getting out of hand.
So the bouncer crew get involved, and Connor chucks them off. He just throws them all around. I'm pretty sure, quick one. And
4 guys try to restrain him, and he bangs them all off.
Well, yes. No, so yeah, that comes. So the bouncer crew get involved. Connor chucks them about, and then 3 guys grab Connor from behind, and then Reef steps in and he starts ripping him to the body real quick. Connor beats. I wrote this. I knew it was funny when I wrote it. Connor beats all the guys off. He does. He just does it so easily. All 4 of these guys just get. Whatever. Crowd starts fighting each other. Now we got a brawl ensuing. We got total anarchy ensuing.
This one was one that I thought was a little ridiculous. So somebody, Connor does all of the fighting to begin with, and then somebody in the bar just yells "bar fight," and everyone just starts fighting. And I said, that is not a thing. This is literally food fight in a high school cafeteria if it was actual physical combat.
Yeah, you're actually cooking. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing when you said bar fight. I thought food fight. Wow, that is what we used to think that happened. But either way. So yes, Connor beats all these guys off easy. Everybody's brawling. We even got a WWE move. So he does like a power bomb, but he flips him over the top.
Yeah, he jackknifes him backwards over his head, which I said another MMA/pro wrestling crossover that I personally did not need.
Yeah. Well, we get a couple more of them, so we'll see if you like the other ones. But yes, we even got the WWE move. Dalton is still sitting there doing nothing. He's just still trying to drink his coffee. He sees what they're doing. He's not going to fall into the trap. But of course, Connor's in the middle of the room yelling, Dalton, Dalton. And,
Yep.
obviously Dalton, he gives a scoff. Like, that's what I wrote. He scoffs at it. He's like, huh, all right. And then he stands up, casually, and he starts walking over. And this is a funny scene. I thought this scene right here, the way that they envisioned it, I think played out perfectly. Dalton's going to walk, and there's going to be people fighting going around him, and he's not going to really pay much attention. There's going to be a dude walking by with a chair. Hey, Dalton, how you doing? Like stupid shit like that. I think worked out very, very well. He walks by the last people and like breaks them up really quick. He's handling shit, but he's also like he's focused on where he's going. But if you get in his way, he's on his way.
Sure.
So
And also one thing I think is important to note at this juncture is that you have one actual MMA fighter in this film. You have a character who is playing an MMA fighter. No actual MMA real fighting elements aside from striking come into play really almost at all in this entire movie. So like when I was saying about the WWE or the pro wrestling MMA crossover type thing, it was really just memes because the fighting in this film is all just action movie fighting. There is not really like, so when we talk about this as like an MMA adjacent film, that is very much what I mean. You get the UFC representation in visual form, but the fighting style that you see is very much just your typical run of the mill action style choreography.
I will agree with that, and I think what is best to be said though about that is when it comes to Conor McGregor being the only mixed martial artist in this, in the action scenes of this movie. Maybe we got some hidden gems around there, but Conor is the best on screen when it comes to the action moves, and I think that rightfully it should be the truth. I shouldn't be out here thinking like, wow, Jake Gyllenhaal really schooled Conor McGregor when it came to like the moves and like actually doing the stuff. No, Conor looks really fucking good in this movie. When it comes to the action, I think the CGI, it works best for Conor because it's not necessarily too much of the CGI. Like he can do all the shit. So
yeah, no, I agree. Actually, I think that Conor, as far as the fight choreography goes, was surprisingly astute at it. I thought he did a very good job with it.
I think it's, him and Surreal Gone for the action scenes, for them being able to just on command, their first attempt at it, for them to just nail what it would, to look like an action star. Props to them.
Well,
I'll give them that.
yeah, and that's funny that you mentioned KO because that in the big picture, I think this film does share a lot of elements with KO to me, like as far as like the overall feel of it. So we can talk about that a little bit later, but yeah, that is valid, I think.
Yes. So, and then Dalton yells to Conor, and they have a quick conversation here about bringing his goons with him. Like, dude, I thought this was between us. Why do you have to bring your goons with him? And, Conor says, I was trying to be thoughtful, and then he drops a line about a pay-per-view or something. I was trying to sell out a pay-per-view. It's an outdated thing anyways. It doesn't matter. This line is, you can just take it out the movie. Voice over with PLE.
Yeah, so Conor jaws at him about bringing an audience just like on pay-per-view, 25 quid to watch me break your face. 25 quid is about $35. Pay-per-views haven't been that cheap since 2005. And B, pay-per-views are gone now, 2 years, and a mid-joke has already dated itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I was trying to be thoughtful is a funny thing. The way that he says the thing. I think the accent obviously makes some of the things that he say sound funnier, even though they're not supposed to be.
Sure. And Conor has a natural way of like curling his accent that is kind of humorous just naturally. So it does lend itself to the humor.
And then, you get this other trailer line. This is a direct clip for the trailer. I got a tip for you, Dalton. Don't let no one get this close, and then headbutts him, of course.
I wanted to believe that was a Wanna Now reference that was very, very subtle.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think it was, but it's what I want to believe.
And then so headbutts Dalton, of course, and Dalton, punches him back or something. Conor greets Dalton again there. It's like, hey, I'm Knox. Nice to meet you. It was kind of, I don't know what's going on here. Again, it's trying to show that he's just all over the place,
Well, and this is also the point where Conor calls him the most notorious fighter in the UFC or something like that. And I was like, there you go. Conor got to say the word notorious. I'm sure that was in his contract somewhere. You got to say it. So he got to say it. I'm very surprised that he didn't get a who the fuck is this guy somewhere throughout any of this. He actually could have had an opportunity when he first met the Sun to, for that, but we didn't get that. But got
yes.
notorious.
So Dalton punches him back, and Conor, he says something like, "Oh, there he is. That's the guy that I was waiting for." And then he puts his hand out to shake it, and then Dalton doesn't, so Connor kicks him in the chest or something like that.
Yes,
Does a Spartan kick.
correct.
And then the fight ensues, and then we don't have the worst CGI work, is what I was saying, because Connor again looks the part when it comes to what he's doing.
That literally what we just were talking about is in the notes right there. I said fight choreography surprisingly good for this brief exchange that they have thereafter, and throughout all of the exchanges between Connor and Jake Gyllenhaal, I give Jake Gyllenhaal some credit for this as well. Obviously, he took the fighting aspects of this pretty seriously, and to me, even with the CGI aspect, which does kind of put a weird uncanny valley on a little bit of it, I still thought it was pretty good looking overall.
Yeah, 100%. I think they showed the visuals of the martial arts aspect. I mean, obviously these are very unconventional forms of martial arts that they are doing in here. This is more of a street fighting element, but
It's an action movie style.
yeah, but the way that they're presenting the martial arts, you're able to see what they are going for. You're able to see the people do the things that they're wanting to show you, and they don't look half bad doing it.
Well, and that's, I think, goes back to a point that you've made for several of our MMA on film reviews, is that you want to be able to actually see that stuff. So in this instance, I think for you and what you like in an action movie, this actually works really well.
Yeah, it was. And then I know that you love to see this next thing that happened. And, speaking of being able to see and the optics, what are you able to visually comprehend? Well, you're able to see Connor win this fight and then suplex Dalton over the counter. Another WWE move here. Love to see it. They go over the counter, they tumble back over into the crowd, and then,
over the bar and then back over the bar the other way.
Yes, and then so you get this weird camera angle where you're watching the fight kind of happen from the ground, because they're filming upwards, where you see multiple people hanging from some structure on the ceiling.
Okay, we got to talk about this one. Yes. So one thing before that, they're behind the bar. Connor punches the bottles. They come back to the other side. I said we're taking a tour of all of our favorite Roadhouse locations with this
Yes.
fight. But then, yes, this one was very strange to me. So what I will give this film a little bit of credit for as well is that when they do go to POV, we didn't mention this is another trope of MMA films, going to the POV shots for fights. They didn't make it so stuck on the POV that it got like played out or too much. I thought that they used it pretty sparingly and in good parts. But this POV, yes, goes from to swing upwards, and some dude knocks down, I guess, a suspended paddleboard, which I think is like ambiance or decor in the building.
Tall ass ceiling.
Yeah, exactly. Huge. I mean, you can see the slope of the ceiling from the outside, how angled it is. But yeah, there's a paddleboard up in the rafters. How the fuck did anybody get up there? Even though the Roadhouse does have a second floor, do you mean to tell me that somebody jumped from the second floor onto the paddleboard? It was very weird to me that was what happens. But yes, this paddleboard comes down from the rafters and slams down thereafter.
Oh, and it's this. Now this might be worse than the truck. I'm not gonna lie. This CGI here is absolutely horrible. Watching the decoration fall, it's like weird, topples down. It doesn't look good at all. It's worse than the truck probably, but the truck was just so much more egregious. Like you're sitting there watching No, the truck from earlier.
Oh, the truck from earlier. Yeah, yes. Okay, then there's another truck that's coming up that's also pretty bad.
Yes, so yeah, the truck from earlier was just more egregious because it's
True.
Surviving that is ridiculous. But this falling from the ceiling, it's okay, it manageable, I guess, but it still looks like shit. And this is where I saw the POV shot. I didn't realize the first one was a POV of us seeing the POV that we get, the first person, and Connor is eating Dalton alive with these punches. He is just, and then gives a growl. I don't know if you caught that in the first person POV. He punches him a few times and then yells in the fucking thing. And it is absolutely awesome. Love to see it.
Yeah, no, actually, I think you're right. I think the POV is at that point, it might have not been a POV shot for the rafter thing, but either way, we do see that come down. But yeah, so big biker dude holds Dalton while Connor lays some serious hands on him. Dalton eats and no sells all of the shots, as of course he is superhuman, so none of this is actually getting to him. Dude pulls him off. They both break free, and then they're back to fighting. And that's where I said, yeah, another recurring MMA trope, the POV fighting. But this is where it's unique because it's Connor doing, we're seeing Connor doing the punching. And I said, this is what so many Italian DJs and old men in bars have seen in their lives, which is Conor McGregor's fist flying at your face.
Absolutely, and so obviously, Dalton breaks the hold from the guy that had him, and then Connor does a double leg. It's not really a takedown; it's more of a dump. I mean, he throws him very very far. He picks him up by both of his legs and then throws him out the bar,
Yeah,
and it
it's like a
was
tackle and toss.
yeah, it was very very impressive for a man of Connor's stature, of course, that we know. But yeah, so Connor kicks him one more time. He kicks him back down to the ground and stares at him, and he says, "Something's wrong with you." Me too.
Yeah, that's the one line in the film that I'm like, that actually does go kind of hard. I liked that. But so yeah, that tumbles out the front door. So now we're outside again. And then yeah, Dalton ends up like walking away. A lot happens in this one part here because this is like the summation of everything. So we're outside, Dalton walks away, Dr. Batty rolls up, Kid Bouncer is hurt, cops are on the scene, Connor hightails it out of there, and Frankie, the bar owner, returns. Inside is cleared out, and the band is still playing to an empty Roadhouse.
That is the key part that I said here. Remember what I said at the beginning? Frankie walked away to go insult this dude's fucking clothes. She just came back. She just came back. She was 13 feet out the door. That dude parked in the handicap spot. And she was nowhere to be found when all of this shit went down. You're gonna tell me she didn't hear none of it? She didn't see she don't smell the building burning. She didn't see the rafters come falling down and crashing. Like, Frankie, this is your place of business. You're trying to tell Dalton all this shit that you're happy and you want to, put all this stock into this. I don't want to sell it. Blah 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 blah. We don't care. You're not even there when shit goes down. Some owner, literally,
She had more important things to do, Chase. She had to tell the son that he looked like a 2-bit pimp on Easter.
listen. She probably kept rattling off things, and he sat there listening to it because he knows that Connor's in there causing a fucking muck.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy. So Dalton, yes, walks away. Hot girl shows up, and it was interesting that Billy was just randomly hurt. Like, oh, I'm hurt. It's like he wasn't even in the scene. I don't even know. Did he fall from the rafter?
Well, I
Like,
think he got hurt by Connor early in the scene, right? Wasn't that
maybe.
yeah, so? Either way, though, I mean, it's just what you're seeing is just the aftermath of everything. And now, I did think it was funny that the band is still playing to an empty bar at that point. I said that was like the band going down with the Titanic kind of thing.
They
Which
listen. They got paid, dude. They're gonna get their time.
I say you pay us to play music on this stage. That is what you are going to get. So yeah, it was that's the big climax of this very chaotic scene that we went through. One of the big action set pieces of this film, and now we are back on the houseboat with Dalton cleaning himself up and packing himself up.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I said back at the boat. Dalton's washing up. He's doing a little whore's bath. He's just, washing himself in a sink. This is probably the best shower that he's had in a couple of years, considering he's lived in his car. But
It's a good
it,
point. Hey, he's lived in the car and in a houseboat that I would guess maybe assume that there's a shower on the houseboat, maybe, but hard to say, right?
yeah, jump in the water anyway.
True.
So Frankie stops him. He's about to leave. He zips up the suitcase and he's about to leave, and Frankie stops him. She won't sell the Roadhouse. Ben is broke and borrowing money, and he's leaving, and Dalton's leaving, and that he's afraid. A couple of things happen here that are not really too much that I care about. Frankie, once again, she shows up just to fucking blabber. Like, I don't know,
Well,
bro.
this actually goes to your point from earlier that where she was kind of holding back the one time that she actually did shut her mouth, that she was being a little dishonest because this is where we do find out that she was withholding information from Dalton. She is aware that Brant, the son boss dude, is trying to take the Roadhouse, and that there are bigger motives at play here. So she wasn't completely upfront with Dalton as to why he was there. So essentially, she hired Dalton to be her personal army, and I was like, that's somewhat employee abuse to an extent. But either way, Dalton's like, yeah, I'm out of here. You should, as you said, you should have hired the other guy. I'm in over my head with this to an extent, and she's like, oh, you're afraid, and he's like, yes, I am afraid. I'm more afraid than you'll ever know. And and we're going to find out why that is.
Well, and so when you get to that scene and what he says right there, like, more than you'll ever understand. Like, so was this supposed to be because he got his butt whooped by Connor, or is this because Big Bad Ben is holding something over his head now? What are you supposed to feel in this moment here? What is the not understanding portion that are we
Now,
supposed to be getting at?
What I think it is that he's afraid of what he's going to do when he's pushed beyond his limit, and that is what is exactly happening here. And and
Nice.
he knows that he's getting to that point, is what I think is implied. The other thing also to note is that Frankie is aware that Boss Brant kid he's taken money from shady people, and that he's out of money. I don't know how she knew that exactly, but she's saying, oh, once he's not able to pay that money back, then he's going to be off. He's going to get taken out. So everything's going to be cool eventually. But Dalton's like, I'm not sticking around for all that shit.
Yeah, and I think that's smart on his part because you're asking how does she know that? Well, how did she know all the other things that she lied about earlier on in the movie? She doesn't know shit. She just says whatever is going to get Dalton to work for her for $5,000 a night. So
True. Yeah. And, you can chalk it up to word travels fast on the island, but okay,
four
whatever.
square blocks. I mean, he probably set it down at his lodge that was 2 buildings down from the bar. So
Indeed. Good point. So, whatever the case is, Dalton's not having any of this stuff. But we get back to the
uh,
boss son. And
oh,
yeah,
yes, yes, Ben. I was thinking it was Billy. Sorry, yes. So scene opens and Ben is pouring a drink here, and
on the boat.
random, yes, on the boat and the yacht.
The
This was
yacht.
the yacht,
Excuse me. Yes, the yacht.
and the random guy tells them that they didn't kill Dalton. Wrong cops showed up, and they are so screwed. So fuck. Get him another bottle is what you can do.
That's
Is what
right.
I.
The only thing left to do is drink more. Understandable, I
Nice.
said. And Frankie is back at the Roadhouse, and she is also drinking, even though she has to pick a piece of glass out of her drink because of all the destruction.
Yeah, she's having a drink in the Roadhouse rubble. By the way, she owns this place. How about you? What are you doing? Like, I swear to God, now that I think about Frankie in this movie, it's like she's goddamn one of the worst. She's one of the worst owners that I've ever seen. I mean, to be fair, this is how most owners are. They don't know anything that's going on in the building. They don't know what the fuck to do. They can't even clean up the place when they are literally pulling glass out of the drink that they're drinking. Frankie, priorities, girl. Like, Jesus Christ, the Roadhouse probably needs to get bought out and destroyed if this is how you guys are running the place.
Well, everything is just spiraling out of control so far that, like I said, the only thing to do is to drink. But Dalton is off at the bus stop within all of this. But of course, the bus stop is in front of the bookstore, and the bookstore is not looking so good.
Correct. Yeah, it definitely looks a little charred. It's burned, not to the ground per se, but it is definitely fire has ensued inside of it.
Burned
And
out.
yes, yes, exactly. And sees it's burned, and and Dalton starts walking in, and then he starts asking the firefighters. I believe he's like, "Where's the girl and the dad?" Like, dude, they just put the fire. Like, what are you asking these people for? They're doing their job. They're long gone. Like he says they're at the fucking hospital or something. And then he's like looking around, and then he sees the bus leaving, and then he walks outside with determination on his face. Is exactly what I have here.
Yeah, well, I said, the bus pulls up and it's time for a tough decision for our hero. Does he stay or does he go? But perhaps the decision is not so tough at all because of the type of character that Dalton is.
Yeah, true. And so, we get to the next scene, where Dalton appears at the lodge where our bad guys have been staying, where Connor pulls up. Or originally, how does he know, how does Dalton know where this place is? Probably because there's only 4 buildings on this,
Correct.
in this movie. That is a very good question of how he learned to get here. I have no idea. Dalton walked over, by the way. Again, everything's within walking distance for a person who doesn't have a car. Just very happens to be that way.
Yeah.
So Dalton walks over and he's talking to the goon. They're both across the pool as of right now. Dalton's walking closer to him, and he's asking him, did you do that to the bookstore? Was that your idea? He's like, oh yeah, that was. I fucking did. I'll do that shit on my 3rd birthday of every month. I'll do that shit whenever. And so he walks over, and the guy pulls a knife, and Dalton he does his thing. He steps back and punches the guy. And I think, again, it works very well. Why didn't you do this the first time you got stabbed? How about every time you're about to get stabbed? You had a bunch of different stab wounds at the beginning of the movie. Maybe this isn't 100% rate. Like, he tries sometimes and gets stabbed. The other times he just stands there and lets it happen. But now he's locked in, does not get stabbed, punches this dude in his neck bone.
Throat. He punches him directly in the throat, collapsing his trachea. He explains this to him as he is now falling into the pool and suffocating. He's saying, "Oh, I collapsed your trachea. Probably, I broke the bone in your throat, so you're not going to be able to breathe now." And Dalton's, he's kind of monologuing at this point as the guy falls into the pool, and he says, somebody had asked me earlier today if I was afraid, because the guy had said, "Oh, we scared you," and he's like, "Oh, someone asked me earlier today if I was afraid," and he says, "I am afraid. I'm afraid of myself when I'm pushed too far." Essentially, I've been pushed too far now. When that happens, you're getting a smashed windpipe and you're drowning in the pool, buddy.
Yeah, but see, I don't like this aspect of it because again, you're supposed to be building the superhuman guy up as the nicest guy imaginable, but now he's ready to just fucking kill anybody. Like, I mean, it's just kind of, I get what they're going for, but I don't like the sentiment of it. Like,
Well,
like
I think that I
he's
think that
a good guy just because they made him go to this point to kill. Like
Well, that's the whole thing, though, is that like I think that they actually did a decent job with that, because he was about to leave. He even said that too. He was like, the thing is, I was about to leave. Like I was on my way out, but you fucked with the bookstore. Obviously, that gets into the relationship that he has with the kid, with the girl there. Charlie, the girl, and and that was just a step too far. It was you pushed him over the line, and this is what happens when you push this guy over the line, which we saw in his MMA fight as well.
yeah, which again, this only begs the question: what did his friend do? Like,
Well, oh, don't get okay. We're coming up to all of
okay,
this, and then
okay.
this is going to be a
So either
major,
way,
major thing here.
so, he pushes him into the pool, which is a key thing to note about this. So he punches him in the neck, breaks his, blocks his trach, blocks his windpipe, something of that sort. The dude pushes him in the pool. Now the dude is drowning and obviously suffocating, both in one. Then the next scene, we see Dalton carrying the guy and putting him in the back of a truck. Did he fish him out of the water? How did he get him out of the middle of the pool? Did he
I
use one of those like the nets?
That must have been it. Yes, he,
Okay.
he he pulled him over with the net and scooped him up like a goldfish.
Now, I want you to also remember the fact that this guy was in a pool. You ever heard the term, such and such pounds soaking wet? This would have added like 15 fucking pounds to this guy. Dalton is a superhuman. He was able to get him out of the water. Like, it's got like a suction kind of thing when you're pulling something out of the water. Like, it's hard. So the fact he was able to lift him, then put him in the back of the truck, very, very insane feats of strength here. But very funny moment that you get from this as well, because you get to see the funny guy with the broken arm, the biker guy. He looks over and he's like, oh, fuck. Like, you just fucking killed that guy? Like, holy shit. And he's startled. Of course, Dalton sees him and he notices it's the funny guy, of course, and he's
Right.
like, dude, fuck it, these guys are weird, man. I just like to ride bikes, and it's so hard to find a group of people around here that are cool, and like I don't even like these guys. Like they're whatever, dude. I'll leave. Like I'm gone.
Yeah, the comic relief, nice guy biker dude. Dalton has recognized that he is that type of guy, and he's saying he's not like these guys. He's kind of just, he just wants to be a part of a biker club, and this is what he ended up in. But he's going to head out of town, so please don't kill me. And then Dalton says, where is the big boss Brandt guy? And then he tips him off on that, and that's kind of what his he is spared of Dalton's wrath because of all of that.
Yeah, he says, I don't know anything. I don't get told shit. They don't fucking trust me with anything. But I think I heard there's a meeting. There's a meeting at what did he say? A Harvest Key.
Which is funny because that Harvest Key would denote an actual like place, except it's on the water
Mm-hmm.
that this meeting is happening, because we're going to find out that this is on a boat out in the middle of the open water. So him saying it's Harvest Key, that it looked like it could be anywhere in the middle of the ocean. But of course, we find out as well that this is a very small ocean.
Yes, and so it is 5 a.m. by the way, which it kind of seemed weird for them to note that it was 5 a.m.
No, my
Just
bad. I'm actually
yes,
now I'm realizing no, the meeting. Yes, he's talking about the meeting with the
no,
money.
you're right though. It is on
Yeah.
the water.
But it's on the shore of the water. So yeah, so it's on Harvest Key. Like it's not actually like out on open water. Like
Yeah, it
because he's
looked pretty open to me, man. I think you were cooking for a second.
no, because this is the thing where he's going to end up with the cop. Okay, just let's move on, because I know. Yeah, now I realize my mistake here. I thought he was talking about the meeting with when they're out on the yacht, but no, this is the meeting with the money.
Yes, and so this is where you get 4D chess played by Dalton here in a second, because it's not
Correct.
like he's not necessarily just a guy who got pushed too far. He's not necessarily a guy who is able to do menacing things with his hands. He is also in some fashion Dexter from the TV series. If you guys didn't know, this guy buys bags of ice and you have no idea what he's doing with these. You're like, why would he need 6 bags of ice? He actually didn't even buy them. He just walks away with them, by the way. And they're going to melt. He walks everywhere. What do you think he's going to get? You're in Florida, dude. Like, oh my goodness.
Didn't even think about that part, but you are right.
So it's just crazy to me that he gets all these bags of ice, and then we don't know what he's going to do with it, because we get a flashback right in the middle of this. Right after this, we get a flashback, and we get to see the footage, the inside the cage footage. We get to see Dalton hit a flying knee. He hits this dude hella times, which I wanted to note earlier that in the original footage that we saw from Ben's phone wasn't even that late of a stoppage. I mean, it wasn't even that bad. Nothing
We didn't
egregious. I've
actually
seen
see
worse.
all. Yeah, we didn't see the whole cut
Right.
before we see the whole thing. Of course,
Well,
yes.
now, yes, now we definitely see the guy get hit hella times. His head is bouncing off the canvas. Thanks, Chris Tyone. Like, you literally did nothing. Cameo from Chris, by the way. And then Dalton has like Green Goblin type mental episodes where he's like laughing to himself and having he's like sitting there looking at the dude's dead body, and he's like smiling, and then he's not, and then he like, it's kind of a weird little flashback. And then he's looking over the opponent's body, which again, you're supposed to realize, or you're supposed to remember, this is like a friend of his. Like, maybe if we would have got like flashbacks of them together or something, like we could have seen the camaraderie. But we're just supposed to know, like, wasn't that your friend? Like, he
Well,
just passingly says it.
this is what undoes so much of this movie for me, okay? Because yes, you are right. We get this POV, this flashback. Now Dalton's in the cage. POV of him punching getting punched by his friend. He flips the switch and goes into the sequence that we saw on the boss's phone with the flying knee, then hammer fists to the unconscious opponent. Referee with the late stoppage. So I said A for accuracy, even though I think Chris Tyone is one who is a little bit better with late stoppages, unless you're choking someone to death, re Billy Elicana.
True.
But important to note here, and this is the crucialest, most important of all of the notes. This is my most important note. Dalton goes in for another hit after Tyone pulls him off, and that is implied to be the one that did it. So that's the hit that murdered his friend, his opponent, etc. That is murder. The fight has stopped, and you go in and hit someone after the fight and you kill them. That is considered murder. You are outside of the competition setting at this point. So our guy Dalton is a legitimate murderer here. If you know, like the confines of this sport, like we're for whatever reason, like that doesn't get brought up in any capacity. But like we've seen that. The reason I say this and I stress it so much in boxing, which you follow, I mean, the structure is the same. There is a known case of this. I don't have the names off the top of my head, but there is an instance of this happening where a boxer was in the fight, hit a guy after the fight was concluded. This guy ended up, I believe, passing away, and he was charged with murder for it. So this happening in this instance kind of undoes so much of this film for me, because I'm like, you should have just had it where it was him dying after a regular stoppage, like, or a late stoppage. But
So,
still,
so this moment for you is kind of the equivalent to finding out that win or lose, Brendan's going to get arrested after this fight,
to an
or
extent,
Tommy,
yeah.
whichever one it
Tommy,
was.
yeah, yes. To an extent, it is, because yeah, this is a very crucial thing here, that it changes all of the dynamics of everything, to me anyway. Someone knowing who, like, what that all entails, because Dalton is a murderer, and then like that does not play any part in anything in this film. And I think that is an unfortunate element, because A, it could have either been more interesting to the character, or B, it could have you could have done it in a way that it was not that, and still gotten everything that you get out of the movie otherwise.
Hmm.
So yeah,
I
this is a very major thing to me. And then again, the girl, the love interest saying that she did her googling on him, that would have come up if he was a murderer in that instance. The Billy the kid saying that he knew who he was, like that would have come up if he knew about any of his stuff. I mean, like again, this frames this character completely differently for me, knowing that is the case here, but it's not in this world, I guess.
Now, yeah, absolutely. And so the scene of the flashback ends. Dalton is back on the boat, and he's making himself a little coffee. And this is where you finally figure out what he's doing with the ice. And what's actually crazy now that I think about going forward, because we're going to talk about what he does with the with. So he's got the guy that he just killed. He's got him in a cooler full of ice. At this point, again, you still don't even know what he's doing. In my mind, I'm thinking something with the crocodile, right? He's going to do something with the crocodile, but we don't necessarily see that portion of it. The what we do see is unfortunately the craziest form of 4D chess, because he didn't know what he was going to do until he figured out where the meeting was going to be. So he was already taking the body somewhere before the dude told him where the meeting was going to be. So
Correct. Yeah.
I,
this whole thing is a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit strange. So yes, he takes the body back to the boat. The boat has a cooler in it with ice in it with the dead body inside of it. I said the same thing. I was like, why did he not just feed it to the croc? But he doesn't do that. So now he's got a dead body on his boat, just chilling in a cooler, and then he goes to sleep. Because I was like, damn, I mean, really, I guess that drives home the kind of the murderer aspect here, that he's able to just catch some Z's after all of that. Yeah, so then you're right. He like, if had that encounter with the nice guy not happened, then he would have needed another way to figure out the next step, I guess.
You know what also I think is funny, and I think this goes back to just they had this written in such a very climactic way. Like the beginning of the movie, you're supposed to believe that Dalton, he has this reputation that he walks around with, and he holds it. Once he takes off the hood, everybody knows who he is, and
Right.
he can do whatever he wants when it comes to like this octagon street fighting shit. If it comes down to it, he'll fight and he'll win. He never has to because people don't want to fight him. But now, as the movie goes on, you're supposed to believe that he never wants to do that. He wants to be as far as estranged from that version of himself. Why would he? I don't know. It starts the movie off. You're supposed to believe he's some badass because of it, but like as the movie gets on, it's like that's not really in his character, is it? Like, why would he be living off that if the entirety of the time that he's in the Keys is to not be that person?
Well, I guess the implication is that people know him as an MMA fighter, so maybe it's not about the the actual death part. It's just the fact that he's a fighter that might just be intimidating to people.
That guy killed a guy in the cage. Like maybe, like I don't know, like
Now, are you seeing why it unravels a lot for me?
but either way, so we get the next scene. We get a helicopter landing. This is funny. I don't know, the helicopter landing. I don't remember a helicopter, but I do have it in the notes. But anyway, Dalton sneaks up on one of the sheriffs, which we have multiple sheriffs in this because the dude definitely had a shirt that said sheriff, which I was confused because we know who the sheriff is in this town.
Yeah, I think it's sheriff's like office or whatever. I guess.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
either way, I don't
if
know.
if you got a shirt that says sheriff's office, I don't know, like that's kind of anyway. So Dalton sneaks up behind this guy, knocks him out, and sends the money off on the boat. Presumably, is what the because this cop is carrying the briefcase. This is
Yeah,
what we're supposed to assume is he knocks this guy out, does something with the briefcase. You see the clip of him sending the boat off, so it's like, oh, he sent the money off like across the ocean, like nobody's gonna get to it now. Like that's what I was reading from that.
Well, I think that you see the case out of the boat still. I think at some point, but the idea is like that Dalton sees the cop dragging a big like lug case with to a boat. He sneaks up on him, knocks him out, and then opens up the case to find out that it is filled with cash. Then yeah, Dalton sails the boat off unmanned. The cop wakes up, and then Dalton shoots the goon that he murdered at the boss's son's house with the cop's gun. So like he took that body to this location and then shot that body with the gun of the police officer.
Again, because when you go back to the scene, he was already packing the body up to do something with before he figured out where this meeting was going to be.
Right.
Then in this scene, he shoots the guy as the cop is watching. And yes, it makes sense because in his mind, he explains his plan here. He's like, oh, as a pro fighter, I know what a concussion can do to somebody. You'll forget all about this if I hit you in the right spot. Look over there, there's a dog. And then he whacks him over the head or something. So in his mind, okay, he wiped his memory. Now people are gonna assume that he killed the dead guy. Well, as we soon find out, that is not the case. The cop did not forget. So did he not say anything that there was a dead guy here? He shot him with my gun. The guy was already dead.
Oh, he does. I mean, that they call back to that. Like Big Dick will eventually say, "Oh, my guy said, something about you saying short-term memory or
No,
whatever."
but like the fact that he didn't say that he killed a guy and there was already yeah, he said something about short-term memory loss, but he didn't mention like, hey, he killed a guy, like like
Yeah, but he's one of the goons, so he's expendable.
either way. So he Dalton leaves
Plot
an
needs to
anonymous
happen, is what I guess is what they.
Dalton leaves an anonymous tip on a payphone, and they're
Right.
like, oh, do you want to leave a name and a number? And then he just hangs up or whatever. So
Yeah.
anyway,
He's saying also that he did this to throw the cops off the trail to confuse them a little bit or whatever. Like it's a little convoluted at this point. But again, plot needs to happen.
So anyway, the next day the sheriff shows up, and they've taken the hot girl and they want their money back. So Dalton, cough it up. Where is it at?
Well,
And
he's also making a bomb on the boat as the sheriff approaches, and then he just sort of casually puts it into a bag while the sheriff walks up. So it's like, yeah, I'm just making this bomb in broad daylight and just kind of hiding it away.
I did not mention that at this point, but I remember noting like, oh yeah, he did have the dynamite or whatever he was
Right.
doing. Anyway, so the
Where do you get
deputy,
that?
yeah, just I don't know the keys, man. They've taken the hot girl and they want their money back. So Dalton, figure it out. Where is it at? And the deputy, he talks about I was, his deputy didn't forget. He said you were saying something about a concussion. Well,
Right.
and then Dalton's like, oh shit, like that was a pretty funny reaction from him, like thinking like that didn't really work, did it? It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia has a great thing about that as well. They try to give somebody a concussion with a bottle. Anyway, memory loss, love it.
Sure. Yeah. No actual memory loss, but Spanish baddie doctor is been kidnapped, and the son wants the money back that now Dalton has stolen. So yeah. Now.
And yeah, and the sheriff, if he doesn't get the money back, he's going to get blamed for it. So figure it out, Dalton, because we're all getting fucked if you don't figure it out. So anyway, money by noon or the girl is dead. Please help. And Dalton says, well, I don't have the money, so it's going to take some time, which again, makes, when I'm looking at this part, I'm thinking like, he sent it off in the boat is what I was reading from this. Like, because I thought that would have been a pretty interesting plot development. It's like, okay, now it's in the middle of the ocean. Like, now we actually got to figure out what to do about that. But the fact that it's not, and he just sent the boat off randomly just to be an asshole, like, I don't know, like, whatever.
True. Yeah. Yeah. Again, just to kind of confuse the cops, I guess. But again, we're getting into kind of convoluted territory with some of this stuff. But yeah, I also thought it was like, it's funny that he said, "Oh, I hid it, so it's going to take some time." It's like, well, why? Big Dick could have just been like, "Okay, well, let's go together to get it," like,
Right.
I mean, or whatever. But no, Big Dick is worried about his daughter, so okay, do whatever you got to do, I guess.
Yeah, so we go to the docks, right? And this is the second set of docks. This is not the normal set of docks. I believe this is like a little further away because we have different crews. We have different looks of people anyway. So Dalton is here and he's commandeering a vessel from the hot girlfriend's ex-boyfriend's cop that she knows where the key is at sometimes. He's looking for the key. Where is it at? And he obviously shouts, he's like, hey, I know who you are. You're that bouncer asshole, huh? Like, yeah, I know who you are, because clearly everybody knows who Dalton is. I mean, word gets spread fast. Even
Of
the
course.
ex-boyfriend knows. Like, I mean,
Yes.
Jesus Christ. And I'm a cop, you idiot. That's a line right there. And then it's cool. I'll be back. Give me 2 hours. He's like, no, you stop right now.
You're in trouble, he says from the dock, and they're having a full ass conversation as Dalton has driven this boat 200 yards away, which I thought was pretty
Over
funny.
the fucking engine, by the way.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, he's just yelling back and forth as he is sailing off into the distance, and it is both people can just hear.
And he's like, I'll be right back. I promise. 2 hours. He's like, no, you stop it right now. All right, 2 hours. 2 hours tops. So it's fine.
I mean, yeah, what's he supposed to do? I guess at that point, right?
And then right here, Dalton tucks the C4 he was wrapping before the sheriff came in. Yeah, so he
Right.
puts this on this boat with him. And
Correct.
it's kind of a funny nod. It's like, he's gonna go fuck this dude's boat up. Like, that's pretty funny to think about. Like, damn, he ain't getting that boat back, man.
True. Yeah. No. He's. Yeah. I mean, again, this is what I class is like he's been pushed to the Michael Douglas in Falling Down point. I don't know if you're familiar with the film Falling Down, but classic film if you've not seen it. And it's basically as a guy who's just been pushed past the brink, and now all hell is going to be breaking loose, and Dalton has gotten to that point.
And so, speaking of all hell's breaking loose, this next scene is very, very funny because you get Conor McGregor speeding down the highway in a student driver car. Where did he get this?
Just randomly picked it up somewhere. At least that makes sense for the character that it just all of a sudden,
And that's what's key about filmmaking and storytelling is because of the way they set up the character. This does not mean, like, it doesn't make me fall out of the story. I'm like, yeah, he probably did take that from some 16-year-old girl and told the driver to get the fuck out. Like,
Right.
like, it makes sense. The fact that he could have a place burning in the matter of a headbutt, like, that makes sense.
Mhm.
I think it's hilarious. And then also he's listening to some gay music, which is really, really funny. Like the music that he's listening to is so fucking bad.
I
But
didn't clock that, but I did clock the fact that he was drinking many coconuts.
no, but I think what's key about that, I'm glad you clocked that. So he's driving and he's got a pile of coconuts. But if you notice how the scene ends, how he gets the coconuts is because he just crashes into a tree to stop, and then they fall to the ground. And obviously he picks them up and puts them in. So it's just
Well, that
goofy.
was afterwards, though. No, he already had the coconuts in the car. He like
But you presumably you would assume he knocks them all down by just driving the car into. What do you think? He's climbing up the tree? Like, come on, like.
I didn't think about that aspect of it, but that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't even like think enough about how he had gotten the coconuts in the first place. But you're right, he does just drive full speed into a palm tree as he gets to the bad guy's lair again.
Yeah, so I mean, he must have been doing this plenty of times to get all of those. Either way,
Sure,
or one tree at least that had a big old shrub of them. So
fair.
he gets out. Obviously he drives to the palm tree, which is outside of the lodge where we have our villain hideout, where we again the fourth location of this place. And Connor gets out and he walks into Ben's house. He walks into like the backyard. Where the fuck is everybody? Just drops another iconic bar, and then that scene ends. I'm pretty sure right there.
It does because they're where they are is on the sweet ass super yacht because
Yes.
that Dalton is rolling up to it in his pilfered ex girlfriend or ex boyfriend vessel from the girlfriend. So he's
Nice.
driving up on his boat to the super yacht, which he slams into the yacht. So yes, this the cop who was very worried about his boat being scratched up is he had something to worry about legitimately, unfortunately for him. But yeah, so him and Connor really aren't so different after all, it would seem.
Yeah, 100%. So, yeah, so Dalton is driving towards this super yacht meeting. He's smiling maniacally on his way there. You could tell something's about to go down because, there's explosives in this boat, and you're smiling on your way. Crazy stuff's going to happen here. So,
Yep.
yes. And then Dalton steps on board. He gets patted down and then gets punched in the face by just like one of the security guys, probably just because they don't like him. Why not?
Yeah.
Just fuck off.
I mean, and it's just like it's par for the course at this point. If you're that close to him, just give him a punch.
But then, obviously in not bad guy fashion, but in tough guy fashion, he just just eats the punch and just goes on
Always.
about his life. It's just a little frail guy that punches him. So anyway, he walks upstairs and he sees, Big Dick and Ben sitting there having a good time. What's the hubbub? Like, go ahead.
No, yeah, no,
Sorry.
just to say, yeah, you're right. No, yeah, I mean they're sitting there. Obviously, he says, "Oh, double cross," because he's saying that
Yeah.
Big Dick is looking pretty comfortable for a guy who had his daughter stolen, and then he's like, "Oh, that's the double cross." But then Boss Son does say that, yes, I did actually kidnap your daughter, and then Big Dick's like, "What?" He's like, "Hey, chill out, dude. I didn't know if I could trust you or whatever." So yes, double crossover here. For the millionth time, Boss Son threatens to hurt Dalton, except oh shit, Captain Insano himself, Connor, is on a boat approaching the boat that they're on, the yacht. So now we've got this dynamic where Connor is approaching, they're having this meeting over here, saying that Dalton is, I guess he's about to get beat up to shit or die or whatever is going to happen to him. But this is where he enacts his master plan, which is to take a little beeper and explode the boat. But I did say that I thought that it was a stretch when Brandon was just happened to find Tommy on the beach in Atlantic City in Warrior. Everyone knows exactly where to go in the, when it comes to open water. I said that was where I was like, it's a very small ocean,
It
apparently.
is a very big yacht, to be fair.
This is true. I guess you could see it from very far away.
To be fair, it was probably Connor's yacht that they used for the movie, and they were probably like, "Dude, you could see it from fucking 3 states away."
This is the that you're cooking on that one. So, but anyway, this is where, of course, before Connor can get to the yacht, Dalton has his little beeper thingy, and he doesn't get it to work initially, but then he finally gets close enough to make it work.
So while this man does not know the difference between a mouse and keyboard and a touchscreen tablet, he does know how to wire a remote control to explosives.
Brother, that is great.
Remember
I didn't
that.
know put two and two together on that, but that is so facts. Oh my god, yeah, he is not computer literate enough to know a mouse and keyboard, but yes, makes an
Like,
entire bomb homemade and has enough wherewithal to have a remote detonator.
it would be one thing if he had like a stick of dynamite and a lighter. Like, that would be one thing. Or a flare gun or some sort. he has a remote control clicker. Like it is, dude, I don't even know where you'd even do that to C4. Like, are you in the military, dude? Like, seriously. Tommy from Warrior probably could have got away with that. I'd be like, oh, that's some ex-Marine shit right
True.
there. This right here, no fucking chance. Like, he legit just knew how to do any. Because think about this. If he's able to do that, why would he need to look for a key for the boat? Why wouldn't he just hotwire it?
These are also factual statements. These are the questions, but many abound.
But
But yeah, so R.I.P. Sweet ass boat. You know, you will be missed. But then it explodes, and then we go into concussion mode for a second there.
yes, disorientation.
Exactly. Everything's bright. You get that high pitched ringing that overtakes the audio. I thought that looked pretty good overall. Everything with that. Dalton ends up in that whole, scuffle there. In the confusion of it, Dalton punches one dude with third-degree burns directly in the face. That was pretty funny.
That was fucked up. I was actually, dude, listen, I was actually pretty mad about that. So Dalton punches two guys, one of which being some poor guy burning to death. Like it was literally just like one of the boat guys. Like it was the dude shaving him probably. Like
Could have been, yeah, because he starts off on the second deck. That's where he punches the first guy, goes down to where the boat had exploded closer to the water on the first deck, and then some dude, just some random dude who with for third-degree burns, like you said, could have been the shaving guy, but he just gets clocked in the face and off over the side he goes.
yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. I feel bad about that one. Another guy, this is the funniest part. So the other guy that Dalton punches is across the room, right? So Dalton walks into the inside of the boat. The boat is now being submerged by water. So he's at least ankle high in water. The guy with the gun is across the room. Dalton gets to him before he is able to shoot. This is across the room in ankle high water. Dalton was able to get to a gunman before a shot was off. Like, that's how superhuman he is. Like, I mean, it's, they say Superman is faster than a bullet. It's like, this is what they mean by it. It's like, the dude just won't fucking shoot the gun. Like, like, it's
For
crazy to
sure.
me.
But
It's
yeah, because
crazy.
that's because Dalton has to go find Spanish Dr. Batty. Obviously I thought I was like, you would have thought that maybe she would have been like kidnapped and sent to like a safe house or something, but like no,
No,
she's
she's
on the
on the
boat.
fucking boat. She's on the fucking boat.
Kidnapped on the boat, but Big Dick didn't know about it, but she's kidnapped, but she's on the boat. So either way, it's like it's time to abandon ship. Somebody even says, it's abandoned ship time. This thing's going down, but you know, I would have also surely Dalton anticipated that this was going to be the case, but like, what was his plan going to be if he didn't have to get the girl? You know what I mean? Like, what like if he was going to blow the boat up, what was his exit strategy from that? Just swim
None.
back to yeah, exactly.
Die.
Whatever, figure it out, I guess, as you go. But so yeah, so turns out that Spanish Batty is actually on the boat. And she's trying to break through a window with a fire extinguisher or something. I said that doesn't seem like the wisest thing to do on a sinking boat, but it is in fact the exact right idea because she escapes through the broken window and swims up to the surface.
See, the reason that I also agree, I don't think, I mean, if there's no other options, of course. I mean, but like, she's watching Dalton open the door and she's like, what? Like, what? We gotta get out of here. It's like, dude, the door's right there. But she smashes it. And then in this instance, like, I don't know if glass rushing at you with the force of water behind it is the safest route anybody could take. I would be very worried in a real world situation
Oh
that
yeah,
you would survive this. Like
I, I
seriously.
I think that there's all kinds of like physics that do not line up with what happened in this
Okay.
scene. If I mean, like I'm not 100% sure. I'm not an expert in that regard, but it did not like pass the smell test to me that that's how you would escape this situation.
And what's also key to note about this one is when you see her swim out the window, like from like the yacht or whatever, you can see the bottom of the, like, I don't know if it's because they filmed it in a pool or something, but like you could see the bottom of the fucking ocean. So
Oh, really?
if the boat sank, you're not that far down. Like, I mean, you were only about 4 feet into the fucking water. Like, it's pretty
Oh,
crazy.
okay. I thought you meant you could see the bottom of the tank that they were working
I
in,
mean,
but no, okay.
either way. I mean, it was a flat bottom. I mean, it was either the bottom of the tank that they were working in, or it was the ocean depth that was not very deep on this boat. I mean, the point that I'm making is if the boat would have sank, you could have just still very. I mean, the boat would have probably still been sticking out of the water this much. It's a fucking yacht, everybody. Like,
Yeah, and where they were on the water, you would have thought it would have been like open water, that it
it,
would not have been so shallow. But
you
either way,
know, there's
so
sandbanks everywhere.
You're right. Exactly. The sandbar is apparently everywhere. Good point. So yeah, one of the goons is still trying to kill Dalton at this point. Like after they're above the surface, they both get to the surface, and I'm like, I never understand this in movies. I'm like, bro, you're gonna die in the middle of the ocean. Just give it a fucking rest with the going after the hero at this point. Like, don't you think maybe self preservation takes over?
Yeah, I definitely don't like this scene too much because it's pretty goofy. So what happens? Okay, so Dalton fights a guy in the water, and then at the end of it, he sees Connor in his boat making a lap around, like a shark tracking his fucking movement. And so when Connor is like rushing the boat towards him, he grabs the guy that he's fighting with and holds him up to the boat, and it like from what you get from the movie is that it like knocks him so hard that he dies. Propellers are on the bottom of boats, I think it would have been a little more vicious. I'm just saying.
True.
I think like that's what they were going for in the sense. It's like, oh, he's gonna put him up so the propellers don't get. But like,
It's like a
that's not
human
what they
shield.
sold. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it was like a human shield situation. I actually did think it looked kind of badass, like in the sequence that like you're right. Physically, again,
I
physics I think go out the window at this point, but like the actual like action movie element I thought was kind of cool.
Now, this is where it gets very, very Looney Tunes and goofy. So, Hot Girl gets into a small boat. Oh, well, it just so happens Ben is also on that boat, and you're not taking that boat anywhere. No, I mean, you're going to throw her down, and we're going to take this boat. And we're heading off.
I
So
said, what are the odds? You know,
Ben and Hot Girl are on the boat. The only boats out here, other than the one that Connor's on. Dalton is idle in the wreckage, and Connor is swooping back around. He's coming to hit him. He's coming to get his.
right?
And now this is where so Connor is coming full force at Dalton with a boat, a speeding boat, a
Right.
vessel of sorts,
Yeah, and this is a small boat, so this is like a
a
speed boat.
dinghy.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, like a fast moving one. So I mean, this is not like
Yes,
this is not a slow moving vessel of any sort.
this is
He's
what the
moving.
the Navy SEALs use. Like
Sure.
this is crazy. So
Yes.
anyway, Dalton is head on for this boat that is speeding towards him. He's idle in water, no life jacket. Instincts are just flowing out the fucking wazoo because in a matter of seconds, he does this maneuver. And while you can't really pinpoint what he does, you would just rightfully assume that he barrel rolls around the edge of the boat and grabs onto one of the little the handles, that you would pick the boat up and put it in the water. He grabs onto one of those and then flips around into the boat, which, once again, if you go back to the scene with the truck where he lands in the truck bed, everything happens to be that he lands perfectly in the back seat of whatever vessel is attacking him.
Yeah, as I say, and this is not even the last time that this is going to happen in this
Correct.
sequence, too. So yes,
With this type of vessel either.
right, exactly. So yeah, he somehow grabs onto the boat and ends up attached to it. Connor's trying to kick him off. He ends up in the boat anyway, and then of course you get this very very cheesy line that's coming up here, where Connor says, "Looky here, our own little octagon," and Gyllenhaal looks him straight in the face and said, "Who taught you shapes?"
hmm This this
Yeah.
is it's not horrible. I think it's also plausible. It's like, man, yeah, Connor, that Connor character probably doesn't know what an octagon is. He was never in the UFC, as they said in the movie. We don't know if he was in the UFC. They don't use octagons in street fights wherever he comes from.
Well,
So
and it's also just an extension of this constant quippy dialogue back and forth between these two that's going to extend into the last
it
sequence
gets
here.
worse. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, and this is also the part of the movie where I was kind of like starting to feel like, okay, when is this? Let's move this thing along here.
Yeah, so Connor has the anchor in his hand, which
Right.
if you look at this anchor, I mean, it's clearly light enough for Connor to pick up and swing about, but it is also supposed to be heavy enough to hold down a speeding boat. Interesting enough, so Connor swings his anchor and misses, and now he's in the water holding on to the anchor, and Jake Gyllenhaal, Dalton, excuse me, turns his speedboat on, and now I think this was an action scene that Connor probably wanted to do. Like, it looks like, one, Connor's having a really fun time doing it, but I think it's also like he knew that he could do that. Like, oh, I can hold on to that boat while it pulls me. And I don't know. I think this one was a Connor thing. I feel like this was a Connor moment. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how much of it was actually him like legitimately doing any of the stunt elements of it or
well,
whatever. But yeah, so yeah, Connor's out on the side now or under the boat, and he's like holding on to it, and because Dalton had turned the boat rapidly. It sent him over the side, but then off on the other boat with Brant and Spanish baddie doctor. He sees he was going to go and to the Roadhouse. He was going to ram the boat to the Roadhouse, but he sees that this is what's going on their boat, and he turns the boat back. So now they are coming directly head on head to each other in a direct collision course.
This is so crazy about this because it is so fucking funny what the hot girl does. She, so the boats are coming right at each other. You have Ben over here and you have Dalton over here, Ben and the hot girl. Hot girl goes to distract Ben because she's like, we got to pull him off course. We got to do something. She does nothing. She like stands up and then gets like punched and then like now the boat still goes straight. It's like, why even add that scene of nothing happening? You give her the moment just to shoot her down, and then even when you watch the end of the movie, there's no redemption to stuff like that either. Like, that was a stupid scene to add for you to add the stakes of like, oh, maybe she's gonna have some sort of like, maybe she's gonna pull it off trajectory. She doesn't even touch the wheel. She doesn't even come close to it. The boat never steers out of misdirection. So
I think that they just needed her to be doing something in the time, but before the collision actually happens, is what I would think there. But yeah,
yeah,
either way. So
but
yeah, Dalton, they those boats are on a collision course. They do end up colliding, and Dalton somehow jumps from his little boat onto Boss Son's boat as they collide because action movie.
yes, and that is the key. The key thing to say is that he jumps. Yes, he actually leaps right as the boats hit each other. So when his boat goes flying, he jumps and gets a double jump boost kind of thing, and then lands in the back of Ben's boat. Perfect. No harm, no foul. He just lands there. Never once even fell awkwardly. He lands perfectly on the seat cushions. It's absolutely insanity.
Sticks the landing. He must have been a gymnast in a past life.
And then Hot Girl again tries to attack Ben. He punches her. She kicks him back. Punches, not very effective. He swings again, but Dalton catches the fist. That was the moment right there. Like Dalton, he's good now. He landed in the boat, but he's back. Why did Ben not consider that was a possibility when he's tussling with the girl? Now that he can clearly see there's another man inside of his boat, did he not feel a 200-pound man land in his fucking shit? Like it's just questions that like do some thinking every now and then, people. But either way, so the boat is now headed towards the Roadhouse, and they're going very very fast, and so your hot girl knows all, so she tells Dalton, we gotta jump. We're jumping out of this bitch. And you know what they do? They jump right out of that boat, and the boat goes right into the docks and crashes and flips right into the patio of the Roadhouse.
Indeed. Yes, it does. Yeah, Dalton, after the little fighting there, they jump out the back, and and the boat crashes into the Roadhouse, sending Ben flying somewhere off onto land. I said the boat kicked a field goal with him the way he arced.
And, and we'll obviously mention it here in a few, but to no avail did that mean anything to the rest of the story. I mean, he gets thrown off of a boat. Normally, like, oh, he gets sent off. Like, that's the end of that character arc. Like, it's like, oh, he got what he deserved, finally, kind of deal. Or he gets thrown into the Roadhouse. It's like, oh, well, he wanted the Roadhouse. He got the road. It's some
Right.
sort of, like, irony in the situation. But no, that doesn't happen. So either way, what you get next is you get a scene of Connor swimming. Apparently, he swam from the middle of the ocean. He did not have a boat anymore. He was slung off of his boat while he was holding the anchor. Now he's able to swim to the nearest bridge.
Yeah, and I said that really the invincibility and indestructibility that Dalton has had throughout this film rubbed off on these other characters because everybody somehow makes it out of this thing alive. Yeah, so I mean, you're right. Connor somehow survives the collision unscathed. He climbs the rebarb ladder up the highway bridge, and then he stops a truck in the middle of the highway by holding his hand out in front of him, and the truck does indeed stop. Also, Sheriff Big Dick survived too, apparently, and the boss son also survived. Like I said, everybody has a little bit of invulnerability after this very destructive episode in the water.
Yeah, and so the next scene, Ben wakes up on the roof of the Roadhouse and he climbs down, and then Dalton walks up and looks at the boat carnage and he's looking around and he's investigating. Where is where is Ben? That's who I assume he's looking for. Obviously, there was no real treasure or anything on this fucking boat. So he looks around and he peers around the corner, and holy shit, a spear was almost shot into this dude's fucking face. Ben, one last, ditch effort. He's got a spear gun and he shoots that motherfucker right at Dalton. Thankfully, this dude's instincts are on fucking Spider-Man, because I
Sure.
would have got shot with that thing. That thing was fast, brother. Oof.
Indeed. Yeah. And then he gets upset. He says, "You shooting at me with a fishing spear?" And I just said, I have in big capital letters, just let this fucking movie end already. Is what I
Yes.
had at this point. I was like, oh my God, come on already. But nope, because we still need to have, of course, the final big showdown. But yeah, so before Dalton can finish off the Brant, the boss's son, Connor comes smashing through the Roadhouse in the truck that he stopped, sending Dalton flying. And then now we're going to get Connor versus Dalton 3, if you count the first interaction in the Roadhouse and then on the boat interaction here. This is
The
the third.
octagon in the boat.
Exactly. So I said that, Dalton got the trilogy before Nate did, which is unfortunate for him, I suppose. But punches flying both ways. Connor hits a very nice spinning back kick to the body. I said, okay, there's an actual MMA move, at least in some little extent. Dalton executes a wild toss takedown. He does a cross body. I actually had to rewind 2 of these takedowns because they were crazy. He goes across body and then flips Connor over himself, like in midair, almost like bam, and then like that. It was kind of very strange that he was able to execute that. But again, action movie.
Pro wrestling moves.
True too. Very true.
What I think is what is also key about this is you get a bad quip line in this whole ending fight sequence. You get a lot of different comedic relief moments that do not land. So the one specifically that starts out here is Connor. Connor says, "Looks like I messed up your leg." And he's like, "Bad driver." And he's like, "What can I say? It's the wrong side of the road." And,
You know, you referenced Who Framed Roger Rabbit earlier. If you recall in that film, The Dueling Pianos with Donald Duck and Daffy Duck, this is what this scene basically reminds me of. It's you've got these two essentially fighting each other, and then they have to stop for a little back and forth banter every once in a while.
Right, right. You got to take your little timeout water break, of course. Yes,
Sure.
and so yes, so it knees him a few times and then ends with a spin kick. This is the scene where obviously you can see Connor. The striking that once was an MMA gold, standard. You can see it on film right here. Connor is still got the kicks. He still looks as picture perfect as he once did when it came to utilizing kicks and the way they did it. Dalton does a WWE move. That's the one that you were talking about, I'm sure. And then they both end up on the ground and get up. Connor throws Dalton down again in a sort of double leg throw again. He loves this little double leg throw. Dalton gets up and they have a little standoff. And then this is where Dalton gets to take his fucking shirt off. He's finally, we're ready, of course.
Yeah,
And then
this is intense mode now.
yes, and then they snarl at each other and they're circling and then they start trading some punches. And then I said right here, great camera work to showcase the action and moves. Like, this is what we are looking for mixed martial arts. The movie is about mixed martial arts. I know not this one specifically, but the way that we are supposed to be watching them in the lens that we are seeing is for mixed martial arts. This right here, great camera work, showcased Connor using a lot of good striking that can be implemented in mixed martial arts. I love
Yeah.
that.
I say that's the only thing that's unfortunate about these otherwise well choreographed fight scenes is that they didn't incorporate more actual MMA moves into them, because there is actually one point coming up where you see Dalton almost start to set up a triangle, like
We'll get
Connor.
into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, but so anyway, at one point here, there was another crazy takedown for Connor where he does like a reverse head and arm
It's a
triangle.
headlock, and
And it, like swings him up and over his head. I was like, damn, the fight choreography is kind of cool in this scene, no lie.
yeah, and then more punches. Dalton throws more punches. Throws a kick, and Dalton catches it and throws Connor down. Then we get more WWE moves. Connor punches from the ground, and then Dalton backs off. Connor stands up and lands a sick sidekick, like this sidekick that he lands right into the fence for Dalton. That was pretty
Right.
cool. Really like that one. And then tackles him into a drum set, which it's we're at the Roadhouse, so I mean this is the band. The resemblance of what the band used to be, they're still there. We are out here just destroying everything, so we get
Yeah.
more punches. And then this is where you get your, I said, Dalton attempts a triangle choke. Connor picks him up and slams him into a piano, which again, I think when you talked about that triangle attempt right there, we're going to talk about another one later when it comes to the grappling of mixed martial arts. But the striking, I think, perfectly fine for what we're seeing. The grappling, I think, definitely can have some work on it. But I think for the instance right there, not many people would know what Dalton was trying to do, other than the people who know what a triangle choke is, of course. Like, you clearly, oh, he was trying to set that up. Like, in any other way, you would probably see that and be like, what the fuck was he doing there? If you were watching it and didn't understand what a triangle is. So I think that was great. And then you get a Looney Tunes moment where Connor opens the piano, or no, it's on the keys. He's got Dalton's head on the keys, and he's punching him, and it's making the notes. And I think it's really funny because you get a goofy moment from fucking what the fuck is it, Dalton, and he says, "This piano's out of tune." Like, he's like supposed to be like seeing stars and dazed and concussed kind of thing. And Connor,
Right.
looks fine to me. Like, just
Sounds pretty good to me. I said dueling one-liners appropriate on a piano, perhaps. These two have really been going band for band with snappy dialogue.
what I want you to know also is after that, you genuinely do, and I'm telling you this for a fact. The move that Connor does is a 100% WWE move. There is a fighter or a wrestler named Jordan Grace, and that is her finisher right there that Connor does, where he's got her in like the John Cena thing, and then he like does
Yeah, the
that is Jordan
fireman's carry.
that is Jordan Grace's finishing move, and they stole it from her. I'm just saying. Either way, you get to see more WWE. More WWE is like, and even I said this, they're selling good for the crowd too. Like, they're really selling these moves like it is no other. And then you get Dalton. He gets up, and now he's bleeding from the mouth. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Listen, if you are bleeding from your mouth profusely and it is not anything to do with your teeth, I don't know if that's a good thing. This dude is probably in some bad, but he's been stabbed already. So what do I have to care? Whatever. And then Connor, again, we just get more. This end sequence, I just have Connor again. Connor punches. They both punch. Dalton clinches. The striking is very, very good here. Up until this next moment, they both punch, and then Connor kind of falls down on one knee, kind of deal, and then Dalton swoops around to take his back, and he's kind of got him in a half Nelson kind of choke at first. And if you notice, he gets one hook in, and then when he flips him over, he gets the other hook in, and then what?
I was going to say, I thought that because I know what you're talking about here. I said finally Dalton gets a rear naked choke on Connor. I said Connor definitely having Habib flashbacks. So that was the big meme that was going around before this movie came out, because there was publicity photos of Connor in that rear naked, and everybody was like, haha, Connor in the rear naked. But I said Dalton keeps good control of it, but doesn't lock up the body triangle.
No, it wasn't a body. He did not lock in the body triangle, but he did get his hooks in. He did have his hooks in, and I think it was because, which unfortunately, it showed bad etiquette for the grappling because of what Connor is able to do after it. So he takes his back, and then Connor drops the line, "You gonna kill me now? I thought we were friends," kind of
I
thing,
thought I had
whatever.
to be a friend, which I was
Oh,
like, that's a
yes. Thought we had to
callback
be
to
friends first. Yes, that's
right.
good. That's a pretty good bar. I actually like that. Dalton has him in like he's got like the half Nelson kind of deal. He's got one arm under, and he's got his arm in the other, and then transitions to the RNC and hides the hand, of course, perfect. But he only has the one hook in at that point because Connor rolls to one side where his leg is like now behind him. And then he scoops the leg, of course, off of him, and then he turns and flips the position over. And it's like, well, damn, if we were teaching anything about mixed martial arts, you got somebody's back in an RNC and you let them stand up and you are still on the ground. Holy shit. Because this is not only just a point where Connor stands up, this is the point where Connor flips over, grabs a stake, and is
Right.
about to stab Dalton in the face with it. So it's
Yeah,
just
no,
crazy.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, the one time that you get like an actual MMA related move or sequence here, and it's, not a great representation of MMA. I was like, he's supposed to be the trained fighter versus a non-trained fighter, but regardless, action movie. But yes, Connor picks up a piece of a broken chair, question mark, yeah, stake of some sort, which forces Dalton to break the choke to defend himself. That's when he's about to get stabbed. And then you get the classic fight the knife coming directly into your face inches away kind of moment. Then Connor ends up taking it, and instead of pushing it into his face, he stabs him literally into the exact same spot that he had been stabbed earlier in the movie.
I really like this part because, like, when you're watching, like, doing this move, like, there's no tension here anymore. Like, at one time, maybe you were like, oh my God, is he really going to do it? But, like, at this point in cinema, this dude's not getting stabbed. Like,
Hmm.
it's over. But the way that he pulls back and then stabs him in the stomach, I was like, that was kind of good. That was kind of. It looked like it hurt. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like they sold that really, really well. But then, of course, you have superhuman Dalton over here who just does not get affected by any fucking thing. It hurt, but obviously he's still able to stand up and do shit.
Well, that was
Whatever.
my thing too. It's like after all of this fighting, you get that it would appear at that moment to have been like a climactic moment because that stab kind of came a little bit out of not out of nowhere, but you know what I mean. It was like
Hmm.
kind of like damn, that could have been like the nail in the coffin
And
sort of thing.
kind of a callback to the beginning. Like you said, right where you got stabbed at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. So, but of course, Dalton just somehow still okay. But then at this moment, the Brant comes out from, somehow still alive, just comes out of the rubble and starts yelling at Connor to kill Dalton. And then Connor just goes over to him and says, "What's it going to take to shut you up?" And then does the classic head
Neck
snap.
snap.
Yeah,
Yeah.
neck snap to the side and snaps his neck and kills him. I said, his dad is probably not going to be happy about that, but of course, Connor is too crazy to be bothered. So you can write that off for that, I guess.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting one. Very anticlimactic death for Ben. Of course, why didn't he just die on the roof of the thing? If you're just gonna have Connor just walk over and kill him in 2 seconds, like that serves no purpose to the future endeavors of this. Whatever you're setting up here. Like
Well, right. That's because that's the whole thing. Is it's like, yeah, the whole reason that Connor was there in the first place was he's working for the father. Now you've killed the father's son. I mean, you would think that that's going to be a bad dynamic for your employer in this circumstance. Plus, like you said, you had the opportunity to kill that character off in a very, a very logical way. It might
yeah.
not, satisfying is beyond the point, but a logical way, flying off into the distance. We never needed to hear from him again. It would have been perfectly fine if he just was, presumed to be dead.
Rightfully would have assumed the guy who was launched 500 feet off of a boat would be deceased. That.
Correct, exactly. But so now we see his neck snapped. So Connor has killed the Brant character and goes back in for the kill on Dalton here now.
Yes, he takes another stake. He picks up another large stake. So he has two now. One is still stuck in Dalton. Dalton stands up. Connor walks over. Actually, sorry, Dalton is actually still laying on the ground at this point. Connor walks over and he's got this second stake and he swings again. And Dalton takes the stake out of his stomach, stabs Connor in the leg, grabs the one from Connor's hand, stabs him in the stomach, takes the one from his leg, stabbed him again, stabbed him again. Yeah, I mean, and this dude turned into, I mean, I don't even know anymore. Like, if there is some butcher out there who literally stabbed somebody over 1,000,000 times, I mean, this is exactly who they tried to implement. The
Uh,
Bay Harbor Butcher, essentially.
indeed, indeed. But yeah, no, turned him into like a pegboard. I mean, it was just constant like stabbing all manner
Yeah.
all over the place, which, in under the circumstances with this type of a film with indestructible characters, I guess it was a satisfying enough demise. You think, at least at the time, demise for this character. So fine. It was like, okay, great. If that's going to be the end of it, I'm okay with that being the end of it. And then, yeah, so Connor finally is out of commission. And after all of that, Spanish Doctor Batty comes out to see Dalton all fucked up. And Sheriff Big Dick comes around to tell Dalton that it's time to go. And he's got him covered, he says. So all of the murders and everything is just going to be swept under the rug. Sheriff Big Dick is on the case, but Spanish Batty also says, yeah, it's time for you to go. So off Dalton goes.
And then Dalton limps away, shirtless, shoeless, covered in blood. Nobody has any questions for him on the way out. I mean, sure, that's fine. And then we get a closing shot of the Roadhouse. And what is interesting about this one is, like, so you're getting the same shot that you would have got at the beginning. Like, it's the same angle, and it's like you're supposed to realize, like, oh man, the boat really destroyed that place. Like, but you really can't even see it from the closing shot. It's like you're looking at it and you're like, what am I looking? Am I just supposed to see the Roadhouse? Oh, there's a boat. Oh yeah, the boat. Duh. Like,
Yeah,
duh.
you might want to pull just a little bit closer into that to get to sell it a little bit more,
Maybe
perhaps.
just pan in, like do
True, yeah.
something.
But so yeah, so you see that there's destruction on the Roadhouse, but owner Frankie and the bar team are back in to clean the place up, and they're saying, it's not that bad. And that Reef says, there's literally a truck in the bar currently, which is Connor. Had rammed the truck in there, of course. But they say, no, we're gonna rebuild, and elbow grease will get this whole thing good. And then while they're cleaning, some kids come into the bar and ask if they're open, and Frankie says, yeah, we're always open. They're always open. The Roadhouse is going to live on.
Yeah, that was pretty cringe. Didn't like it too much, but like the sentiment of it, like, we're never gonna stop doing our thing. What, no matter how bad it gets, we're gonna always serve to the,
Exactly. The
you know.
team fights on, lives another day kind of thing. Order is going to be restored at the end of everything. But Dalton, our hero, of course, is back at the bus stop and he is waiting for his time to head out of town. But before he gets on the bus, who should appear but our girl Charlie from the bookstore? And she has a little tiny scratch on her, but she is pretty much unharmed. So, as you said, the cliffhanger of what happened to Charlie and to Dad appears to be okay too. I guess they ended up getting away from the goons after all. Didn't they have to go to the hospital? I said that seemed like maybe a little bit much for a hospital visit because they did not look like there was much damage whatsoever.
The mental trauma, dude. So yes, they're at the bookstore. Charlie's dad is moving. He's moving stuff to replace. And Dalton's sitting outside, and the bus arrives, and he slowly gets up to get on the bus. Charlie walks up and asks him, is that it? Like, there's nothing else to your story. And Charlie's dad at the same time is walking in the store. He sees a case, sitting on his counter, and what could that be? Interesting. And Charlie's, words about staying a hero. You were the hero all along. She's saying some nice stuff to him, and
Oh yeah, she says, he's like, I'm not the hero of the story. She's like, you may not be the hero, but you're not the villain either,
yeah,
Dalton. Nice
yep.
sentiment, I suppose. And yes, inside the bookstore, Dad opens up this very mysterious large case, which of course is filled with a large amount of money. Of course, good guy Dalton leaving the money to these nice book owner people that he was friendly with. Never was the villain or really even close to being one, I said, aside from the murder in the octagon. But,
It,
you know.
well, no, I mean, he murdered 3 people in this movie.
But those were justified murders in the film world, perhaps. The murder in the octagon, we still, we're going to find here. Of course, yeah, Dalton rides off. He's back on the bus with the hoodie on once again. Greyhound bus travels back away from whence we came. Of course, we see Fred the Tree as the very last shot and roll credits.
Yes, absolutely. It is what it is. The movie, it had a start and an end, and
Oh,
I'm excited we got to talk about them.
Oh, but I mean, come on, Chase. Then you must not have paid too close attention then, because first of all, we get the early credits, which are stylized slow motion shots from throughout the film, which all look kind of cool. But oh, wait, maybe you didn't stick around, Chase. There was a post credit sequence. Maybe you didn't see.
I did not see it. I looked through the thing, and I was trying to see if there was one, but I did not see it on the thing. So maybe I did miss
Oh,
it.
well, then you missed the setup for this Roadhouse 2 that we're going to be having coming out because, of course, Conor McGregor survives everything just like the Joker. He is in the hospital. We see, much like the Joker film, actually, movie Joker, the hospital is being terrorized from behind the swinging doors, and the staff is, kind of getting all, like I said, they're flying all over the place, and Connor Billy struts his way bare-assed out of the front entrance.
Nice. I actually think I do remember that from the first time that I saw it around. But no, I did not stick around for that this time. But damn, that does sound like a pretty good ass shot to see on the way out,
I say, just what you needed. Connor's ass to close out this film. Pure cinema, if I ever have seen it. But that is Roadhouse, indeed. That is the deal there. So my closing questions here, my little post wrap up was: so we never find out why he killed his friend in the cage. We said, that was a legitimate murder. Did he get to keep his belt from that? He won the fight. He was the middleweight champion of the world after that fight, unless there was some fallout from the murder part. Also, Dr. Batty, like I said, she knew about his past because of the internet. She didn't know that he killed the guy in the cage. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't care. Did Frankie know too? She seemed to also know a little bit about his past. The guy Billy, Big Dick the Sheriff, just gets to keep being a giant dick to all of Glass Key. Why the fuck did he have an equal sign tattooed on his neck? We never found that one out either. We didn't say anything about that, but yes, they made very sure to show you that he had an equal sign tattooed on his neck throughout a lot of this movie. No reasons, I suppose, but whatever. These are the questions. Anyway.
Potentially, to go backwards, I think the equal sign. I'm not saying I know anything about the story relation to what it was supposed to be, but I've definitely seen people with semicolon tattoos. Maybe it's something of that sort. Like an equal sign, you know, just to resemble something. I don't know.
Sure. If you want, dude, I actually, because I was so curious about it, I thought my theory was that the equal sign might have represented the train tracks from the time where he was about to die on the train tracks. Except I went back to the scene before that, and he had the equal sign when he was fighting inside the bar earlier. So I don't know what the answer to any of this is. Anyway, these are the questions that I am left with. Many of them, I said. Also, this shares a lot of similarities with KO, that I think that, again, if you turn your brain off and watch this film one time, it is a fine enough fluff film. Could have been about a half hour shorter.
I think also we should have gotten a reprisal moment for Post Malone in this one. I think he should have been in the Roadhouse doing something.
Maybe
But
he'll be in the sequel. That is a good point.
yeah, maybe. I think also another thing about the best friend thing. I think that's also maybe just like part of the story. Like, so if in the story he kills a guy, what way to make it sound worse? Oh, it was his best friend too. And
Sure.
like,
No,
dude, he
of
was a
course.
teammate. But like, I think that's also just like the characters in the story. Like the bad guy is like, yeah, I heard that was your friend too, dude. Wow. Like maybe it really like, how would he know? You know,
It could
like.
have been. I mean, yeah, fair. That's I didn't even think about that aspect of it. That could very well have been, I guess. But then Connor did call back to it, so
But
yeah,
I think it's
tell him that.
also maybe just like a rumor thing. Like, oh, dude, he killed his best friend in the cage. You know,
It
just
could.
to,
Fair either way. Like there are movies that will say, again, I brought up Fargo on a different review, and I'll bring it up again here too. There are times in certain films where you have important aspects that you don't know about and they don't necessarily matter. I don't know if this is necessarily one of those cases. I think it might have been a little bit more satisfying if we actually got some discussion about what happened at all anytime. Like, I think because it's so central to this character and the conflict that he has about himself, it might have made sense to get a little bit of an explanation. I don't care what the explanation was, just something to acknowledge it in an actual legitimate way, aside from him being shown it on the phone, might have been a little bit more satisfying. But to each their own if you don't agree with that, I guess.
I think once you start questioning a lot of different things about this movie, and like we did, of course, you will see that you can't make everything add up. And as
It,
great as you think you are as a director and a writer, sometimes things just won't add up. And you'll have somebody who doesn't know shit about movies making it seem like these are the easiest things to cover up and to make work in a film. And they're just not, unfortunately.
so yeah, I say the more that you start pulling at the strings, the more things unravel very quickly, perhaps. But so, with all of that being said, Chase, as a film, what would you rate Roadhouse?
Rating it comparatively to like objective filmmaking, like does this all make sense? Do the actors put on performances? Does this and that matter? You know, like if I, you know, nothing too crazy, 6 or 7 of course, but entertainment value, this is an entertaining movie. I mean, the things that go into this movie, once you're able to actually agree, because the movie does a very good job of jumping off the deep end with it. It's not bouncing back and forth between a little too real and not real at all. It's like it's just completely off the deep end. So it's very easy to be able to turn your brain off, because if you don't, you're gonna not have a good time. But if you're able to just sit through this and get to the part where Connor comes in, because it relatively is like halfway through the movie that Connor shows up. But once you get there, I think that really does showcase like they kind of messed up by making him only the latter portion villain. Like he could have been doing some fun stuff the entire time.
True. So you said your number is which, 6 or 7?
6 for a film, 8 for the entertainment value.
You get one for this.
No, but like, if okay, so 6 if we're talking about a film objective to other great films. But I
Okay.
personally, my entertainment value, I would say, was an 8, but
Okay. So then
6
eight's
for a
the
film.
answer. Yeah. Well,
No,
I
I'm
don't know.
confusing you. It doesn't
I
matter.
get
You know,
exactly.
6 or 8, it's fine.
Okay.
We'll
Either
do a
way.
7.
Sure. 7 sounds good there. I would give it a 6 personally. But yeah, no, I do agree with you though. Again, like I've been saying over and over again, watch this film one time without overthinking anything. It is over the top. What I said in the Yammer review about it, I did a little very minor, small little instant review of this thing, 30 seconds. And I said, it is very fun in a dumb way. And
Mm,
that's perfectly fine. There are movies like, again, this is why I compare it to KO in a lot of ways, because it's like KO this is a serviceable film with it's comedic throughout because it's not taking itself very seriously. So if you don't take it very seriously either, there is a lot of fun to be had. So as you were saying, comparatively to cinema, yeah, it's a 6. You know, it's this is where it is, but 6 is a very solid number for this film. It is certainly worth a watch.
Yeah, you know, I, I'll check out the second one for sure.
Oh, I mean, of course, we're going to have to. I don't think that we cannot after this thing. But that being said, then, Chase, what would you rate this as an MMA film?
As an MMA film, oof, honestly, still not as high as I think I would want for an MMA film, because while they did do the moves and they did do justice for the moves and what I was able to see in the film, they did not do justice to what an MMA career like the relevance to that had nothing to do with this film. It could have been any underground fight club. The UFC having a part in it is just because they wanted their name in it. Like that's all. So
True. So
it,
what's your number then?
I'm gonna say 6 on an MMA film.
Oh, wow. Higher than me. I'm giving this a 3 on the
Hmm.
MMA film scale here because this is the only real MMA representation, aside from those very, very minor mentions that we had at the last fight, is just the fact that UFC is connected to this film at all. So it was very cool to see the UFC actually fully represented in a film like it was. This, I mean, really, I think that aside from mentions of it in The Cage, we haven't actually had a film that has really gone this deep into actual UFC. You know, I mean, like,
Bruised.
but only passing mentions of it. Bruised
She
was
she
Invicta.
fought
That was Invicta.
Valentina. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You're right.
Invicta.
But
Yeah.
she had a ceremonial weigh-in thing too, I think, for the UFC, right?
No.
Or was it
Oh
Invicta?
well, yeah. No, it was a UFC. You're right. Yes, you're right. She was in the UFC originally. That is true. Okay, fair enough. I'll take that back then.
Hmm.
But this is the first representation of like actually see Bruce Buffer, John Anik, an actual ceremonial weigh-in,
We
like
saw
really
Keith Peterman and Peterson and
in
Bruised,
Invicta.
maybe.
In
Oh,
Invicta.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
But again, yeah, the UFC was only at the very beginning when she was climbing over the
Hmm.
cage. But yeah, so but either way, this is an actual full on representation of the UFC in this capacity. But the MMA and the fighting, this was action movie fighting for the majority of it. And then like you were saying, fight culture is not represented at all really in this film. So it is pretty low on the MMA film meter for me for those reasons.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like when I look at something like the Cage, when we were watching that series, there were things that I could say like, oh, this is like fight culture related. Like these are what these guys would be going through. Like when you look at what Taylor was eating and like how he was working out and like the way that he had his schedule set up, I think represented something of like a lower level amateur fighter kind of deal. This did not represent to me the X fighter. Like Chael Sonnen is not doing this out here. Anderson Silva is not living like this. Like it's just like a very abstract story universe. Maybe if he was young and like was trying to get into the UFC and had this crazy backstory, I don't know. But like him being an ex-retired UFC fighter and now he's just like I don't know. It just doesn't work for me too much.
Yeah, and also I must still stress that Dalton murdered a man in the cage. By the way, again, a poor representation of MMA in that circumstance as well, because it was unnecessary for this story since it did not actually play a role, and people I think just were going to be okay with that because they maybe didn't equate that to what it was. But the fact that he hit that final hit after the fight was over turns that into a very different situation. And I don't think that was a good representation because if it was going to be in the movie, it should have been properly represented. So that's another reason why I got to rate it so low. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
all right. Well, so all of that being said, I have a little bit of trivia and then we can close this thing
No,
out
you're
if you're
good.
all
Go
right with
for
it.
it.
Okay, so first piece of trivia here was that Ronda Rousey was originally supposed to star in this film, not in the Connor role, mind you. She was supposed to star as Dalton in the original version of this film. So, good Lord, that would have been something completely different. Of course, films go through many different iterations before they get made. That all broke down over time, and obviously we got the film that we got. But so that's piece number one there. Any thoughts on that?
I was gonna say she must have seen that, there was an opportunity for a female lead in a mixed martial arts movie after Bruised was released. I mean, she clearly saw like, oh, there's an opportunity for me. I could go be a movie star with the UFC still in collaboration, and that did not work out. So thankfully, that did not happen.
Yeah, I think that it might have actually legitimately been that her star faded before she was able. Sad to say, because I think that this was in development, but right around the Holly Holm fight.
No,
No,
no, no. This Roadhouse 2024.
Yeah, but I
The
mean the development of it when it was
no,
when she was initially attached to it, I think it would have been around then.
Holly Holm and Ronda Rousey fought when I was in high school. I'm pretty sure. Like that's way long ago. I would say this was back when Ronda Rousey was like in WWE. Like after
No,
her.
but that's what I'm saying. I think the original version, like it got scrapped, is what I'm saying.
Mm,
Like, but the original version of it, I think was rumored for her in it at that point, and then when she started on her career downcline, they were like, "All right, let's switch the thing up here."
that's a long time ago. If this movie was in development for that, but yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
sometimes
doubt it.
they take a long time, for sure. But either way, I mean maybe I'm wrong about that part, but either way. So that's number one there. The second point that I have is that Amazon gave the filmmakers a choice between $60 million as production budget and a theatrical release, or an $85 million production budget and the film to go straight to streaming. Apparently, the director, Doug Lyman, did not get the memo on this because he boycotted the film premiere over this not getting a theatrical release. Jake Gyllenhaal said basically, I respect the guy, but Amazon was pretty clear about this going to streaming. So there was some kind of weird disconnect with the director on that one. Just an interesting note. But my thing was, I think they should have taken the $60 million production budget and trimmed down about a half hour out of this movie.
Yeah, I think. Well, to be fair though, when you bring up that point, I don't think this movie. It does drag a little bit when we're sitting here taking notes for it, but like I think when you're watching this just like straight up, like I think this kind of breezes by. Again, once you get to the Connor part, the movie kind of flies
Yeah,
by.
I'll allow for that because I don't remember feeling like it dragged the first time that I watched it. So it might just be the fact that I've seen it 3 times now.
Yeah,
So fair enough on that then. Maybe trim it down by like 10 minutes. How about
but
that?
but still take the 60 grand and still do the theatrical release. But
I mean, did this feel like an $85 million movie to you? You know what I mean? Like it's so small. I can't even imagine what they needed $85 million to do aside from the CG.
well, the problem is when you ask a question like that and then you look at the cast. I mean, you have an A-list celebrity in Jake Gyllenhaal. You have the Million Dollar Man Conor McGregor. I
True.
mean, you can only pay so many people in this, And
Yeah.
when you look at the budgeting that they had for the areas that I mean, it's clear the budget went other places.
True.
We had 7 locations in this movie total.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, absolutely. So okay, so there's that. The fighter that Jake Gyllenhaal fights in the UFC scenes is MMA fighter Jay Hiron. He is a 30 fight veteran with a record of 23-7 who fought in the UFC, Bellator, and Strikeforce. He retired from fighting in 2014 and went on to do stunt work. So good deal there, an actual MMA fighter for that portion of it. Um, Filming for the UFC scenes took place around UFC 285, which was Jones versus Gane. The weigh-ins were from the ceremonial weigh-ins in front of that crowd, and the in-cage fighting was shot during the intermission at the actual event. So,
Mhm.
so
Yeah,
that
I
was kind of
remember
cool.
seeing that.
I do too. Yeah, I remember seeing like all of the behind the scenes stuff, people taking like screenshots and stuff on their phones and whatnot when it was being filmed. So, cool. Again, actual legitimate UFC representation. I thought that was cool. The sequel in the works has Jake Gyllenhaal returning, and your dude Dave Bautista might be in it. So that could be kind of cool for you. I thought you'd be interested in that.
That is cool. So what about the end credit scene with Connor still being alive? Has this been
I mean, this is a very good question now with Connor and everything that's been going on. I'm glad you brought that up because that is a big question mark right now. This obviously was before Connor and all of his legal troubles that happened recently. He obviously lost Proper 12 over that. We're going to have to see if he ends up coming back. That is a little bit up in the air right now. Who knows? So I don't know what the answer to that is, but we shall see when the movie releases, I suppose.
No, Dave Batista will be pretty cool for it. I do like him.
Yeah, I don't, they haven't announced if he's actually if he is going to take
Right.
a part or what his part's going to be or any of that kind of stuff. He's just attached right now.
That's
So
cool.
there's that. The film was shot primarily in the Dominican Republic. Shout out to the Vitz King, which apparently has a very large film complex down there now. I guess one of the studios or a couple of the studios have like a filming co-op in the Dominican Republic. So filming location. The only shot that was actually done in Florida was Fred the Tree.
No. Oh my God. At least Fred the Tree was realistic. If
Shout
anything there
out.
was thing, if there's anything that I need to know in this world is that Fred the Tree was real and that he exists in the Keys.
Absolutely. Shout out to Fred the Tree for real, for real. So okay, and this is the last point that I have here, and this is kind of a good bookend to everything because of what we were talking about the CG and all that. So this is a quote from from, I believe, IMDb. It said every fight in the film uses full CG body doubles due to the production using a new multi-pass method to do seamless punches and kicks instead of faking hits or cutting around the action to be believable. In every fight, the doubles are stitched into the edit for a few frames before stitching back into the real footage.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
You paid a lot of money, and I still said, "Wow, that CGI looks shit." Like, some of it in the fight scenes that they're specifically talking about in that quote, yeah, those are fine. The boat, the truck, the boat again, the truck again. I mean, dude, you boats and trucks. Could you guys flip it around maybe once or twice? But like, they all had shitty CGI moments because you wanted to invest in something new. Everybody thinks that they got something new that's gonna work. How about you just don't? I
I,
mean, movies were a lot cheaper back in the day. You know why? Because they didn't fucking do this dumb shit.
I mean, and you're speaking how a lot of people feel directly about AI right now. So
Mm.
good point there. Yeah, I said that explains why every fight looks like it's somewhere inside of the uncanny valley. But for the fights, like again, it didn't take me out of the movie so much. So whatever. I don't think it's the most worst problem that this film had.
No, this movie definitely had some problems, but I would like to believe that a lot of the action scenes and the fight scenes specifically, I don't think those were necessarily the worst parts of it.
Indeed. So, with that, yet another long one, but that was our review of Roadhouse 2024 for MMA on Film. Chase, any final thoughts?
I enjoyed doing this. I mean, we once again talked for double the runtime of the movie. What do we do more than talk about anything and everything all times of the days? I don't know, but I love talking about movies when it comes to MMA on film.
Indeed. Same here. So if you have enjoyed this one, if you have made it to the end, we appreciate that. Let us know in the comments what films you would like us to review for MMA on Film. If it's MMA related, we will certainly consider it. Make sure that you like, comment, subscribe to all the YouTube stuff for us. We appreciate you for hanging out. Thank you very much, and we will catch you in the next episode. Take care. And now the real ending. Yo, man, if y'all are here, I've seen that we still have a couple people hanging out, or at least kept the stream going. Thank you so much to all of you guys. Of course, for MMA on Film, we don't really have much chance to interact with you guys in the chat. So again, shout out to Sarah Toby with the donation. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. The little Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by red hearts. I love that very much. Hydra. Meet Rocket in the chat. Appreciate all you guys for chilling with us for this thing. Zach Lenos, Beeb, you guys all
Nico
rule, man.
Bellic from GTA 4.
Oh, Nico Bellic, of course. CTE checking in. Didgery Dave checking in, man. You guys are the absolute best. So thanks again for hanging with us for these things. We will be back tomorrow night for Friday Free For All. And the Queen Sarah Toby might be joining us. So that's going to be awesome. Other than that, I mean, yeah, anything else, Chase?
No, I think it was listen, we talked about Roadhouse 2024, and of course, like Thinker said just a minute ago, put your recommendations down. We have a list of ones that have already been recommended. We had to get some out the way, but soon we are going to start pillaging through the ones that we know you guys are waiting for us to review. So just be ready for that, and as always, leave a like, leave a subscription, and make sure you're supporting us as always.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you so much. As always, we will see you tomorrow night. And until then, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week. And as always, fight on.
Game.